have anything? Hey, there's Cy.
Morning.
Morning. Okay, so I guess I would entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda with the public comment in there around the lunchtime.
So moved.
It's been moved by Lisa, seconded by Brian. To approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So right off the bat, we're gonna move into, Greg is gonna do a presentation. So whenever the team is ready, we can move right into that.
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
So I'm on the agenda, but Jennifer's looked up the briefing that she's got ready to cover those topics.
It'll be much more informative if Jennifer does it versus Greg.
Thank you, Jennifer, for picking up the slack here. Well, while we're waiting a little bit for that, if anybody have anything happen over the last month? There's a lot of things that happened. We had season setting and all of that at the department, so that sounded like that was maybe eventful, but not eventful.
Yeah, it was good. Ended up in Lander, had, let's say, less than normal public participation at the meeting, but there was, of course, a lot of public participation beforehand at meetings around the state, so that was good. And it did snow in northern Wyoming, which was very good.
Very, very welcomed.
Yes.
Yes. So took 2 days to open up Highway 50 and 387. There was a lot of snow. That was a blessing.
I heard the second most snow in Gillette ever, the highest snowfall amount.
Yeah, I think
How do they measure when it comes down sideways?
I don't know, because it was really strange to drive, in being in Gillette and outside of Gillette and then driving here. There'd be snow drifts, from 15 to 20 foot tall for a mile long, but then there'd be long stretches of dry, ground that didn't have anything.
Did you come down?
Well, on Monday, I was down here for a different meeting. And I had to go through Buffalo and come down, and there's a real visible line on where that real heavy snow was, and that, above KC and above, the Pine Ridge area, and then east, north. But yesterday I came down Highway 50 and 387.
Yeah, I guess stopped through the other day on Monday.
A lot of snow. It was good and wet, and it rained quite a bit before it snowed, so moisture's welcome. Maybe a little bit of a chance of some rain again the next 3 days, so I think we'll take everything we can get.
Maybe chance you guys can kind of share that with your partners.
Well, we would love to. Yeah, we would love to. If we get more, we'll try to get it down there somehow.
Has anybody heard from Joe or Ogden? I knew Albert.
No, I know Joe can't be here.
I see him on just, so it's.
It's always okay. So,
Is Ogden on there?
Did you talk to him, Pat?
I tried to call him.
one thing that we do need as a committee, we need to review the letter that we sent to TRW. I think we just need to make sure that that's what everybody understood we were talking about, just so that with the whole task force, it's probably the third time we've kind of reviewed it, but I just want to make sure that everybody's comfortable with that language and comfortable with that conversation. I know we voted on it, just the specific language. I think that letter is in.
Yeah, and I tell you, Rusty, I looked at that this morning. Jennifer and Sarah, when they were talking about, what they were going to take out for public comment or what we were going to put out there for people to try to explain it, they found some discrepancies between what was in the minutes, what was on the letter, and then there was a thing drafted by Pat. But anyway, I looked at all that this morning, and I think if we add squaring points to the letter. We add the 4-year delayed implementation to the letter. And make a little bit of a tweak to the last sentence in the second paragraph. We're gonna reflect what we heard in multiple settings, not just one vote, multiple settings with the test. But I do agree that if people keep in mind those things, we're gonna change those things. It would be good for folks to look at that again and just make sure like what we wanted to have done. The minutes and the discussions all reflect that for your implementation, but we never got it into the letter. So, and I think that's probably the most important thing that's not here.
And then I think the next question I have is, that meeting is on the 9th and 10th? 9th for us. And in person, it's impossible for me to be there in person. In the county, we've moved our budget back now because we have this IT Tyler implementation going that's been pushed back, and it's that our budget meetings are that week. I can step out to get on Zoom and do some things, but I wanted to see. Of course, Joe's not here. I was going to ask him.
I hope Joe comes, and at one point Joe said that he was intending to come,
and I remember that also. So I was hoping that he would be there. At that, and then maybe be there in support would be great. Okay,
What are those dates?
that's on the
It's the
9th. It's a Monday, and it's
in Casper.
Casper at the nice building. What's it called?
Those tours. It's the new, it's the Thyra Thompson Stable.
Very nice building, not right across from the Trona High School. It's very nice.
Who is on its way?
Okay, Ogden's on his way. Pat,
If we're gonna, let's just do this today.
So-
I've been really frustrated. We draft stuff, we agree on.
Yeah,
Start changing tomato to tomato, tomato to potato, and we never get it out.
So well, it's actually out,
Out.
but I really do believe we should. I was fine with it. The ladies brought this to me and said, "Do you realize that these things aren't in here?" And that's something that the task force voted on. So I agree with you. It frustrates me as well, but I think what I'll do is I'll rewrite it here in just a second, and I'll send it to everybody here, or I'll put it on the screen, and we can all make sure we're good with it. And then we're going to send it to the TRW committee and say, please replace the one we already sent you.
As long as we do speak now or forever.
yeah, no, I think, thank you for that, Pat. I think that's great, and we'll put it up there, get it distributed, close that door today. For sure. So. Again, I've had lots of calls and emails. I think we've all seen the email strings, and we all get the same email and personally, and then we all share it once, and we sometimes see the same email 18 times. But it is really, as hard as these issues have been, and the calls that I get, the people I talk to, it's the most civil conversation on the hardest issues that I've ever had. And people are really respectful, and I appreciate all of that. And it's been really good. These are not singular, simple issues. And I think everybody that calls and talks to you individually, and I would say most of the emails are pretty respectful. And it's nice to see, and hopefully that continues. Okay, Jennifer, you ready? All right.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me with this?
Mhm.
Okay. So as Greg mentioned, I'm going to do a couple of the topics that were assigned to the department. The three I was tracking was preference to residents and the leftover draw, the percentage of public land versus landowner licenses, And the third thing is the portion of non-resident elk and deer licenses to resident, general deer license and elk licenses. So what we're sharing on the screen right now is a PDF document that I had presented a couple meetings ago on the topic of leftover licenses. And so this is Antelope. If we need to go through, I have it for all the pages. Laura can scroll down on that if you have questions. I think the comments that I've heard the most on is giving residents preference in the leftover draw. And so if you look at this, the way it works now is it's a 1-week application period for all those licenses unsubscribed in the initial draw is put out for a 1-week application period, Monday through Friday. As you can tell, the percentages are pretty consistent across the board in every species. The number of applicants, whether they're resident or non-resident, is pretty much proportionate to how we issue the licenses. And so if we have more residents, then that percentage of licenses issued is pretty consistent with the percentage of choices, licenses issued. It's a completely random draw. There's no preference given. We don't do a resident draw first and then a non-resident draw. We just put all the names in the draw, assign them random numbers, and pull out the winners. The one unique thing about the leftover draw is residents and non-residents can apply together as a party. So in the initial draw, residents and non-residents cannot apply together as a party because they're done as separate draws. In the leftover draw, we can combine those residency parties in this leftover draw. And one of the reasons we made that change when we implemented the leftover draw, why that was important, is a lot of times we have families whose kids may have went out, moved away for college, or just maybe even just moved away and want to come back and hunt with their family. And this allows them to combine those parties as well. Or a lot of times we have residents that live in Wyoming, they reside in Wyoming, but haven't been here for a year, so they don't meet the residency requirement to apply as a resident, but in the leftover draw, they can do that as well, because we can combine those parties. So the one question that I've gotten, and I believe the department's gotten quite a bit, is could we implement a preference to residents at the beginning of this draw? And the answer is yes, we can. The one caveat to that is that we have a very short 1-week application period. And that's for a very particular reason, to get those licenses through a draw, get them printed, get them mailed, and have them in the hands of hunters for the archery season, which right now open in early August. And this draw is the last week of June. So to run that draw, we're running it in July. We're printing those licenses and we're getting them mailed, and we need to get them in the hands of those hunters by August when those archery seasons open. So extending that period of that application period would then make it more challenging to get those licenses in the hands of those hunters before the archery season opened. But you could open that window for a week, still have everybody apply, just like they do now. And in the application records, we rate a date timestamp to every application record. So then you could look, and we can conduct the draw that says on the first day, that Monday of whatever it is that calendar year, all residents who applied on that Monday would go in, we would draw them first. Any licenses available after that would then just be a random draw to everybody else. With that said, those people who applied as a party for residents and non-residents in a party, we couldn't draw them in that resident preference because they would have non-residents in their party. So that's been the one question that I knew had been floating around, is could the department do it? Could our draw do it? And yes, we can do it. I would encourage you not to do a draw for residents only and then release those results and have another week period to then have everybody apply, because then that would extend that time frame. So that was kind of what I had planned to cover on this, but I'll stand for any questions that you guys have.
Jennifer, do we have any idea, if we go through all this, are we making a mountain out of a molehill? Are we actually going to put a lot more licenses in the hands of residents by doing this? Or are we just creating more of a process? Can you tell that, or do you know?
I can't really tell because right now with that 1 week application period over, and historically all of our application periods, people wait till the last minute. So I can't tell now if residents would take that opportunity, like how many residents apply on that first 24 hours now because they have the whole week to apply. But proportionately, you can look at the number of resident applications we get versus how many licenses we issue. And I mean, I don't know that the quantity of resident applicants would increase. So that's kind of a difficult question to answer.
Sorry to interrupt. I think too, Pete, just from comment I've heard, most of this is in regards to type 1 licenses from public comment, from emails I've seen from people which is I mean, we looked at 124, there's 30 resident elk tags. Go 100% to to residents leftover. There's no leftovers when there's 900 applicants. You know, people are talking about type 1 licenses, not so much type 6, type 7, like we were looking at.
Well, you take a year like this, I mean, there could be hardly any type 1 tag.
Oh, absolutely. For the way
Even in the
pronghorn
traditional
numbers have been
areas in
reduced.
northeastern Wyoming,
Yep.
they've taken some severe cuts.
Absolutely.
There could be no leftover type 1 tags this year at all.
And Pat, you had your hand up, and so did Larry.
I was just gonna ask, so the 8th column over where it says 90.
So which column?
Well, there's a column 8 over that said 90% of the licenses to present.
Okay, can you scroll down to dope on? I just had her move up to full price antelope.
There you go. So 90, I mean, is that,
That 9% right there.
yeah, is that total licenses issued in all draws, or is that just in the leftover draws?
So these slides just represent the leftover draws. So in this instance, for Dauphin antelope, we had a total of 1,356 Dauphin antelope licenses left over that went through the leftover draw. Of those 13,000, we issued 9% to residents. But if you look at this column, the residents who submitted applications with a first choice, there was 9% of it. So we consistently in this draw issued proportionately 9% of applicants received 9% of the license for residents.
I guess what we're doing, it works out the same way. So to answer Pete's question, I mean, it is kind of taking that now at the moment. I mean, the residents are getting the same percentage of those licenses as they want in the current system, even without resident preference. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. I mean, if we look at all of the species, that number fluctuates a little bit, but it's fairly consistent with the proportion of applicants as the proportion of licenses issued.
So Jennifer, 2 questions on that. That's probably true for both on antelope and mountain. We see the same trend, say leftover cow tags, and big one, in the TT area and some of those places. And so we see the same trend there. Just trying to see if they're elk different than antelope. Antelope makes sense. Where I hear most concern is the guys can't draw the lake to leftover cow elk tags because they're all gone. Well, that was the first question, then I got a follow.
So here's cow-calf elk. So on this one, you can see the same columns as she enlarges it. So resident licenses issued, we issued about 40% of the cow-calf licenses to residents, and they actually made up 42%. So it's fairly consistent. it's a random draw, so that there is a little bit of fluctuation, but it's still fairly consistent that 42% of the first choice applicants were resident, and we issued 40% of the licenses to residents.
Okay, so there's a follow-up question, as it seems to me, and it's been a long time since I did leftover drawback. At one time, weren't they, residents did get first choice if those leftovers before non-residents, and it may be a decade. Is that? Always been?
As far back as I can remember, it's always been like this, because even in the, you remember the days where you'd have the big lines on.
Yeah, no, I stood in line.
I did too. But see those, it was, once they went out, after well, you're talking about the leftover draw. The leftover draw has, I think, always been similar, but the step that's added now is that there isn't those lines. They're not going out for over-the-counter issues.
Yeah, so we implemented this intermediary step before it used to be the initial draw. And then they went first come, first serve over the counter, where you could buy them at every licensed selling agent, whoever showed up first or had fast internet connection. So there was no resident preference there either, which actually we heard a lot of comments discouraged or gave it disadvantages to residents, because in Wyoming at that time, we had slower internet speeds than people in other states. So when we implemented this, we implemented it similar to how the first come, first serve was, where it was open in a completely random draw and didn't give that preference, but just added this step that your internet connection didn't matter. And we could issue a lot of these licenses before we turn them over to the first come, first serve. But this leftover draw has always been just a random draw.
So Jennifer, what you're saying is, what you described earlier is you could timestamp that. And if residents applied in that first 24 hours, it wouldn't really add anything to the process, the timing or anything for you to do a resident draw, or at least give that first 24 hours of preference to residents in the same process that we already do.
So yes, we write a date timestamp to every application record, so we wouldn't have to change that process at all. What we would have to do is add probably a step or two in the draw to pull out those people who had a specific date time.
How many of these applicants were originally in a party in the first drawing, the regular drawing? Because that would tell you, because that's the argument I heard was, I put in a party application in the first drawing, and I can't get out of it for my second and third choice. That's the argument. And so how many of those folks had been involved in a party and then opted out? I mean, again, I think we're talking, I don't know how much time we're gonna spend on this for how many people.
Well, that's why I don't want to spend any more time on it.
I would say we spent
Actual
3
data
meetings on
for us to
Big
find
Five,
out.
that's a 0.2%
That's,
increase, so
that's where I want to say, if we got
we're
data.
gonna
that
spend
says
another
it's a
3 meetings
non-issue,
on
it's a
0.2%
non.
increase.
Spend no meetings on it.
So I just was wondering, Jen, can we mine that data and find out this is an issue?
So I just want to clarify, because I think what Lee's saying is kind of what I was talking about. You want to know, of this 150, how many were tied in a party in the initial draw that didn't draw, that then came back and applied in the leftover draw, that 150. Is that correct? Okay, and I can pull that data. The thing that, just to keep in mind is, like I said, there may have been people who never came back and applied in this leftover draw because their licenses weren't available. So I can pull you a number, but just keep in mind, it's only the percentage of the people that actually decided to come back.
Yeah, and that's the ones that we want to find out.
Okay, and yeah, I can
think
pull
we're
that.
key. I think we're wasting a lot of time.
I think we
That's
are.
my own opinion.
I think
If
we
we
are.
got real data, let's use that to make a decision.
Wayne, you're trying to cross-reference type 1 applications with Doe fonts. And it's not always the same people that are, I don't know if there's too many people put in for second or third choice for a Doe font license when they're applying for a type 1 buck tag.
Well, what
They're
I-
waiting
Jennifer, we can
till
do
the
these-
leftover drawing to do that.
But you can do this with type 1, type any type, right?
So I can crosswalk. So a full price antelope type 1 or 2 applicant in the initial draw, whether they came back in and applied for a type 1 or type 2 in the leftover draw. I can also do a 6 in the initial draw to a 6 in the leftover draw. I believe is what I'm hearing the request for data is.
Let me say it a different way. And I'm just speaking Pat Crane. This is a big mountain out of a molehill. We've wasted tons of time. Larry's just saying, let's get some data about this frequency of this argument that people are hearing about this party application. Whatever that data is, let's get it and then let's be done with this. Right?
I can do that.
Are you clear, Jennifer, on exactly what data you need to mine?
I am clear.
Okay.
Good, because I'm confused. We can always rely on you, Jennifer.
Okay. Any other questions on the leftover draw? And any other data you would like me to get, or any other questions you want me to answer before I move on to landowner licenses and percent public land? Thank you. Laura, can you change to the PowerPoint? So I was asked to look at the approximate percentage of public land in hunt areas that we issued landowner licenses. And so with that, I have every hunt area type percentage of land. If necessary, I can pull that up on my computer and answer any of those questions. But I thought the easiest way to present this was to go back to the original PowerPoint where I presented the number of landowner licenses we issued and tack onto that the percentage of public land. So you can reference a previous presentation with this additional information. So the approximate public lands in every hunt area is part of our website. It's an approximate. If you go to our hunt planner, when our publics are studying, trying to figure out where they want to apply, we list this on our website. So that is where these numbers came from. So this was 2021 data that I had presented before. This is just the total number of licenses and then number of resident landowner licenses and number of non-resident landowner licenses. So you've seen this slide before. In Elk, in 2021, 2% of the resident licenses were issued to landowners. So that was 921. I'm going to walk through these slides pretty quick because you've seen them before. Okay, so then I'm going to go back to this one. So this is the slide that I had presented previously for resident elk landowner licenses. So 63% of the licensed hunt area types had landowner licenses, with up to 42% of the available licenses going in the landowner draw. So these are the highest 4% of landowner licenses issued to residents to the resident quota. So in a 124 type 1, we issued 42% of the quota to landowners, and there was 70% approximate public land. So I've added this column to denote the approximate public land. For elk, approximate public land in all of our hunt areas that have landowner licenses range from 0% to 83%. So just looking at the top 4 I had listed before, our public land goes from about 23% to 70%. This was the chart I had before of the number of hunt area type licenses, the percent of resident quota that went to landowners, and then I've added this column that's the percent public land. So 4 hunt area license types had between 25 and 23% of their quota issued to residents. 4 of those had, so the public land was between 50 and 65% is how you read this column. In the 15 licenses with 11 to 19% of the quota added to issued to landowners, 6 of those were between 26 and 55% public land, and 9 of them were between 61 and 90% public land. There should be a non-resident deer one. Okay, so on non-resident deer or non-resident elk, same thing. These were the highest percentages. The public land doesn't change percentage wise. And so same thing, there was 8 areas that had between 44 and 30% of the available quota issued to landowners, and here's the breakdown. The one thing I do want to note in here is in this 16 for 10% or less of the licenses issued to landowner, general was in here, but I don't calculate a percent of public land in general because it crosses so many hunt areas. So I just list general in here. Looking at deer licenses, previous presentation, about 5% of the total resident quota went to landowners, issuing 398 licenses in 2021, and 2% went to non-residents. Residents can't pick up a general license in the landowner draw, so the residents don't include general. Same thing here on the residents. The public land ranged from 0% to 83% of the hunt areas that landowner licenses were issued. Public land percentage, once again, you can see the top 5 areas where we issued the highest number of landowner licenses to total availability and the percentage. And then the same breakdown here. I'll kind of go through these fairly quickly. They're consistent. If you have questions, we can stop and talk about it in the next one. Non-resident, I did not include region general areas. They're included down here in this percentage because we do issue non-resident region general licenses. But once again, I didn't put in the percent of public land. Public land ranges from 15% to 99% for those areas where we issued landowner licenses for deer. Antelope for residents, public land ranges from 3 to 95%. For those 94 areas, we issued landowner licenses. And once again, you can see the top 4 and then the breakdown. And this is non-resident as well, with the public land as well, and the breakdown. So I'll stop right there and answer any questions. If you want specific hunt area licenses, I'll have to grab my computer and just filter the spreadsheet, but I have those.
Go ahead.
I looked at my stuff on my computer, but how hard would it be, Jennifer, for you to give us area by area?
We've got some of that.
I have the whole spreadsheet. It's just hard to present. I wasn't sure how to present it. But I think previously we had sent out public access. It's on our hunt planner. I have that, but I have it paired next in a spreadsheet with the number of licenses. It's just hard to present because there are rows of data. So
Could you print it and give it to us?
I can.
Right, would that be hard to do?
No.
Would that be the request for next meeting? So we can
Yeah.
look at area by area.
We have that.
We have it, but what we don't have, Adam, is the percent public land right now. So we got, it shows all those land on the quota, how many non-resident, how many resident land on the quotas. The only thing we need to add to that existing data
Is one column.
is one column that shows percent public land.
Yeah, I can do. I have it. That's how I built those spreadsheets.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. If we just go back to those, so based on the discussions of the subcommittee, one of the, recommendations that we had thrown out there, that in no instance would there be more than 50% of the available quota go to landowner tenants. I mean, it's one of the things that the subcommittee worked on, irregardless of the amount of public land. I think I only saw 2 or 3 of those, and I think they were for L, where you actually saw. So if you just look at that percent non-resident quota, all of those are below the 50%. But I think there was one. So if we go back, I think it was actually L, maybe a deer.
There was one on.
Yeah, there you go.
80, 60, 50, there's 3.
There's 3.
80%, 60%. So under that scenario, you would have capped those landowner permits at 50% of the max.
When 83% is public land, that's getting hosed. That's hosing every public hunter that exists.
Yeah. So if we go back to resident deer, and just walk back through there. Resident deer, all of them fall underneath that 50% threshold. We do well. So on the resident elk, you're okay. Where's the non-resident?
You're not okay.
Here again, you got
You're not
So right there.
3 of those, should exceed that. Well, that was one of the discussion points that the subcommittee had. So talking a handful of units, those are pretty highly desirable.
I think a lot of those numbers really need to be crushed and discussed. The more I've sat and looked at this idea of a 50% cap on landowner licenses makes me sick to my stomach. I mean, 50%, I don't care what the public land side of things looks like. At this point in time, we're now totally gifting and leveraging a public asset for a continued small group of individuals. And yes, congratulations, you have a chunk of land in a desirable hunting unit. That's amazing. Lots of people do. Not everyone gets that same guarantee every year. I also, every person in this room, every resident of this state that has access to public land should have a similar chance at that. And saying 50% is a good number, I will not move forward with this as a representative of the Wyoming sportsman.
Yeah, and that was just thrown out.
I know, but I'm just saying that's a number that I'm going to attack from the get-go. Like, there's no way we can look at 50% as a starting point for that conversation, in my opinion.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Adam, I agree with you. I think 50% is probably too high. I would guess we have to look at it on an individual area.
So you're gonna
Larry's
value
a status,
I-
statistics guy, but, if you're only issuing 50 licenses, I would, depending on the number of licenses we're issuing, I think that percentage that goes to landowners should decrease. Because that's fair. If you're issuing 1,200 licenses and a little bit larger percentage go to landowners, I'm comfortable with that. I don't know that we'll be able to set one number, but I think it probably needs to be looked at per area, which will sounds great for Brian and the game and fish department, but those are my thoughts. I think 50% is too high too, but I'm just coming at it from a fairness argument. I don't want to pick a war with the landowners. And so I think we can avoid that just by looking at the percentage and find some level that's fair. 50% is probably wrong.
So what happens if you set your percentage off the offset of the public lands? It's 86% public lands, 14% of the licenses go to landowners. Look at that top area, 124.1, 70% public land, cap it at 30%. That keeps it ratio. It just says,
But not every landowner, not every 5 acres in that private land makeup of the 30% gets a chance at those. You've got a small group of landowners in that 30% of public land, or 30% of private land. That, 124 is a coveted elk tag.
I think
So-
you're onto something there. I think you're both onto something though. I think you can take a percentage, like that, okay, 30, but then you cut that into it because like you
What's
said.
the qualified land?
Correct. That's
sure,
right.
no,
correct.
you
Yeah.
still got
And so-
qualified land.
And so I
but it's
think that
30%.
No, because 30% also includes every 5 acres or 2 acres of private land in that unit.
But
Who
it
doesn't get a
also-
chance
it
at a
also
landowner
didn't
license.
Notice the big and small, so to me, it's a bit of a trade-off. I mean, you're gonna hit on my end of it. I'm just the same as you are, is you gotta keep in mind those big blocks of ground, still get 2 licenses, and they're providing habitat for huge amounts. You go through these numbers, part of these guys are taking $100,000 a year hits.
Absolutely.
And they're providing the habitat. That's been my
Absolutely.
argument all along is, I don't care if you go out here on the Sweetwater, when you look at those smaller parcels of private ground, it's the best ground. It's all the springs, it's all the good stuff. And that's where it's been all along. I used to go hunt one shot with the guys. I never was on team, but I used to hunt with them. They're like, well, how come it's all private land down here on the bottom? I said, well, that was what's homestead and it was the best. And that's where all the game's at. When you're out there hunting, you got 20,000 acres BLM and 1,000 acres creek bottoms where most animals are at. And those guys need rewarded for that in some fashion. And it's not a crazy deal, but the path you're taking, and it's a happy mix between it, Adam, but you've got to make them want to have a game. I've said it all along. If not, what you do is you lose the game. We got a good letter from the guy from New Mexico, that is part of the comments, talks about what's happened in New Mexico with landowner licenses. If you disincentivize game, this is the real damage. If you disincentivize the reason to have game, you just don't have licenses to hunt quotas.
So, Larry, I'm gonna go to you and then we have Joe and Albert. And we also have this on our agenda later to talk about in our subcommittee. And we're gonna hash this out probably even more. And so we can probably go on with Jennifer's presentation and get into more of this, the nuts and bolts of this later in our subcommittee too. So go ahead, Larry, and then I got Joe and Albert online that wanted to have their hand raised.
Yeah, Rusty, I understand where Adam's, and I agree with what he's doing at some point in time. The only thing when we do this is how much, we can quantify. Only the eligible landowners are what you're saying, and they may not be up to 30%.
That might be 10% of the
It could
available
be
land.
10% of the eligible landowners have, and that would probably be inequitable. I always come back to the question, is how much time and effort is it to take? So where's the trade-off? Because somebody's just got to show how many acres. What you do for a landowner permit anyway, usually you show how many acres you have, and then there's a determination. when the number of animal use stays, we'll have that discussion later and stuff too. I think there's probably a happy medium out there between what all of this. We just need to explore this a little bit. That's all.
But we're only
I
required to
appreciate
give God 10%, so why can't we just give landowners 10%?
Well, and then I think you're gonna see the inverse of that when you see places that have 95%
Sure.
private land.
Private land.
You know, I think that the same argument's gonna be, are we gonna give only 5% back to the regular draw? I don't think that's, I don't think we wanna do that either. So I think there's definitely gonna be some, that's gonna play out. So, Joe, you're online, go ahead. And then after Joe, Albert, you can go.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I can't be there. Hey, and you may get to this. I hope I can stay on through it. But I guess the point to Adam's point that I wanted to stress is we need to take not only land proportion into consideration, but really demand when you think about opportunity. And I think I've shared this with some of the folks on the committee. Those two criteria can be used effectively to determine what proportion of the permits in a limited entry area could go to landowners. But we can't simply just look at the proportion of private to public land. We also have to look at the relative demand for those permits and the demand on those land resources. And so I think that's an important consideration, and hopefully we can carry that conversation as this topic comes back up later in the agenda.
Thanks, Joe. Albert?
Yeah, I just have a question and it can wait till later. My question is, can we treat non-resident landowners differently than resident landowners? That was raised in that paper that came out from the subcommittee. So I was just curious what people thought about that, but that can wait till later.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Jennifer. Does anybody have any more questions specific to this? I think that the information that was requested will help greatly in the subcommittee's continued work on and conversation on that going forward too. So Tony, you got it.
Just a real quick, I guess, to clarify for me, some of these areas where you have a lot of public land and a lot of landowner licenses, are those public lands the checkerboard where you can't get to them, because they're tied up? I mean, that to me makes a big difference in how we approach this. If it's leased land that is isolated by private land, then how do you open that up without opening up that whole deal of the corner jumping and the whole thing?
So I think what you're saying is that percent public land is just something that's taken off a map and it's not actually quantifying what's accessible.
It's not accessible, or, sort of like Ogden's thing there too. There's, the more favorable land is generally private, and the least favorable is probably public or leased, and so you can't get to it. So the access, I think, is important to look at too, or think about.
I think that'll play into why every area and to what everybody said, Joe and Howard, that each area is going to be a little bit different. That's going to be hard, but I think worth the conversation, certainly. Any other questions for Jennifer before she moves on through this presentation? Okay. Go ahead.
Or can you advance to the one that says General Elk? So the next question I was asked was to provide the number of resident, general, elk, and deer, and antelope, but we don't issue general antelope, so that one was really easy. Licenses, and then the number of general, either region for deer or general licenses for non-resident elk. So looking at general elk licenses, the first column The first row is resident general, 2017 to 2021. This column's 2021. And then the non-resident licenses issued in the initial draw. So non-resident general licenses are only available, if you recall, in the initial draw. As part of the 7250, we calculate the number of non-resident general licenses that can be issued. Those non-resident general licenses are only issued in the initial draw and cannot be picked up by a non-resident after the initial draw, either in the leftover or first come, first serve. Residents can pick up a general license anytime for elk as long as they meet license limits. So this column, this row in the licenses issued for residents in each of those years is the total number of active general resident licenses issued. So in 2021, we're finalizing our audit right now. We issued just over 26,418 resident general elk licenses in 2021. In the non-resident draw, the general licenses to meet the 7250 cap based on what was undersubscribed for the limited quota, we issued 4,016 non-resident general elk licenses. So one of the questions I was asked, and I had provided some numbers, I provided these numbers before the meeting, is how would we calculate, based on the conversations previously, maintaining that residents would get 84% of the general licenses, how would we calculate a non-resident general quota if they remove the 7250? So calculating that number, you take the resident general and you calculate, so 84%, 26,000 divided by 84% gives you a total license of 31,450 would have been the total we would have worked from for resident or for total general elk license in 2021. And then if you take 84% of that, that's the 26,418. So that's what this number is at the bottom, is how we would calculate if you remove the 7250. But right now we calculate non-resident general based on that 7250.
So, if I may, just real quick so I can understand the data. So when we look at the highest number of licenses in 2020, 27,000 residents, we still have, I'm just trying to understand why the non-resident general license pool continues to decline. I mean, it's a downward from 2017. Why are we issuing a lot more non-resident limited quota permits? I just don't understand why that's happening. Even at our highest license year, we have less non-resident general licenses. Just what's causing?
So right here, let me explain again. So this will take a minute to answer this question. When we calculate non-resident general, so the commission approves seasons for elk, limited quota areas, and whatever that number of hunting licenses for full price elk, we take 16% of that and allocate those to non-residents. So if there's 100 licenses in one type 1, 16 of those go in the non-resident draw. We also calculate a number similar to this when we take 16% of all of those commission approved limited quota areas to get to 7250. We have to calculate a resident general number, total number of general, to plug into there, so that 16% of that added to 16% of the limited quota calculates to 7250, because by commission regulation we have to issue 7,250 full price elk licenses. So if we go up in quota and 16% of that limited quota, and we have fully subscribed applicants to meet that limited quota, then this number will go down. So as they add 4s and 5s and demand goes up for all of those limited quota areas, general will go down because we're capped at the 7250 in commission regulation.
So Pat has a question, and then Joe actually has a question also. So
Jennifer, if you pick a year, either 2020 or 2021, if you were to subtract out the limited quota type 1 licenses, either of those years, how does that compare to the 7250? Does that make sense?
So subtract out the limited quota just in the non-resident elk draw?
Sure. I mean, we're given, we take all the limited quotas and subtract it from 7250. And then that tells us how many non-resident general licenses will be issued.
Correct.
And that's all based on numbers clear in the 1980s or the 1970s. If we use today's numbers, what would it look like?
So
Or does that make sense at all?
I think so. Let me answer what I think you're asking, and then you can tell me if it's not. So the other thing to keep in mind is when we calculate this and we calculate that 16%, you can see that the number of limited quota licenses has went up from that were issued from 20 to 21 because we've issued less general. The other thing is the demand for those licenses, just because we have 16%, the demand for those for non-residents fluctuates as well. So we often calculate that number and then we issue all the limited quota, we issue all the general, and we don't meet the 7250. So then we go back in and add approximately 350 across all years, more general to meet the 7250.
That was a really stupid question. So in 2021, we issued 4,000 general health licenses.
Yeah, 4,296 in 2020.
Okay. So, and the arbitrary, the 7250 is just a number set by commission regulation.
Correct.
So that's a deep fish biology question. If that cap removed, where do we set it? Or do you need a cap?
So let me answer that, Jennifer, because I think where we would need to go is if the 7250 cap went away, I think we would have to have a statewide goal of trying to achieve 16% of non-resident general license. So we'd have to take the past 3 years average or something like that of what residents purchased as general licenses and take 16% of that and issue that number. And the goal will never be able to be precise because you don't know how many general licenses precisely that are going to be purchased by residents. But you would take that number on a statewide basis and you potentially have to tweak it regionally because there's some places where residents won't meet the demand. You take Hunt Area 60 as an example for elk, and right now it's a general area and only 25% of the harvest or less comes from residents. So there's places where we would probably want to issue more non-resident general licenses than 16%, and there may be others where it's less.
I think you have to regionalize that licenses.
That would make this process easier. It would be similar to deer. But deer does not align with what I just described perfectly, and we're going to get to that. But the point I wanted to make is we have to remember that we can be very precise to the license right now on limited quota. For generals, it will be more difficult to be that precise.
Question, so on that hypothetical you just run using area 60. 4,000 people that could have chose to hunt in area 60 and they chose not to, right? How the only way I can see you're gonna put one on residents is to limit quota in area 60 and make them have to. There was 4,000 people that could have picked to hunt area 60 and they chose not. So even, how are you gonna increase
I think the way you,
participation there, when there's no limitation right now with this 4,000? And we all know why, right?
yeah.
But-
It's
And so I don't know if that's a good analogy, because even if you increase those regional, it's probably gonna go someplace that they don't have to hire an outfit. They don't have to deal with grizzly bears and they can backpack 4-wheeler hunt, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And so it won't change, even if we up the regional number up there in those areas, it's not gonna change the number of non-residents that go into area 60. Part of that is because of our wilderness law, it says you can go into resident. And so I just don't see that as a solution to that issue.
So if we remove the cap and we just said we're only going to issue 16%, I think what we would end up with is a decrease in like places like Hunt Area 60 of non-residents using that hunt area. Because there wouldn't be enough licenses. I mean, some of you guys that outfit there, tell me, am I wrong? I mean,
So Mr. Chair, if you go, we've run some numbers, and if you parse it down, if you regionalize down that tight, the 16% is gonna be less than is already used in those areas around Cody.
So it,
Yeah, and
It's a
that would be
challenge.
my guess too, because right now, 4,000 people have an option. You regionalize it, you reduce that number. Although, if you just did the statewide thing, you may end up with 5,000, 5,500 general license. That scenario, percentage of those would choose to.
and I do think that those 4,000 people, the limitation for them right now is capacity, because they're all outfitted. So it's the capacity of what the existing forest permits, the existing outfitters can take. And so that's what's,
That's the other limitation.
yeah.
And the use station.
I mean, to
Yeah.
draw a general belt tag for non-resident takes 2.2.
No, you're looking at 3 on the low price and 4 on the high price. I think 4 on the low price, 3 on the high price is kind of where we're at right now. But I'm looking at these guys out here, is that what you're thinking?
So there's additional demand
Well, it's statewide.
to hunt, it's not kind of a thoroughfare general out there.
Well, it's, any general LCAG in the state is gonna be 4 points for people.
It's the same.
For non-resident.
For
Yeah,
non-resident,
for non-resident.
it's not
Only
specific,
for rifle,
it's not specific to,
because it's 100% guarantee if you're an archery.
Yeah.
100% guarantee every year if you want archery, as an on.
So Joe,
not anymore, not anymore.
Joe has a question. So Joe, go ahead.
No question, Rusty. I was actually had my hand up from before.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Here's my problem with the 7250, it's totally arbitrary. Versus looking back on my 6 years with the Game and Fish Commission, I voted for the damn thing. I'm embarrassed. It's the only thing I can clearly point at. And I've been pretty critical at times of Game and Fish and season setting. That whole process, because I think it's probably too political and too much social work and not enough biology. It's the only thing I can point at. It's totally arbitrary. So I just think it's a thing that's a dinosaur. We can shoot it in the head, get rid of it. Figure out how to set a cap or regionalize elk licenses so the Game and Fish can use their biological expertise to spread additional non-resident general license hunters out. It's part of the tool to deal with burgeoning elk populations. I don't think it's as good of a tool as the type X licenses we're gonna talk about later, but it's a tool. It's just arbitrary capricious. I mean, it makes no sense.
It has no basis in management, none whatsoever. It's the only species in our state we manage to a number and not to the population. That makes no sense whatsoever, none. Now, how you come up with that number, whether you regionalize or how you do that, that's can be debated. But if our elk population continues to grow, that number 4,000 is going to get less and less and less and less. Because all these limited quota areas, we're going to be increasing tags. And that's going to come out of there. And we have a tremendous number of general elk areas in this state. And they'll have no management basically per se whatsoever. And that is going to hurt our overall management problems we're having with damages on ranches and those types of things. It's going to increase the elk in those
Competition with
areas.
other species.
We have to do something to get at these elk numbers in a general way. When we have a tremendous, probably 70% or more of our areas are general. A tremendous number of general areas. Same is true with deer, but we do it differently with deer. We have regions. And so we do have that factor. But with this number here, it was basically a political, what was 89 or 90 somewhere in there when that came out. Understand it at the time, but a lot of water under the bridge, a lot more elk on the landscape.
Okay. Any other questions? Jennifer? Okay, go ahead.
So just to kind of clarify what Director Nezik was talking about, that's why I put this number up here. Even if you just worked off 16% of what would the resident licenses issued for general, you would just take 16% of that. So as the director was talking, whether that was a 3-year average, could be the number used to calculate 16% to set a non-resident general quota. Whether you regionalize it, that would be different, but that would basically be how you would calculate a 16%, holding true to 84% of resident general on that slide. So. And just, Lee was correct. For non-resident general, right now in the special draw, it's around 3 points to draw. We haven't done 2022 yet. And for those that pay the higher special fee, it's creeping closer to 4 last year to get a general elk license as a non-resident.
Flip it. 4 points.
Four for the regular draw and 3 for special. Which it used to be, you could pretty much draw a general in the special with no points or very little points. General deer licenses, as was previously mentioned, this is done a little differently for non-residents, but the same data. Here's the resident general deer licenses we issued in those 5 years. So in 2021, we issued just over 38,000 resident general deer licenses. For non-residents, the commission approves non-resident region general quotas. So we have like region A has a specific quota and we conduct that draw. This is the total licenses issued through that approved commission quota in the region for regional non-resident deer. So you can see that in 2021, the commission approved region general deer licenses was 15,425. Just calculating based on the same thing that I showed for elk, if you took, just ignore this. It was a late night. That should be 20%. Deer is 80-20. So just ignore that. But this quota number is actually set by and approved by the commission as a non-resident general in about 17, 16, 14, depending on what year you're looking at, number of regions for general deer. And those are the 3 topics that I was asked to present and provide information on. So any questions?
Jennifer, I have a question on just the drawing again. You and I have talked about this, talked to other people about this. A lot of the things that we're talking about and these 3 things that we just talked about here with resident preference points, our drawing is trying to think of a way to, we allow people to put in for a second and third choice, knowing year to year to year that they can't draw that. And so what I'm trying to wrap my head around is that I think that most people that put in for licenses are pretty educated on our license draw system, but there's still upwards of 10,000 people a year that put in for a second and third choice that is impossible to draw. How can we help? How can we be more user friendly in getting them to pointing them to the areas that they can actually draw a license in? And then it really does away with some of the other issues that we're having. Is there a way to do that? Can we not allow a person to, if I send in for a deer, an elk, or an antelope area that is consistently oversubscribed, it still allows me to fail, right? The system still allows me to fail.
You need an automatic just boot out for any second choice 128.
That's what I'm wondering. Is there a way to do that?
58 elk tags.
Is there a way to do that?
So I'll answer that a couple ways. Our IT programmers are smart. They can pretty much program anything we're asked to do. The other thing that we've talked about is, one, I'm a huge proponent of education. Every time I get up here, it's an educational opportunity to talk about our draws, educate people watching. So huge educational component that just needs to continue to happen at every opportunity. The one thing that we've talked about is, could you put a warning box? I don't want to 100% allow people to not do what they really want to do, even though at the time it's a 0% draw odds, because those draw odds are based on last year's data. And so those do fluctuate. They do change depending on what the commission approves for a quota from year to year. But I do think a warning or a box that says in the last 5 years, this had 0% chance of drawing on a second or third choice, so that then they can make informed decisions if they want to continue to do that. The thing the trouble that kind of brings up that we would still run into is we could only do that probably on your initial application. People go in and modify their applications all the time, which then would complicate. We can't program edits to warn them at every step of the 10 times they might modify their application. But I would strongly encourage the department not to put something in that says you're not allowed to apply as the second or third choice because prior history said it wasn't possible, because I never say it's 100% guaranteed that you wouldn't draw it. Drawing odds in the past are a predictor of what could happen, but that can change. Quota changes and demand changes.
Would that be hard to implement?
It's just things that we need to work with our IT team to implement, that then's additional screens to get customers through. We're always looking at ways to change that, but IT capacity, it's not a no, it's just that IT is a very highly demanded resource in our agency, and getting that through as we work through stuff each year and bring systems up is something that we can look at. I don't know how hard it would be. It would be edit boxes. We'd have to bring in the drawing odds from the prior year. We'd have to set those limits. So it would be a little bit of work.
We just need to ask them. We need to just sit down and look at what kind of a lift it is. I don't suspect it's huge, but it is a lift. But I think I agree with Jennifer. I think we don't want to tell folks, you can't apply, but we should be able to look at putting a warning box. You just applied for 114. For the last 5 years, you will not draw this on a second choice. You should think about reconsidering, and then having a link to an explanation of how the draw works. Click here and you can see how our drawing works. We've already got that in some places on the website. So that if they want to become informed, if you put it on there and say, read this before you apply, they won't do it. They will.
Well, yeah, I mean, we already have the warnings for limited public land availability or limited access, and you still see them.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we can.
I think it's a similar conversation that we'll have probably a little bit later when we talk about a private land only license, that making somebody actually click the box that says I have access to private land by applying for this. They're not specifying a place, but at least clicking the box that makes them realize when they don't have a place that they lied when they clicked that. You see what I'm
Problem
saying?
with our license, there's so many mistruths and misunderstandings and myths and all kinds of other things out there that you're just never going to change. There's people who think it's corrupt from day one. There's people who think that if you apply this way, you're going to get a better chance for that. I mean, you can't change that. No matter what we do, we're putting a box somewhere, putting a buzzer on it so it zaps you if you try to do it. There's nothing, I just don't think there's that much we can do. We have to do due diligence and put information out there, but to think we're going to change that is going to be pretty.
I agree with that. I think that we try to make it as, I said I was not going to say something like that. So
That's usually what Pat thinks.
but make it so that we don't allow people to fail as much as we do right now. I just went through the antelope, and there's very few antelope licenses that are areas that you can draw a second or third choice. And there's thousands of resident hunters that send in for a second and third choice, but that year after year after year after year, it's a 0% chance. Mm-hmm. And they could be getting the tags that we're having all this conversation about. And either they are one of the skeptical people that think that, I'm just going to put in for 3 choices and they're all hard choices, and I don't understand it, or I'm not sure, but we're allowing them with no, not even a warning. We're allowing them to do it. And so I'm just wondering if there's an easy way IT to at least maybe help some people direct them to the areas that are easier to draw on a second choice or are even possible, or have been possible in the last 5 years. So anyway, yeah.
How much money and time for the burden you put on the agencies to deal with people? And I'll tell you, I did it for years, intentionally.
He did.
I full loaded it. You know, I'm at a stage of my hunting career where I want to go certain places and I want to do certain things. And I'll put down second and third. I used to put down second and third choices just out of some, you know, I pray after I send in my application, and maybe God will mess up the computer system.
Then you went on a Chris, you
All
got
those
on the
all those hunters that out there will catch the one puckaroo and die. Not intentionally. But
Well,
you can't have birds to the game and fish to deal with people that don't follow the directions.
Jennifer, I think you're probably on the right track with this, with the education component. And I think when, on those license application pages, if there could be a very prevalent box that says draw odds, where people could click on it, could look at that 5-year average, and you could break that down by first choice, second choice, third choice, where people can at least see that, boy, it's right there in front of me. And it would be a great way for you to help direct people to seeing that instead of having to go dig for that. And I think if it was done on each individual license application page, it would be right there. And like anything with an education component, there is a learning curve and it will take some time, but the utilization of that right in front of them on each individual license page would probably help that a lot.
The other component we weigh just for your guys' information on our application system is weighing the number of pages people have to click through and get through that's education or other information versus the for those who need that education versus the complaints we hear from the people who do it every year and know exactly what they want to do and don't want to click through 10 pages. So we do weigh that as well. It's a lot of steps now just to get through submitting an application. And so we have to be very strategic in what we put out there and what we force our applicants to click through to make sure that we're not overburdening them as well on clicking through to get through the things we need. So the department, our office and IT work closely with Sarah's shop and information to weigh that as well to what we put out there and be strategic about that as well.
Yeah, Rusty, I obviously deal with a lot of non-resident clients, and they say that the Wyoming's application system is, if not the most complex, it's complex. So, you know, again, you can only do so much. You can only hold their hand so many times. And they just, you know, can't fix it.
oh, but we can help it. You know, we can help it.
Yeah, I
That's what I'm
understand.
saying. I think that
but-
if there's something IT relatively easy that says, you know, what the director said was, you know, for the last 5 years, this is a 0% chance to draw this. I mean, I think that there's 8,000 people just that sent in resident for just antelope, that even a portion of those that would change and say, you know what, I want to get it. I actually want to get licensed.
But
I don't know,
almost,
maybe not.
I guess I'd be concerned if you're, I see where you're going with it. If I apply for an area 124 elk tag as my second choice, a flag comes up and says, hey, you're not going to get it. But that's a monitoring situation that Jennifer's folks are going to have to monitor. But where I think the education might need to go is just saying, hey, beware of what you're applying for second choice. I know where you're going, where if you do that 124, it's boom, it flags. But yearly, am I correct, Jennifer, that yearly you would have to look at those areas and which ones are going to get flagged if you apply for a second choice and if you apply for a third choice. So how far do we go? Some of these might be drawn, you might be able to draw them in a second choice, but you can't in a third. So do we have to flag the third? So I'm thinking more of a generic warning. I know they might not pay attention to it, but make them click it and say, I read this before I did my second choice. I read this before I did my third choice, and you can't where you can't fill in anything before you read that warning that says, hey, check the draws. Because again, I think if we have to continually monitor which areas cannot be drawn,
I agree.
it might be that might be something of a burden for the department. I don't know.
No, I agree.
So I think,
we're talking about
Rusty,
the
it's
same
worth looking into, and I appreciate the fact that you recognize that this is it's a lift. I just don't know how much it is, and I'd like to know that before this is something that the department can just go implement. I mean, we don't need to go through the commission or anything else. We can just implement this, but I would like to know what that lift is, and I haven't asked them to evaluate that, so.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I think it'll be similar when we talk about like I said, later, when we talk about a private land only license. So, okay, sorry, took you off on the drawing thing again, like I have probably 4 times. So,
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer. Thanks, Jennifer.
She wants to sit down.
I know. Yeah, let's take a quick break and then we'll come back and start into that next agenda item.
Mics have some room, so if you need to pull them a little closer to you, by all means, please do. Secondly, everybody that's got stuff on this table back here, they will be setting up launch buffet across there, so please, let's get that moving.
Great.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on to our issue 3, policies and practices might support and incentivize private landowners and stewards of wildlife habitat. So we had a landowner license allocation subcommittee. Adam, do you want to tackle that?
There's 6 different topics in this, so
There is.
I think we go one by one if we want to tackle this and maybe just cap it at like 10 minutes hard out on each of them. Otherwise, we'll sit forever on one and not get to the others. The first one was looking at in limited quota units, leaving in place the 160 acre minimum, but scaling the AUDs. And again, much like the 7250, these numbers are kind of pulled out of arbitrary land. So they're very much open for discussion and biological interpretation on what makes sense. But looking at for limited quota type 1, 2, or 9 licenses, a minimum of 1,000 animal use days would equal 1 landowner license, 2,000 AUDs would equal 2. Again, just arbitrary numbers with no more than 2 being given during any 1 year under the similar or the existing guidelines for landowner licenses. These would not, nor should they be transferable, these type 1s, 2s, or 9s. And then we had a lot of comment on this too within the group, within the subcommittee, in terms of what this would actually look like. And, you know, I'm sure the technical note shows up in there also. That's kind of my discussion points start coming in as a sportsman's representative. Even though that is a note that's more addressed towards landowner sacrifice, I guess. I don't know if that's the right semantics to be approaching this with. Is there any open discussion on that number 1 that we want to look at on that scalability of animal use days versus landowner license awards? Or is it something that, I mean, as a subcommittee, we were just trying to parse this out a little bit because we know 160 acres is not the same as 160,000 acres or 16,000 acres or 1,600 acres. You know, by all rights, if 160 acres can support 2,000 animal use days, that habitat's almost more viable than 160,000 acres that only has to prove 2,000 animal use days. I mean, if you're talking about scalability, we mentioned scalability of AUDs, and this is kind of the start of that.
Yeah. Dwayne? By going to that 1,000 acres for 1 license. To a lot of new. how do you restrict that? That's my only fear of it. Could see much more of a burden.
Well, and I think there's a lot of these subjects that are intertwined too, because if we're discussing a landowner license cap, doesn't matter how many qualified parcels put in, if there's only 10% of those licenses available, and there's 500 landowner applicants that qualify under the 160, 1,000, they go into the landowner draw. I mean, from a 30,000 foot solution view, that's how that would be addressed. Now that ruffles a whole bunch of feathers, but.
Yeah, so back to Dwayne's question. If you remember the data that the department showed us, the vast majority of those landowner permits are going to those guys that have, I can't remember the exact number, but it's the smaller acreage guys. So
1279 and under.
yeah, so without actually running some data, which I think we've got some, but we could make some educated, it actually may reduce the number of landowners. The question is, we don't know, and that's because the vast majority of those landowners are getting are not the big ranches. They're the 2,000. What was the number of
For
the number of acres? When we looked at those distribution of, when we were talking about using acreage limits, the department presented that.
yeah, there's over 450 that are 1,200 acres and below.
1,200 acres and below. So under this scenario, the 1,000 animal use days, it very well could reduce the number of animals, or it could increase. We just don't know. But I think Adam's right. If you adopt some kind of cap, that becomes less important.
And I still think that provides incentive for landowners to have good habitat. I mean, I also find that argument a little bit disingenuous, Senator Driscoll, that we need to incentivize landowners to take care of their land for wildlife. There is something to that, but I don't think there's as much weight to that as we're giving. I mean, I don't know many ranchers that are going to go, the heck with the landscape if I don't get my type 1 deer tag or my type 1 antelope tag.
I'll answer that.
Yeah.
So I live, Zach Rose talked about, I'll kick back real hard. Really intense ag operations and people that live in a tough place. It matters still. And if there's no incentive to have game, they get rid of it. The people can afford it, love to see it there. We live off it to a good degree on my place. But people that are starving to death making a living, and it can be a coyote eating their sheep, a deer eating their hay, or an elk coming in and tearing their fences up, become less and less tolerant. The more incentive you take away from them, the less tolerance they have to that game. And as that occurs, the ones that hurt are you guys, because the truth is that number of the game go down. And we've been there, I can tell you on us. I'm looking at Brian and he watched us do it on our place. We killed around 3,000 white-tailed deer. We went for a decade that our place ran 200 to 300 head of deer in the summertime. And then we gradually went back into crops that were more conducive to deer, and we're back to 1,000 plus deer now, probably heading towards 1,500. That's an example of what happens. The more you disincentivize, the more you're killing the thing that you love. And the truth is, let's look at it from the flip side. How much does it take to raise game for 2 animals? Very much. You're saying that you're not willing to give up enough for 2 animals? That's not much.
Right.
So the other thing I would say to that too, and tolerance is something that changes over time, and there's a lot of things that influence tolerance. Tolerance can have something to do with the weather conditions. You can have landowners, and we deal with landowners every day in the department that do a really good job of taking care of their ground, and they provide wonderful wildlife habitat. And you know what? They don't complain, and they don't ask us to come out and do damage claims and evaluate damage and pay them money for damages. until things change to a point where, and there's two things that affect this, obviously drought can affect it. And when they're a business, and when their business model is being affected by environmental factors, whether that's weather or wildlife, it changes the way, it changes their tolerance. And, a lot of times they'll come to us and say, we need to do a damage claim, or you need to do something with or reduce the numbers of wildlife that are on my place. The other thing that affects tolerance is when they feel like there's not an appreciation for what they're doing, what they're providing. And so access is a major part of tolerance. And if landowners are mad because they feel like the public isn't recognizing what they're providing, their incentive to provide access is decreased. And so I think Ogden has a really good point here, and I think we all should be cognizant of that when we talk about this thing called tolerance.
I totally agree with that. I think we start taking away things from landowners that they've historically done. No regard for seeing what most of these landowners do. I think that would run the risk. Opposition, more opposition.
And likewise, from a sportsman's perspective, there's a lot of sportsmen that feels like they've given to the point where there's nothing left to give and have received nothing in return because access has not improved overall drastically. In fact, and I'll echo what Cy said in one of the first meetings, what's available is available, what is leased, and what's shut down is shut down. And there's not a lot of change taking place at this point in time. So by giving more, are we without trying to figure out the right way to word this? I don't know that it's a field of dreams approach that's going to work in either direction. If we build it, they're not going to come. If we destroy it, they're not going to go away. Like there's got to be some true form of give and take here that works for both sportsmen and landowners. And I don't know that landowner licenses, and as we get deeper into this, when we start looking at private land only tags, there might be some solutions there. But I don't know that landowner licenses is the way to do it. The more I've looked into this, it may just be leave landowner licenses alone. Like, don't touch them anymore, and let's actually address something that helps those landowners manage deer, antelope, and elk herds that have grown excessively on their place, or vice versa, are victims of drought on public lands and private lands alike, and there's no groceries for all these critters, agricultural critters as well as wildlife. I mean, we've got a lot of things to consider, and I don't know that landowner licenses may be the reason to even have this conversation anymore.
Yeah, Albert is on. He has a comment. Albert, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mine was quite kind of back on the other topic. I think, first of all, on the landowner license thing, I'm not sure it really even comes close to dealing with the issue. It doesn't of damage.
Albert,
Yes.
can you get closer to your microphone? You're breaking up, so we can't hear you.
Probably the good internet I have. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hey, fix Starlink there, bud.
Yeah. They don't come to Wyoming. You got that wrong. So I'm not convinced that landowner licenses in this form we're talking here, the two landowner licenses, they're not going to do much, I don't think, for, they're certainly not going to compensate for damage. I don't know how much on the tolerance side, but my question was, so in that way, I agree with the last speaker. But my question on the subcommittee, as you looked at this, and as I look at the 160 acre deal, I don't understand why. I guess, if you had 5,000 AUDs or whatever, maybe you get 2 licenses, but did you guys examine the idea of maybe the 160s only get 1 tag? And then when you get up to some other number, 640, 1,000, 1,200, I don't care, then you get 2 tags. Did you guys think about that option? Because I guess I'm not really loving the option you provided.
I can start with that if you want, Albert. So I think as we started talking about this and threw out other options, we actually moved away from even changing this a whole lot, really. And as the conversation went, it went towards other ways with other types of tags to help landowners than this. Really, that person with 160 acres that has 2,000 AUDs still has 2,000 AUDs. They still have the capability, and they are providing that habitat for those amount of people or those amount of animals. So, I think what we decided is to leave that number alone, really, and that we would focus more on the animal units that were on that property. And so that's where we went. But really, our conversation probably mostly moved to the next couple items. And like maybe it's been said here recently, we might be spending more time on the other issues to solve this with caps and some of the other things with type, with a type X license or a private land only license and some of those incentives to help landowners. Then this actual part of it might just be better left alone. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's more towards. Go ahead.
Well, I do appreciate that. What I don't understand, and I know there was the consideration of tightening some language around subdivision, and whether we're really looking at whether these lands are being subdivided. But I think by ignoring the 160, we will continue to see land subdivided into that to get these hard to get licenses, even with a landowner draw. At some point, maybe it won't become, maybe the landowner draw will get tough enough after you subdivide enough of Wyoming into 160s that you'll stop this. But I still don't know that we're getting to the point where we're going to stop or try to diminish the number of subdivisions into 160s that would qualify for 2 landowner licenses, and whether that's a practice we want to see continue in Wyoming.
So Albert, it's not 160, and we need to dispel that. It's 160 currently and 2,000 animal use space. So if it was just 160s, we'd have rampant subdivision. There would be no permits left. So you still have to. And the reason that, and I believe that 160 in the discussion we have is it's not all about ranching. Sometimes it's about farming. And particularly when you talk about the white-tailed deer distribution across these river bottoms that are in the cornfields and the alfalfa fields and live on those farms 365 days a year. And I think that's what Rusty was getting back to. It's not 160, it's 160 and a minimum of 2,000 animal use days. So let the biology drive the number. And because 160 what was already out there, again, I think we're spending a lot of time in here because I think it goes back to what Brian had said at our last meeting. The original intent of these landowner tags, maybe it's Pete, I don't remember, was to recognize the value that those agricultural producers contribute and allow them an opportunity to hunt those wildlife on their own property if they want to. So it was more of a recognition. It wasn't a financial incentive tool. It wasn't anything else. And so I think where we got to the point, it still has to have that 2,000 animal use days. And unless you've got an alfalfa field, most likely in the state of Wyoming, you're just not going to hit that threshold of 2,000 animal use days. So it takes both. So we just need to make sure when we talk about this, 160 doesn't qualify. 640 doesn't qualify. 10,000 acres doesn't qualify if you don't have 2,000 animal use days. So that's one of the reasons we got rid of this acreage, because I can show you 10,000 acres in the red desert that doesn't have those animal use days. elk on them, and yet there's an elk herd. And so it was trying to get back to the biology and recognize that we had beat this 160 and with more acres, less acres up and down. We said, let's get to address some of the other issues as the overpopulation, issues of the percentage of public land, and start looking at how to deal with those landowner tags. So but pretty much, other than if we brought in the concept, because we talked about the scalability, that the committee kind of thought that was a good idea. And that was the only reason we even went back and said, well, let's look at 1,000. We're just going to scale these incrementally. You know,
Which that shows up, I mean, that shows up in 0.3,
yeah.
but it also goes away from type 1, 2s, and 9s and
Yeah.
starts looking at type 4s, type 6s. In terms of awarding landowners extra licenses, or however we want to look at that.
So
I guess my point is it's currently 160 and 2,000 animal use days currently. And we are seeing subdivisions happen because of this. And I mean that, at least that's the data that I saw at the beginning. So we're not addressing that at all unless we're saying that those properties really don't have 2,000. When in fact, the way the elk herds are building in eastern Wyoming, you might see a whole lot more of this go on because there very likely could be that opportunity. So I'm just wondering if, anyway, I've said my piece. I don't know that this gains us anything on the issue of whether there is gaming of this system to get landowner tags. And so that's just my point. Because as far as rewarding landowners, I'm all for that, but I don't think that 2 tags really does that anyway. So thanks.
Pat and then Dwayne.
So I'm gonna go with Albert on this. I think one of the reasons we originally started looking at this issue is the abuse that's occurring out there. If I buy 160 acres in area 7, or pick your area, and I build a starter castle on it and a fish pond, and I fence it, that's not great elk habitat. Now, elk may tear my fence down to get to my haystack with my 4 horses I'm running on it or whatever. And that's not what landowner tags were originally designed to do, in my book anyway. Brian told us last time the 2,000 animal use days is probably arbitrary and capricious. When we start talking about scalability, I was excited because maybe that's how we stem some of the abuse. I don't think we go back and change the acreage for the problems that Larry has suggested. But I think we need to have some real, look at the 2,000 animal use days to qualify for those landowner licenses. I think you have to do irrigated land different than pasture land, because they're dramatically different. I think a smaller acreage or a smaller, an irrigated alfalfa field, probably Jamie's country will have whatever you said that, they'll have 4,000 animal use days, and if they want landowner permits, they can get up to, they just get more usage because that's where the water and the food is. I think we absolutely need to do something to stop the abuse. And there's kind of a piece that I don't think is back in our package today about stopping corporate abuse that's going on with, if you own 1 share of stock or you have 1 share of membership in the LLC, you get to qualify for a landowner license. An Apple deal. And then the other thing we haven't talked about today is I think transferability of landowner licenses, be it type X licenses, type 1 licenses, cow-calf licenses, is a civil war that I don't think we want to go to. It goes back to that, I know that there are some landowners who would want to could add some revenue to cash flow their operations, but I just think that is a civil war with the sportsman in the state that I don't think benefits anybody. So my thoughts, if we're gonna look at scalability, I think we look at 2,000 animals in the state, maybe increase that. I don't know what the number is, but and then break irrigation, that takes care of the whitetails and the greater use we see on our creek bottoms and all the stuff that was homesteaded. But we have to stop the abuse.
Dwayne?
Free stopping the abuse, because there's obviously some of that all around the state, but one of the things our subcommittee has dealt with quite a bit on this is reevaluating all the landowner license recipients. And putting the burden on the landowner to prove that he's got 2,000 animals. And I've talked to a lot of landowners in the last year. Not one of them was really objective to that. But we're probably gonna lose some. No question about it. Things change over time. Maybe at one time, they didn't have 2,000 animal use days, but maybe not. So I think until we do a reevaluation, we're not gonna really know what numbers we're talking about. But, and then reevaluating it every 5 years is what we talked about doing. But put that burden on the landlord.
Yeah, that's
I think
bullet
that's where
5
it
in
needs to
here.
Yeah, that's number 5. It's on there.
Tony?
Just, I guess, kind of a comment on the landowner, the 160 acre landowner with 2 licenses is, no matter what you do there, you're not going to increase public opportunity on 160 acres. I mean, those people that have those 160 acres, those 2 licenses or whatever, they're for family. So you're not going to increase any public hunting on 160 acres if they have 2 landowner permits. And I definitely don't think we need to try to change that. That just, the overwhelming comment from those people is, they really covet those. But one thing I think the public has to recognize is it isn't going to help your opportunity to hunt, because a guy that's got 160 acres in area 7 is not going to allow many other hunters in there until, he gets his 2 or the family gets their 2 or whatever. And then you might be able to get on. But those people, they buy that land for themselves and not, most of the public hunting goes to these bigger ranches and the bigger places where they can get away from that.
I got a question for Brian. And it gets to this whole scenario now that we're playing out 160 acres of range land in unit 7 getting landlord tags. I am not aware of the department ever issuing a landlord tag to somebody that has 160 acres of range land and get landlord tags. Am I wrong in that? I certainly don't know anybody in Carbon and Swiftwater County, but I know a lot of the landowners that get landlord tags. I don't know a single one that's got 160 acres of range land.
So what are you considering rangeland? That happens on the big ones all the time.
160 acres of range.
Well, what are you calling rangeland? I mean,
It's not farmland. It's not
Yeah.
irrigated pasture.
I would say yes.
Yeah, we have
You do
several
have
places that are 160. Yeah, I can think of one right now in Carbon County, actually.
Could they got the 2,000 animal in the state?
Yeah, I mean, I can think of one where I actually did it myself, and it's a high bar on 160 acres
Well,
to
I
get
gotta
it,
say,
to get
what are we
2,000
talking,
elk use days.
handful? But it's driven by the 2,000.
It's
not
driven
the
by-
acre, It's the 2,000 animal. And we ought to just get rid of any acreage.
We'll just say 2,000 elk use days.
I agree with that.
Deer.
Quit arguing over 160, 320, 280.
Perfect. I get it.
Yep, I get them too.
Yeah.
My 80's good.
My 5 qualifies for whitetail.
Well, yeah, I
If your
think
80 doesn't, why should it?
Well, that,
If you got the impact, you're probably taking more impact on your 80 than a guy is that's got a section. Your 80's getting farmed.
yeah.
Why should it? That's where I'm at.
My problem is 52,000.
No.
to achieve franchise as it switches from generation to generation to break this thing into 160s. So because they can sell it for more because they get too up. That's what we want to discourage. We want people like Ogden who continue to operate his ranch, or Albert to continue to operate the ranch. You know, because that provides real wildlife habitat. I don't want to encourage anybody to break their ranch into 160s and build starter castles, and you know, it impacts the wildlife, even if they still have 2,000 animal districts. That's the kind of $1 million problem as I see it. What do we do to discourage breaking up large blocks of good quality wildlife habitat? That's why I think there needs to be some change. I'm with you. I agree that I don't think we monkey with the acreage because that's so hard and that's difficult. I don't know how we do it. But I think maybe you look at the animal use days or something. We have to discourage that somewhere. Otherwise, it just continues on.
So
I'm sure Ogden seeing it, Hills Country, Albert's.
Lee, yeah, Lee, go ahead, Lee.
Just
So I'm
real quick,
gonna-
Go ahead.
if I can't, Lee, just jump in. I'm gonna pass this around, and I don't wanna say that this is, because it's got a company name on here. These guys are just one of many. This gets to the whole issue. So I get these all the time as a landowner. It gets landowners, animal tag. I get these from real estate companies all the time. And this is the issue that we need to correct.
So I'm gonna play the devil's advocate a little bit here, put on my county commissioner hat. And I don't shoot me for delivering this message, but if you have someone that has 160 acres and he knows by keeping that as 160 acres, he's gonna get, or she's gonna get 2 tags. You could take that away and we start seeing that subdivided down smaller. And that's something in a lot of these counties around Wyoming we're struggling with right now, is we're watching farm and ranch land get, chopped into 5 acre ranches. I don't know how much of an impact allowing them to keep those 2 tags on 160 is going to, how much it's going to impact it or not, but it damn sure could be. So I understand you don't want to see stuff chopped down to 160s. I don't want to see stuff chopped down to a 2.5.
But you just killed your tax base in Park County.
I know. I'm only there for a couple of
So I'm just, here's what I'm gonna suggest to move forward. We're still only on number 1. That our subcommittee probably has some more work to do on that one. And we'll have to, we maybe should iron out some more things.
But
on that.
we need to have
And-
a biologist in on the conversation
Yeah.
if we're gonna start talking scalability of AUDs.
Or
because-
changing that AUD. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I personally like the idea of scaling AUDs based on acreage size, because again, 2,000 on 160 is entirely different than 2,000 on 160 or 16 or whatever. So, but there does need to be some actual qualified, educated input on that rather than.
Well, and I think, when we talk about some of the other things like a cap and some of those, I mean, if more of that happens, then that cap, I mean, there might be somebody might be discouraged to chop their part into 2 or 3 if they are going to have a better chance every single year of getting those tags than if they don't. So, I think that as we move forward, maybe we solve some of those issues a little different way.
I just would encourage the committee to go back what we talked about earlier, why we're talking about it in the first place. And trying to address that first and maybe leaving some of this other stuff out. His definitions of subdivision, those types of things. Instead of trying to think we're going to fix the whole process, try to fix what we think we can fix and see how that works, and then come back and maybe later and adjust it later. But if we're going to try to come up with a silver bullet for all of us, it's not going to happen.
Pete, that's a great segue into item number 2. So, things that we can fix apparently, or
That's what
from
I
a
would think we should
perspective
do that,
standpoint.
because this other stuff, we're going to be in the weeds forever.
Jennifer did a good job showing, and I'm moving on to item 2 for that reason. She did a good job showing that there are some instances where, yes, please. There are some instances where the majority of licenses are going to landowners when the majority of land is not privately held, or not even privately held and eligible for landowner licenses. You know, we talked about this a little bit, that, okay, there's 30% private land, there should be 30% landowner tax. Well, if 10% of that 30% of private land is eligible, there shouldn't be any more than 10% going to landowners. If that's the cap kind of discussion we want to have, just capping it based on land division doesn't make sense, because then I guess in Johnson County, we're 68% private. Is that right, Pete? Pretty close to that, 67, 68% private.
Are you listening?
Little 61. I mean, it's over 50 is private. So that means all of our antelope tags, all of our elk tags should be X percentage in the landowner. That makes zero sense. So I think that we've got to look at eligibility in that cap, rather than just arbitrarily throwing a number out. But I do think a number makes sense from a capping standpoint for those areas that end up being oversubscribed from landowners for landowner licenses. And I know Area 7 folks, this is impacting you guys probably more than a lot of folks. But there's got to be some way that we can address 70% or 40% or 35% of tags going.
Well, I think most of the areas that we've seen, Adam, and to the point we were talking about earlier about the 70%, you know, public land, a lot of the areas that have a higher percentage of tags that are going to landowners are the coveted areas that have fewer tags.
Sure.
And so I guess as a whole, as a group, you know, those areas that are some of the most coveted tags, what could you stomach being a percentage going to landowners, you know, of those very hard to get tags? You know, what is a, you know, what is a percentage you're okay with? Dwayne, I'm, go ahead.
I think it's gotta be done on a case by case basis. I don't think you can do a blanket percentage across the state on capping land. You gotta look at those areas where there's a problem. Fix those areas. Let's try to fix every area with a blanket percentage. We're gonna have a trend.
Yeah, it's not and I agree with you, Dwayne. A blanket cap doesn't make any logical sense, because
I don't think it does either, but go ahead, Larry.
Well, and that's kind of what the draft, as Adam's going through that, kind of gets to. So you recognize, you start with the base and say, look, you can't exceed whatever that percentage of private land. So if the unit's 30% private, you can't exceed more than 30%. But then it goes on to say, because you're going to run into it unit by unit, case by case, that then the commission can adjust those numbers, right?
because if in that 30%, only 10% is actually qualified.
They could do that, or they
Yeah.
could come back and say, look, you know, even though it's only 30% private land, 90% of the elk population resides on the top private land. The commission could then adjust those based on that analysis. So it just gives them a baseline to start with. And it's only those units that are going to be, you know, when you exceed that percentage of public land, that's the trigger that the department would start looking at. Run some analysis and say, the distribution of those, let's just use it. The distribution of those elk is 90% on private. In that case, they could adjust that, even though it's only 30% private land. The commission, the department would make a recommendation to the commission to adjust those number of landowners. We're talking right now, based on the data that Jennifer showed us, we're talking 10 to 20 units in the whole state of Wyoming for all three species. But it sets a trigger. So that's the trigger, percent public land. At that point in time, if we're seeing more landowner licenses than there is private land, then the commission, the department needs to go take a look at this and then make a recommendation back to the commission to either adjust that up or just leave. But it provides that flexibility on a unit by unit, species by species basis. So what that would do is just establish a trigger to say, we need to start looking at, you know, landowner allocation on this unit. And then make some level of biological determination. Is the elk population equally distributed across? In that case, you'd say, well, it's 30% of the private land, 30% of those tags could go to land. So it tries to build that flexibility in based on biology. It just establishes those triggers when that would happen. Does that make sense? Going that, the unit by unit, case by case scenario.
And then, I mean, you'd sprinkle in item E, do we treat non-resident landowners different than resident landowners?
What do you mean by that?
So if you'll go back to Jennifer's stuff, I mean, it was just glaringly obvious. We had a couple of cases where 70% of the land tags were non-resident landowners. But yet, under our current allocation distribution formula, unless you use 86% residents, 14% non-residents. And yet you saw units where there's actually more non-resident landowners getting tags than resident land.
Yeah, but that's out of their 16%, unless I'm mistaken.
It does come out.
It does.
These are landowner tags that come out of the top, right? And it does come out of that non-resident pool. Point being, back to trying to address what you said right off the bat, the problem we're trying to address is that brochure that I gave you. And it's going. A lot of this is being driven. Not all, a lot of it's being driven because of buying properties for that purpose. And those are typically non-resident landowners in a lot of cases. So that's just another one. If you really want to drill down on it, is that what you want to start doing, setting a different allocation for non-resident land first. That's the only thing that was trying to.
And it's that breakdown for those hard areas is worse with non-resident landowners than it is with resident. I mean, we talked about 124, 70% of non-resident licenses are going to non-resident landowners.
And maybe want to adjust that. I'm not
Yeah.
opposed to that. I just want to clear that those non-resident landowners aren't getting landowner tags that would otherwise go
To a resident, no, not under the current license allocation.
General public hunters, no, resident owners are not.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's those non-resident landowners, I guess, are gouging other non-residents who might want to hunt.
yeah.
Correct.
That's right. Albert, you're up.
Thanks. And this was kind of my question when we first started this conversation at the beginning, and my question still is, can you legally do anything different? I mean, did we treat a non-resident landowner differently than a resident landowner? And that's my question, just the legal question, and maybe it's a Pat Crank back of your envelope guess on it.
Okay, I think so. As long as it has some rationality to it, Albert. I mean, think about it. We already treat non-resident hunters different than resident hunters because they pay far greater fees for hunting licenses than do residents. So there's support out there for doing that. So I suspect doing some type of different allocation for non-resident landowner license distribution would probably be okay. That's probably a question you need to ask Brian's attorney from the Attorney General's office, but I think you probably could.
So I think and not to answer that, I can't answer that question, but I think by going through this cap process, that we're going to end up having some sort of cap on the non-resident. It's going to actually help with one of the issues we're already talking about that thing that you're passing around. If they know there's a cap, it's not quite as enticing to come in there. It's not a guarantee then. It might be a guarantee every other year or every third year, but it's not a guarantee every single year. And so I think that through this through this, what we're talking about, and we cap it, whether it's the same exact resident, non-resident cap, I don't know that that matters a whole lot, but if it is, or if it isn't, I think that it's gonna solve some of that. At least help the conversation.
Go back to one thing we've said a lot. Licenses are a privilege. They're not a right. And a landowner license is not a right. It's a privilege. It's given to them by state statute and or the commission regulations. So I think looking at it from that aspect, I think you probably could treat non-residents and residents differently. They're kind of different pieces.
And I'd even go back as this is coming through. The Game and Fish needs to talk to the real estate commission in the state too. Like, these governing entities need to be on the same page. Currently, there's nothing. There's an office for this exact realtor in Buffalo. That they're a sporting properties real estate agent. And there's nothing on the real estate commission at the state level that says you can't market a property as a hunting property with landowner licenses. Even though in the Game and Fish, properties can't be sold for that reason, right? So there's very little continuity across
It
those.
says subdivided.
Yeah.
I believe it says subdivided for that purpose.
Adam, you gotta understand, licensing boards they're a protective mechanism. I mean, I have to be a member of the Wyoming State Bar to be a lawyer. It's just to limit the number of lawyers.
Sure.
There's
I hold a Series 7 license for the same reason.
I mean, there's ethical concerns.
Yeah. Mhm.
But that's, and a license, the real estate licensing board is not gonna, I understand, and it's a thought.
But they also have a regulatory commission that helps ensure ethical practice, correct?
And First Amendment, I just, that, they're kind of, regulatory agencies have only such authority as given to them by the Constitution or state statute. Unless something like that is clear in the state statute, I can't picture the Wyoming Real Estate Board wading into this, but we could talk to them. I mean, I'm not, just, I don't.
You know what the answer is if you don't ask. So.
It's interesting when you read it, and it's spot on. They say, look, value of that wildlife is worth more than all the ag and other value of the land. That's the issue we're trying to get to. So, back to this housing crap or this issue. I've gone around and around because I'm not the point where I think at some point in time when we have these start to exceed, you're just gonna have to cap it at some point. I think it will discourage a lot of this speculative real estate market to just targets to do exactly what we're talking about. I don't know. I just think this is something that we need to take a hard look at.
So on this, Adam, what do you think we should get some information from, work with the department on that public-private land?
Well, yeah, if
and come up
Jennifer
with
adds the
something.
next column to that one piece that we already have from back in January, I mean, that kind of is the final piece that gives us license breakdown, resident, non-resident landowners versus public and private property. And that can probably start that cap conversation with a little bit more direction and a little more solid foundation. And I get it. I don't want to stop freedom of speech or First Amendment for anything. Just because I disagree with something doesn't mean someone shouldn't be able to say it.
That's why we let Lee talk.
Well, that's 95% of the reason I'm on here. I recognize that everyone's opinion is not fully shared, but if we're trying to tackle a problem, we need to form a team to be able to do so. And I think talking to the real estate commission at least is a start of, hey, you've got people literally advertising that this is the best way to get the value out of your money. When, again, Albert says it a lot, you just said it, these licenses are not a guarantee, this is a privilege. Yes, there's value to having wildlife on your property, but that's not the reason you need to subdivide your property type of situation. Russ, you want to move to number 3?
I think so. I think we need to come back with a solid actual, I think it's a really good first step on that one, but we need to come back with an actual solid list and numbers for every area.
Yeah, I mean, anything that was over 15%, I just did a quick count. There were 15 elk areas where resident landowner licenses exceeded 15% of the quota. So 15 out of, I don't know how many elk areas there are off the top of my head. What are there? 100.
A couple questions for some directions, Rusty, on that from the committee as a whole. So we're on this whole issue of cap, right? We're looking at this percentage of public land stuff, but the other thing that we talked a little bit about is this difference between non-resident and resident. Is that something that this committee wants a subcommittee to look at also this time?
I do not. I think it's irrelevant. We have so many ranchers in this state are owned corporately, not state corporations, employ Wyoming people, whatever. I think it would get into the bugaboo. If you're gonna go somewhere, the flat cap or something like that, which I'm not real crazy about that either, but I think that's crazy.
And so just another little more direction, are we more comfortable looking at setting a trigger, but then establish a process like I described, once you hit this threshold of the department, look at this distribution of landowner to public, resident, non-resident, versus just setting, this is it, and the department and the commission have no discretion. So establishing basically a trigger process then versus just establishing this is what it is. And so what's the predisposition of the group?
I'm
on
curious. Yeah, I'm curious what you would want as a department. Do you want us to set up a solid, something extremely solid, or do you want discretion?
Well, I can tell you that broad is usually better. But, you know, the work that this group has done, I think there's some merit to having something that's maybe tightened down a little bit, you know, some specific numbers. And, you know, we've had discussions in the past, I'm talking way back now, I can remember when Hunt Area 3 and it first had elk show up, and we were issuing nearly all the licenses, if not all of them, to landowners, because it's almost all private land. And elk were kind of a novelty at the time. Now there's lots of elk, and it's not that way anymore. But I think, you know, having some kind of a general set of guidelines that, you know, no place, I don't know what the number is. I know Adam hates 50%, but in no case shall the department ever issue more than X to landowners, whether they're residents or non-residents. At no time should the department ever do that. Probably is a good starting point. I can tell you that if every year we have to go in and we have to do a case-by-case analysis on every Hunt area in the state, that's
unsustainable.
That's a pretty substantial lift.
Yeah, that's unsustainable.
So on that being said, I kind of threw this out earlier. Adam said, you know, 50% is just a line's number. And I think a lot of us might be there. You know, is there another number that you have in mind that if we're, you know, to give us some direction as we're looking at this, that, you know, at no point are we going to go over X amount of tags in any given area?
What criteria are you gonna use to establish that holds up and isn't just arbitrary?
Well, I think the first cut, we initially, it's that percentage of public, right? So that's the first cut, right? And then, so what's the next tier after that? In my mind, is get to the question, what is the next tier? Is it, if they're non-resident landowners, that's not an issue, we'll take that off. And that's what I talk about, you know, just having a hard, you know, if 10% is the magic, 15%, whatever that number is. That just ties the hands. But if we start with that percentage of public land, which I think is more like 15 or 20 units for all three species, we're probably exceeding that now. That's just the first tier. So this is where now it's on the radar screen. We're gonna take a look at this. And what's the next step? And that's what I'm trying to get to. Is do we have a tiered process here? First, it's flagged that there's a potential issue out there versus just flat.
So,
Get
so
to
are
your
you,
question,
so you
what's
want,
next?
if you do that, so I mean, are you going to have the commission then evaluate what type of land we're talking about? Or if you got a hunting area that's primarily where the elk are at or wherever, it's an arid area, and they're all along bottoms.
Well, that's what I'm,
100% private, so
Well, I think that's
that
where
trigger should be protected.
that's exactly what I'm saying. What's the
that,
next thing
that
we need
moves
to
into
look at?
demand and
It shouldn't even
draws,
pertain to the first cut.
which is what Joe just
Just-
sent
yeah,
us a
look- and
message
then look
on.
at drawing.
We have, you have to look at that, the demand and drawing odds on the opportunity for somebody to actually draw the tag.
Yeah, but still
And-
100% draw for the public. It's a
Right.
non-issue.
Right. If it's a really hard,
It's area 58.
Yeah.
That's the best case, right?
Sure.
58, 124, that fits in there.
Terry asked a
Yeah.
pretty broad question, so. And the thrust of your question, as I understood it, was who should have discretion? I think it's the commission and the department.
And ultimately they do. It's just gonna be a recommendation to them as
How to
something
come
they
to
should
that
put in
process.
regulation. The commission has authority
Yeah.
to change this as they
And
want.
you're saying it would help you if we set a percentage.
I think if the commission or if the task force wants to recommend to the commission, that they address this issue, that they do some kind of a cap in areas with high demand and high public land, it does help to have some kind of a number, because that's where the commission's gonna start. Believe me, the commission's gonna have a whole other discussion on this if it comes to them, but what this task force could do is to give the commission a starting point.
So let me try to suggest a starting. I mean, if the number of resident or non-resident licenses ever exceed the amount of public land in that area. Is that the right, or should we do the amount of private?
That's helpful. That's a helpful start.
Then the commission, the department and commission shall start taking a look at instituting caps on the number of landowner licenses issued.
That's what's already, that's what we proposed already.
And
That's the
so
first trip.
So we want to talk about a second term.
No, it should be eligible private land, because then that takes out every 1 acre to 159 acre chunk of that 30% or 50% or 60%, because they're not eligible in the first place. They should not be included in that private land designation for then tags set
That
out.
would be the second,
Mhm.
right? Because if you go right to that, you may end up with.
Sure,
You could actually.
you could actually
more.
increase it, absolutely.
You know, so I think so when you walk through the logistical process, so first it's just say, okay, once it exceeds that. Then I think Joe's right, you look at demand, and if it's still 100% raw,
Doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter, it's a non-issue. Department won't even flag it. The first flag is that percentage. Next thing they look at demand, the next tier is maybe look at, how many eligible acres in there and just tier it. Then, yeah. But the question is, how much work?
Yeah, my concern with I understand exactly what Adam's discussing here, but how do you even do that? I mean, right now we can, with GIS, you can pretty simply figure out public versus private, but then how do you figure out, less than 159 acre parcels and how much percentage of private land that is? I don't even know how to
So
do
let
that.
me ask you a question for somebody that I'm eligible for landowner and things. I've said that since day one. It used to be I had to submit all of the land that I owned. It showed the total, this quarter, the
Yeah.
whole thing. So does that information not already reside in the department's database? At one time I had to supply that information.
Yeah, it exists, except it only covers those private landowners who have applied for licenses. It doesn't,
Oh, the
account.
eligibility issue.
yeah, it doesn't account for,
Okay, that makes sense.
so Joe, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. Hopefully you can hear me. So just a few quick thoughts on this, and hopefully I'm following everything. Well, I do agree with Adam's perspective on it. I agree that with the director that it's going to get too complicated, and we really don't want to open the door then to the conversation about accessible public property, because that'll be the next thing we say. Well, if we're only qualifying the eligible land, then do we disqualify on accessible public ground? So I think from a simplicity standpoint, just looking at those simple ratios is a good, easy way to start this conversation. So, if we start and say, in no unit shall it be more than 50%, and then in each unit, there will be a simple ratio of demand and public-private property done to that. I don't know why that can't be done in the season setting and quota setting process on an annual basis. Those are readily available data points. The arbitrariness is figuring out where you draw the lines. If you say in this unit, because of the ratio of land and demand, it's only going to be 10%. In this unit, it's going to be 20. I mean, there is some, we'll have to, give some thought there, but I actually don't see this as an incredibly complex process if we try to keep those metrics and those data at the highest level possible. So general demand or draw odds for an area and that proportion of public to private land, I think it can actually be a fairly simple process. And I agree, if we figure out this cap thing, I think a lot of our issues around the abuse or subdivision of land for tags goes away. So I certainly support it, but I think there's a simple approach to doing this.
I appreciate that, Joe. You think that we have enough? I think we have enough to go by, and we start seeing those numbers in that chart. I think it's gonna, as that subcommittee meets again, it's probably gonna be a little bit more clear.
So, at the risk of having some landowners shoot me, what if we look at, and did the subcommittee look at this? It was started as a very well-intentioned program. It is now being abused. It's changing. Did they look at phasing it out?
Not seriously.
It's not doing what it was intended. It's very hard to go back and recognize or try to parse out the intent, but there's a pretty good indication of what the intent of these landowner licenses was back when they were first implemented. I believe, and maybe I'm in the minority, but I believe that this process or this program is not being used as it was intended to when it was first brought about.
There's no doubt when this was initiated, it was focused on ag producers.
Yeah, and so at this point in time, it's been hijacked by some. Do we recognize that it's not working?
I'll go after Larry.
Answer your questions, yes, if you go to 2A, it says under capping, and it doesn't necessarily phase it out. It just stops where it's at today.
And that's another option I was wondering about.
So if there's 22 landowner tags in a unit right now, there can never be more than 22. So if these guys want to subdivide to get these, it's another very big disincentive to do that. So you just take whatever that is, and that's it. We're just not going to expand landowner tags over what they are today. That's an option that's out there that we look at.
Is your suggestion though, Lee, just to scrap it completely and look at what that might be from a
There's two
fallout
different-
standpoint?
Okay, so I'll dive into it a little bit deeper. One, look at scrap it completely. Or again, I don't want to get shot, but because there's some landowners out there that this is a historic part of this is their heritage. What about looking at caps? No more parcels are going to become eligible if the property sells, and these are just things I'm throwing out there to see what sticks. If it sells or transfers to new ownership, they go away. So eventually this gets taken out. But at the same time, we do need to have the conversation about compensation. That's because everyone's trying to tie these transferable landowner licenses to some of these big places that are footing the bill for maybe $100,000+ for wildlife, and so they're wanting to figure out compensation. So I do believe the landowner license at one time might have been partial compensation, but it's damn sure not there for a lot of these big outfits now. But do we look at a phase out, and eventually through attrition it goes away? There's going to be some pieces that they're going to continue to get landowner licenses because that land stays in the family forever. great. There it is. But one, you get rid of the folks, picking up 160 acres just to get landowner tag. And again, I think it's a program that had great intentions when it was started. It's been hijacked. It's not doing what it was intended to do.
Brian, you had,
Yeah, so that you're making an absolute statement, and I don't agree with that. I think that in a lot of cases, it is doing what it was intended to do, because we do have a lot of traditional ag-based landowners who are using these things, and you take them away and it's a slap in the face. I mean, it's.
No, and those guys wouldn't get them taken away. They wouldn't have them taken away.
Even if the ranch transfers to another ag
Okay,
operation.
Then maybe we need to retweak that, but.
But I guess what we should define the problem, and it's not completely all out broke. There's portions of it where it's not serving its intent, the original intention, which really was to allow landowners to hunt on their own property. And again, it was ag based. It's like, if you're providing this habitat, for all these animals, you should have the opportunity to hunt them, and you should be guaranteed that you're gonna have a license or two every year.
Well,
I just think taking anything away from the target audience from when these were initially, when they initially began, is going up. It's going the wrong way with landowners.
Well, ranches aren't all one piece. You might have 320 acres in a draw over here that has a lot of wildlife use. That really doesn't fit in your ag operation, so you sell it. And as long as that still maintains good wildlife habitat, I don't have any problem with that new owner getting to landowner tax. As long as it's not total systemic abuse like we have with some large companies.
Well, then, just real quick to go, because it's really related to that. So the other thing to remember is we've heard from some public testimony from some landowners who it's an ag operation, but they're only have a small amount of acreage. But they've just got a lot of leased land. So it's, they're using their private ground for ag, but they've also got a whole bunch of adjacent public ground that we heard from one that's providing access to all of that on their own. So we don't want to disincentivize, we don't want to slap those people in the face either. Please.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think for me, one of the things that kind of shocked me when I first started on here was that you get to hunt anywhere. You looked on that whole, it's not like you just hunt on your own land, but you keep saying, Director Nesbitt, you're like, so they hunt on their own land, but that's not what happens. They get to hunt in the whole area. So the people, even though I'm not this big hunter, I know I should be buying 160 acres in 124 at this point. Right? That's right. So I think the landowner takes it hunt anywhere in that desirable acreage that no one gets to, and I just don't think that's really right. I kind of agree with Lee's comments that maybe we should, start phasing it out. What people are used to, yes, they like, but as you start phasing it out, they know it's not going to happen. I think they can live with that. I think let them participate in the draw like everyone else does, and let them all be able to hunt 124. I don't think it's right that if I was wealthy enough, I could go buy 160 acres in 124 and document it with these people here and get 2 tags to hunt anywhere in that desirable area. I just don't like that.
Real quick too, I want to be clear. So the current regulation does say purchase for the purpose of landowner licenses or subdivide, either one of those things. So I didn't say that clearly earlier.
And there's a document out there that we need to, would you circulate that back? Because I think we can agree on much of that. When I wrote that piece, I tried to define that. I mean, that is so vague. There's no way Game and Fish could enforce it, but I wrote some definitions of what it means to purchase or subdivide for the purpose of obtaining land.
So I think we can probably, going forward, our subcommittee can probably capture what these said and the original intent as an option. You're going for it, you know what I mean? And so
The subcommittee's gonna hate me, Lee, because that starts me on a whole bunch of different approaches. It's actually really exciting because there's the opportunity for, we're talking about a 2022 and beyond landscape for something that we're trying to react to that was when landowner licenses originally built into the system. I don't know the date. I'm asking that question. It's not a rhetorical question. generations ago, right?
Generations ago.
So, you know, everyone in this room now has to drive a Model T home, have fun. While your 2022 or vehicle sitting in the parking lot, you don't get to do that. So I'm really excited about that component. So.
But as I said, at the same time.
Yeah.
The damage compensation has got to be fixed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That deal has got to be fixed because.
Good transition. You guys are
Yep. I think
leading into transitions
yeah,
nicely.
Sooner or later, we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to put some of these out there, some of these things out there and vote on. I mean, that's where I want to get to some specifics in the next meeting on this exact thing. And to put out there for public comment. So go ahead.
We have landowners that are less than 3 years. Well, expense, all the critical time of their life, private land. Because that's what this homestead is, that's where the feed is, that's where the water is. And I'm just opposed to taking that away. That's a horrible idea.
And I'm not advocating taking it away.
Said do away with it. And now Adam's excited about doing away with it.
He's just leaving it where it is.
Yeah.
These landowners give our wildlife substance and make sure we have those limited wildlife. And to slap them in the face when they're facing a 10-year historical drought and say, we're gonna take your licenses away, or we're only gonna give you type 4 cow calf tags, that's ridiculous. Because that will horribly destroy the relationship that the department has worked for 100 years to establish with landowners. So,
So do you agree that the current system is working as intended?
no, it's being abused. So
Okay.
we, with a surgical way, address the abuse. But to talk about totally doing away with it and taking away landowner
I guess I should rephrase.
is crazy.
Phasing out as it is currently being used.
I don't even agree with that.
Okay.
We surgically fix the abuses. And we find some way to
You don't agree with me, Pat?
Holy
smokes.
to try to disincentivize people from breaking large chunks of wildlife habitat into 160-acre prairie dog counties. With 5 horses on it and not a blade of grass left.
All right. So Tony, and then we'll go on.
Well, I just think that's a fine line between, fixing and de-incentivizing the landowners. I mean, that's going to be our toughest task, I believe, is, we certainly don't want to take away from those landowners that, again, traditionally, I mean, they appreciate the 2, they're not asking for a whole lot more unless somebody gives it to them. I mean, everybody would like to be able to have more landowner licenses or whatever, but there are a lot of these landowners, like I say, I'm most familiar with Area 7 who really do appreciate those and are not really asking for much more. And they try to allow some hunting, and they try to work with the game and fish. They've got good relationships with the game and fish personnel in the area and that. So that's going to be a fine line to do that. I guess I had a question. We don't pay damages. The game and fish doesn't pay damages to anybody that has has one of these parcels, the 160s or more, if they don't allow some hunting. If they have some stick there. And I was wondering about ag production. If they have a 160 and they're not doing any production agriculture on there at all, they haven't even got their 5 horses on it or whatever. Is there any way we could put that as a stick that, hey, if you're gonna ask for a landowner license or qualify with your animal unit, day animal units, should you be involved in production agriculture? I mean, should you be, and you can go to the assessor probably and get that information because the counties are, they have that available, but maybe that's a stick. Is that something, Brian, you could possibly put in there to say, if you're going to ask for landowner license or have one, are you involved in production ag? Because that was the reason why we gave them in the first place, is to say, thank you. We understand that they impact your livelihood. Here's a couple of things to help you out. I don't know.
The answer to your question is probably yes. However, I think what would end up happening is that you know, we have to define that by your tax filing status, and a lot of those places are, I think you gotta generate $1,500 a year out of, from ag in order to qualify for the ag tax exemption.
Or they'll lease it,
Or
they'll lease it
or
to the
1,000. They'll just
neighbor.
lease it to the neighbor,
Yeah, and he puts,
and he gives them $1,500 a year, whatever it
Yeah.
needs to be.
that may not be as big a stick as it could be.
Okay,
Good luck
Adam,
with that. Sabrina.
good move into number.
Yeah, the moving to number 3 there. And this actually falls in line with not the scrapping it, because the part I'm excited about is kind of reformulating this. Because I also said at the beginning, maybe we leave landowner licenses alone and we're looking at this from a different perspective. But number 3, and this is going to ruffle your feathers, Pat. I'm not too excited about this either, but it is something that we need to talk about as a task force, and it has come through the subcommittee on more than one occasion. And maybe it's already addressed with chapter 56 and depredation hunts. I'm not entirely certain, but looking at these scalable animal use days, and then the possibility of transferable type 4, type 6 cow calf doe fawn licenses to landowners as a means of helping some of these landowners that do have either continuous fence or forage issues with all of our wildlife. Again, this is entirely hypothetical, just as a place to start this conversation, but what that might look like, how that looks like for the landowner, how that looks like, what that looks like for the public. I mean, I know as a member of the public, I look at that and go, doesn't affect me as long as it doesn't come out of my quota, because I'm probably not the guy who's going to go pay a landowner X amount of dollars to go hunt a doe whitetail or a cow elk. You know, you're probably looking at, in these transferable side of things, this is very much going to more than likely benefit the non-resident than it will the resident. And those are off the cuff comments based on our conversations, but
This is a management. This is really focused towards managing, trying to manage these places that have animals, trying to get the licenses into the hands of the people that can fill them. That's what it is. It's not type 1 licenses. I don't think I've heard a lot of positivity, in fact, maybe not much at all, about transferable type 1 licenses, but I think that the other licenses that are doe fawn, cow calf, I think that having that ability for them to issue those, however they're issued through the department or through however that works, getting those tags into the hands of the landowners that have those animals on. That's what we're trying to do for a management perspective.
So one thing too, just for the group to, and it doesn't necessarily mean that this, what I'm about to talk about with the department and the commission are working on now, doesn't necessarily exclude this from being an option. But just so you know, one of the things that Rick King and his crew are looking at now is changing one of our existing long-term regulations that would essentially give landowners the ability to say, okay, I want these 40 people to get licenses because I have an elk problem, and the department issues those licenses to those 40 people. Maybe it's the landowner, but anyway, we're doing that now. The commission has directed the department to move forward now. They're listening to these landowners that have got concerns with elk management challenges, even a little bit with whitetail deer. And so that's in the works right now, just so everybody knows.
What type of license? Cow calf. doe
Yeah,
fawn.
it'd be cow calf doe fawns, yeah. Wouldn't be type 1s.
So these are landowner directed licenses issued by the department.
Yes,
Case by
Very
case
similar
basis.
concept.
yes,
Case by case. Are they
Case
looking at multiple licenses being available for that?
yes.
Because that's, like for us, if someone could take 10 whitetail deer or 20.
Yeah, I'm
It's-
fully
it's-
understanding
you
that
gotta
more is
require
not
the
necessarily
landowner
better.
What's that?
Fully understanding that more hunters is not necessarily better.
Well, we found out, you just can't kill them. We put a guy on a haystack and they have a spotter. But it's not good hunts, by the way, but it's management. And it's what we really need. reach desired numbers, you guys want to reduce it, or the only way I know to do it is that way.
So Brian, back to the direction that you guys have got information. So how are you gonna evaluate, because this tries to get to the issue, how you go about evaluating how many of those issues. So what's the discussion that the Department of Commissions, how do you determine how many, so the landowner says these are the 40 people, or these are the 40 licenses and 4 people that I want an issue to? How do you determine 40 is the right number?
Very biologically, based on the objective, based on how far over objective we are, and those are decisions that would be made by the local biologist, basically about what a particular ranch could handle in order to try to work towards that objective.
Probably taking recruitment into the population, just like they currently do for damages.
Calf
So
ratio.
it's a more simplified, but it's also a little more, I mean, because it's not based on animal use studies. You're assuming it is because there's a lot of animals there, but there's no real analysis. It's just we got a hell of a lot of white-tailed deer on place. We're just gonna issue X.
Right.
Without having to spend a lot of detailed analysis and stuff.
Well, they may be more surgical than broad too, so where you can go into certain areas.
And the reason I said it's not mutually exclusive from this is this could still work for landowners that don't have that problem.
That's what the other thing I was gonna say. So that's great for the guy that's got 2,000 elk that doesn't want. About the guy that's got 200 elk, 65 days a year. Isn't really a problem if they'd like to get some more compensation. And so, so another thing that this rolls into is if you read all the way through this, I think Adam talked about this. If you chose as a landowner to go down this to get these transferred or designated, whatever you want to call it, scenario, that you then wouldn't be eligible for a damage compensation. Is that part of the department's proposal? Because it gets those guys that are under, they still got depredation, right? But they're not just overwhelmed. They'd like to kill 10 cows a year.
Likely.
Exchange for a
Yeah.
damage. Okay.
Likely, we haven't got that far yet, but likely we would probably still allow damage payments because there's scenarios where even using that technique probably isn't going to solve all their problems. I'm thinking of the landowner, I can think of one right now in the Laramie range that's surrounded by places that don't allow a lot of access. He still may have damage, even if we do something like this, because.
But you can't get at the herd because they go to the neighbors.
Yeah. But it could be a help to that person when the elk are actually there to have some targeted individuals to go into it.
So,
And
Chairman, I got a question on this. So given where the department, do we want to continue to have this discussion or wait and see? In other words, do we need to continue to pursue this, go out for public comment and do that? Or do we wait on the department to go through their process? What's the disposition?
Yeah, I would feel comfortable just kicking the can on this. I don't know what others' thoughts are, but it sounds like you're already addressing this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could certainly, we're gonna have this draft out for public comment. Hey, Rick, are we going to the September meeting with this?
Right.
So it's gonna go out for public comment roughly in the early August timeframe, or
Before that.
late June, this is going out to the public, whatever regulation we put together as a draft. And so it's not, we're not kicking the can very far if you do that. But like I said, too, that depredation regulation wouldn't necessarily apply to everybody that this would, so.
We could leave this up, leave this as is, number 3, and put it out there for public comment. I don't see, that doesn't hurt anything.
That would be my preference. Throw it out there and it actually may funnel some more emphasis back into the departments doing it.
Sure. Albert, you're up.
Yeah, I had a question for Brian, if he's still there. And that is, yeah, and that is, yeah, it's all good and fine. You issue more tags, but in the meantime, people's land is still being damaged. And so has the department had a serious discussion yet, or are they working on any kind of new damage regs or damage statutes, or how they look at damage? Because, you know, that still doesn't always get to this. I mean, eventually it will, perhaps, but
Yeah, the
maybe
answer
not.
is yes, Albert. And we're actually grappling right now with the challenges of the extraordinary damage to grass, or whatever you want to, compensation for high use from wild ungulates on agricultural land. So yeah, we're in the middle of that right now. I don't really have anything to report yet, but we are reevaluating the damage regulation.
Thank you. And I think I think that's a really good idea. And I think you guys are the right ones to do it, because a lot of it is biological. You'll have to look at, what would constitute, a different threshold, right? It doesn't necessarily need, what is extraordinary? Does it need to be that wording, can that wording change? But I think having a better understanding of, when is too many, right? And that'll vary producer to producer, but at some point it's too much, and I think you mentioned it early on. It's when do you lose confidence in the ranching community, or a particular rancher, on damage. Some we've never put in for any hay damage. Lots of grizzly bear damage, right? Lots of grizzly bear damage, but we've never put in for hay damage, even though we've had it. But it is a threshold, right? The bear damage is a threshold we couldn't take. The hay damage has been a threshold we've never had to, really worry about. But I'm really glad you guys are taking the time and taking a look at that. And I think you guys are the appropriate ones to look at that. I think this committee is a good review for that, right? I mean, I think that's one good way to take maybe a first look at what you come up with, is run it by this group, because I think you do have engaged stakeholders here. But thanks for doing that.
One more thing here, the distinguished chair of TRW said, maybe we need to quickly refer back to what the statute says. And the statute, actually, I'd forgotten this, but so my point here is we potentially, whatever we recommend, we could end up having to go to both the commission and the legislature, because statute says specifically, Wyoming landowners without subjection to prescribed means of competitive public issuance shall be issued these licenses. And that gives the commission the authority to promulgate rules around that, but it specifically precludes competitive public issuance. It excludes landowner licenses from that. So if we start talking about a cap, that statute would have to change, in my opinion.
If you can, yeah, and you have a subsequent drawing, right?
So let me read it to you, Pat. I'm just gonna read the whole sentence to you. For the purpose of promoting and maintaining wildlife habitat and attaining wildlife management objectives pursuant to another statute, which is the powers and duties statute. And in addition to duties prescribed under paragraph blah, 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 of this section, the commission shall promulgate rules and regulations governing the issuance of deer, elk, and antelope, and turkey hunting licenses to Wyoming landowners without subjection to prescribed means of competitive public issuance. So basically it says you can't make a draw.
This is a competitive public issue.
A draw is.
I'm not so sure, because it says public issue.
Yeah.
So long as they were competing, if they're competing against, it's a labor question, right? They're competing against other landowners, they're not competing against the general public. It would still be safer to clarify the statute.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Because if this goes into the legislature, who knows what happens to this statute? I mean.
Yeah, I know some of them want
We might be
Okay.
considered one.
All right, so number 3, do we want to,
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
yeah, go ahead.
You know, if the chair of the Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife Committee wasn't retired, I would be comfortable going back to the legislature.
For the record.
Selfish and go lead your own life and live with your husband and run your business. You gotta be cautious.
yeah, a lot of great. Should we move on to number 4, but number 3, do we want to just put that out for public comment? I mean, is anybody opposed to that? Just carving that out, put that out there over the next month?
And 4 kind of ties into 3 too.
Does.
I don't know that,
Go ahead, I'll let you.
I don't know that we need to spend a whole bunch of time on 4 because it ties into 3. There's just some land relative qualifiers that would be included in that. I would almost rather look at 5 and bypass 4 for that reason. Yeah, qualifying, looking at qualifying. And I think we can, to Pat's suggestion earlier, looking at the corporate ownership issues, I think this kind of falls in line with what we're looking at from ownership and review. I would like to include that, what was originally in his red paper, if you're not 20% owner or more, you're not eligible. I think that's a great threshold. That's from a shareholder position that provides a pretty good level of interest and influence on business holdings and decisions, whereas the one share, like how many of us in our 401s and IRAs have, a share of Tesla at this point in time worth $1,000? Cool, Elon's still gonna supersede you. Yeah, Twitter now. Well, it's going private, so no one's gonna own any of that. But so I'd like to see that added to this, but is there any additional comment or breakdown of?
Just a question in terms of burden of proof. I mean, are we gonna put it on Game and Fish to track down every percentage of ownership?
I think that's what.
How does that do that?
Mhm.
Okay, you have to prove 20%.
And maybe something that hasn't been added here, and I don't know what authority the Game and Fish has to put something like this in a section 5, but fraud would negate any future landowner license eligibility, period. Like if you try to defraud the Game and Fish of a public asset, you're now done being eligible for that asset. I don't care.
We don't have that authority.
I don't think they do.
Yeah, but there's got to be some, I mean, otherwise let's move on to something more important because we're not going to do anything with this. Fraud's going to continue to happen. Does that make sense? If we don't have some kind of means of actually putting a stop to it.
But they don't get their licenses. That's the.
For that 1 year.
What?
But I'm looking at, your 20% ownership, or if they defraud, oh, I took these pictures on my trail cam. They actually happen to be of a stream that's on BLM. But here's my proof that there's 200 elk running through my place.
If you lie, what's, you tell me here.
I think there's a general statute.
General, that's what we
So you have a sworn statement at the bottom.
Mhm.
It's false presentation or something like that.
Something like that, but no. I mean, it's unlikely they get prosecuted. But,
Sure.
But, if you want to do that, and then you gotta go to the legislature and you
Yeah.
gotta say.
Well, and it's just a question because
Providing false information on a landowner application shall be a felony punishable by.
I don't even know if it needs to be a felony. It just needs to be out. You're no longer eligible for landowner
You're
licenses.
banned from landowner licenses for life.
Yeah, I mean, if the burden of proof is on the landowner, which it should be.
So as with most regulations, most people. are gonna abide by it.
Absolutely. 5% of the population is the reason we have 95% of the laws.
Exactly.
So,
But I think if we change it to a 20% land ownership, which I fully agree with, majority of the folks are gonna, when this says, all right, show the proof of land ownership, they're gonna do it.
There's gonna be some that are gonna try and game the system, plain and simple.
Similar to the every 5 years eligibility, proving eligibility to your local biologist or warden. There's gonna be 5% of the people that try to figure out how to get their documented pictures, and I mean, we might see trailers hauling elk poop off of the winter range just so they can prove,
But we
yeah,
can-
right?
You know, we can address that too with saying that the burden of proof is on them. However, they have to allow the department to do their own assessment. if they
diligence
feel
when-
it's necessary.
yeah.
Because we got some methods too.
Absolutely.
Color count methods and that kind of stuff. He loves those. Don't ever talk to Pat Crank about statistics, 'cause
And again, that was just a question from my end, like, are we spinning our wheels having this conversation if there's absolutely nothing to be able to uphold it?
You know, it'd be pretty ballsy for someone to apply to fish board about that, but I'm sure there are people that probably will do that.
There are poaching cases every year where people lie to game wardens, and those are individual. I mean,
So that's a shock.
I mean, it's almost, I guess I'd look at a fraudulent landowner application as similar to a poaching case. Really. So, I mean, they should be equitable penalties.
So the legislature could act, and that's the safe way to do it.
Yeah.
But Jamie's gone because she's being selfish. I don't know what might happen.
Yeah, but Larry and Ogden, and they're still here.
It's just a lot smarter. So.
Not as masochistic.
Passing that legislation, by the way.
Way smarter.
What's the committee's, because we're gonna move on to public comment like right at 11:30. So what's the committee's, what do you want to do with number 5 here?
10%.
I think 5's kind of low hanging fruit.
I
Let's
do too.
recirculate that.
Okay.
Memo, so it's in front of everybody, and let's say we plan to pass that recommendation on the commission. And then we can have the next meeting.
With the addition of the 20% ownership, minimum ownership on there.
yeah, we'll
So-
put that language in
Okay.
with the public comment.
So the other question I have on that, and I know that I just wanted, is that something that would go back to the statute also? I mean, that's gonna have to go to legislature?
No, that one would not.
I don't think so.
No,
Even
we have the
though-
authority to promulgate that rule,
Right,
right?
have that, rule, okay. All right. Because it's land ownership, and that's why I wasn't sure if something in the statute needed to be changed.
No, I think we're good.
Okay, good, all right. Okay, anything else on this part of it? Can we go to,
Not without exploring Lee's idea.
okay, we won't go there right now. And we'll talk about, the other thing that our subcommittee did talk about quite a bit was, private land only tags, different species, and we'll talk about that later on the agenda. Because that, we did have a lot of conversation around that, and I think maybe some of that helps some of the other issues around the state on all the species. So I think at this point, we can go to public comment now. And we're gonna bump Jen then to just after lunch. And unless lunch isn't out or something like that, and how long presentation? Okay, we'll play it by ear then, and see how the public comment pre-lunch goes, and then we'll just push the agenda back just a little bit. Okay, so, all right, who's up?
I had 3 at the box, there was others. Why, you want to just go first?
Sure.
Let's find out where the microphone.
It's right on the
Okay.
table up there. We're gonna have you speak in the mic, just so the folks on Zoom can hear also.
Everyone hear me through this pretty well?
Hold it closer.
Real close, huh?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Okay.
And why, you don't have to stand right in front of the, there you go. Yeah, you're good.
Told you, guide me
Unless you
around.
want,
Thank
unless you like the spotlight, it's totally up to you.
Just starting out talking about private land allocation and splitting up proportions of private land versus public to figure out tag allocation. There's a few issues with that. One being, even if you're talking about eligible lands, take 49, for instance. I hunt over there a bit. We got huge landowners. I mean, their Otter Creek Grazing Association owns a whole bunch of the land up there to where all their lands could be eligible. They would only get 2 tags, but the 160 acre parcels would take the majority of those landowner tags. So by doing it that way, you're basically allowing those 160 acre parcels to nurse off of those really big landowners. I mean, they're not given a whole lot, but they're getting the majority of those tags. So if you split it up in that way, yeah, you're still going to have the abuse, I guess you could call it. So, and then along those same lines, eligible lands may not equal occupied lands all the time. A lot of times those areas, we have a whole lot of the lands, especially for elk. I mean, in the 5 to 9 precip zone, we're not seeing big elk herds down in the flats where that may be a lot of public land, that may be a lot of private land, whereas there are a lot of the occupied habitat would be up on Forest Service lands or up on private lands in some cases. So I think there's a lot of intricacies there that you guys haven't explored that would really need to be in terms of just giving out proportions in that way. And then just 160 acre parcel, putting that into perspective, a strip of 160 acres is only a quarter mile wide. And even if you block it up, it's only a half mile wide. And anybody who's observed an elk herd knows they graze over a quarter mile in almost no time. So to put burden of proof on a landowner, I could have a quarter mile strip of land and you watch elk, they'll move 3/4 of a mile from security cover to preferred forage or to water. So you could have 3 strips of quarter mile wide land with landowners that are taking pictures of elk as they're moving across their property. And they could all submit that proof, photo evidence that those elk, the 100 head, are standing on their land. So what exactly is an animal use day? If they're only crossing my land for 10 minutes and I'm able to take a picture of them there day after day after day, is that a day of use on my land? That 10 minutes of the day? I mean, I could have 4 different landowners saying, I've had these elk on my land for a day, but those elk can't be in 4 places for a day, for a single day. I don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully. And just something earlier real quick on the 16% for an alternate to the 7250. We were given that 31,000 total and saying 16% of that could potentially be landowners. That's, I guess, incorrect. That's the total number of tags allocated there, 31,000, is based on the 7250. So the landowner or the non-resident tags that are figured into that are based on the 7250. If we're going away with the 7250, doing away with it, that would be an inaccurate figure to actually base the 16% off of. So we would have to just only use the resident limited or the total resident tags there. Just point of correction on that, I guess. And 16% is not sustainable. That I submitted my proposal, I guess, an idea for giving out non-resident general tags, but if we base that on 16% of how many residents are actually getting general tags, that's an unlimited number. In 10 years from now, we could have 10,000 new sportsmen in Wyoming, and that number of resident general tags could go up by 10,000. Are we going to continue taking 16% of that for the non-residents? There's no ceiling to that at all. It'll be, all the general areas will be inundated with resident and non-resident alike. There's no cap on the resident. So to say that we should take 16% of something with no cap just isn't sustainable into the future. So I think we need a different option for that.
Do you have a suggestion on the 7250?
Yeah, I submitted it. It's on the task force thing, and I just, I used the non-resident limited quota and basically tied it to the numbers that we're seeing right now. And theoretically, with the 7250, if we have the highest number of limited quota tags that we've ever had right now, we would have the least amount of non-resident hunting pressure in our general areas right now, just by the way that 7250 swings. So if the residents want opportunity and don't like to see a lot of non-residents in the general areas, right now might be the time to model that off of it. Say, compared to limited quota, this is how many general we should have. So yeah, I did some math in there and provided a few charts, but I think that's sustainable. The only limitation would be that the proportion of general versus limited quota general elk areas would need to stay the same, or the math would need to be refigured on that. But that way it would fluctuate kind of with elk numbers. And so many people are concerned that getting rid of the 7250 cap is automatically going to mean that we're increasing non-resident general quota. And that's not necessarily the case. We're getting rid of 7250. We're not necessarily getting rid of a cap. We just need a different system other than 7250. So, and if elk numbers drop, in my example, if elk numbers were to drop from what they are now, we would give out maybe 6,800 instead of the 7,250. But I think general consensus is that when elk numbers are real high, we should give out a few more. When they drop, we should give out a few less. And that's not what 7,250 is doing. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Wyatt. Any other questions for Wyatt? Levi Jensen.
Thanks for your time for allowing public comments this morning. Levi Jensen from Gillette.
Levi, make sure you.
Sorry. Full disclosure, I'm a board member for the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I don't speak on behalf of the board, the Federation, any of its members. But a couple of things I want to comment on. First, the public education component that we talked about this morning on second, third choice for applications. I think the commission, legislature, the department does an excellent job of getting all the information out there. I think it's hard to find sometimes unless you're extremely motivated and have a pretty thorough understanding of the different mechanisms by which some of these things fall into place. I think, there could be some more simplified education outreach components that are made available to the public as part of the application process. I think that would help solve a lot of the problems that we see in those second, third choice applications that have zero chance of being awarded. Second, I guess on the landowner tags, the part that I have trouble with on following as part of this conversation is what is the main objective of the landowner tag system? We've heard this morning that it's really just for people to hunt their own land. I think that's by and large true. But I think the abuse that my perception is of it is that it's turned into a system of a reward for quote unquote wall hanger or deer, elk, antelope, or whatever, for having that property within the unit and the animal use stays. And I guess I would challenge any discussions that go forward on this landowner tag system. Was that the right objective to begin with? Is it the right objective to keep going forward with, or should it be modified going forward? And I would also challenge any discussion that would continue on that, weigh that in terms of each pillar of the North American model wildlife conservation. Does changing these kind of systems infringe on ownership of wildlife, democracy of hunting, any of these pillars that establish how we manage wildlife today? So those are my major overriding comments. I have, details that I share in public comments from time to time, but those are the ones that I want to share in public comment in person today. So any questions, I'm glad to take them. But thank you.
Thank you, Levi. Steve Gilly.
Yeah, thank you to the task force. Appreciate the ability to comment. what I want to talk about is the removal of the 7250 cap or even regionalizing non-resident general elk licenses. So the cap was put into place, what, 87, 89, somewhere around there. Since 87, 89, the only big game species, I guess maybe whitetail would fall into this, but the only big game species in Wyoming that has increased in population and quality is elk. Every other species has gone down. Now that's not entirely due to the 7250 quota, but it's also not 0% due to the 7250 quota. That we have more elk, the quality of the bulls is better, the demand for the tag is better than it was. The price that the game and fish can get for the tag is better. Why the task force would pick that species to say the one success, the success for the game and fish, and they deserve a ton of credit for this. Why you would pick that species and say that's the one we need to tinker with. We need to tinker with how many non-resident general tags are given out because why? Because it's been wildly successful. I mean, it would appear to me that if you're gonna tinker with the number of tags, you would start with the populations that continue to decrease, which is essentially every other one. I've heard, this comes about every 4 or 5 years. I think I spent a decent number of vacation days, travel time, the last time this came up to the commission. And a lot of what I'm gonna say, like Mr. Crank has heard this before. I like to think I make a compelling argument. I guess you all will decide if that's true. But you've heard it's arbitrary and capricious. Who cares? Why does it matter how that number came about? The facts dictate that it works. We've heard we need to change it so that we can biologically manage these herds. The reason we have over objective elk herds is not due to the number of non-resident general tags. And once again, that's all the 7250 does, is it determines, it's a mathematical equation to determine how many non-resident general tags get handed out. But that number is not the reason we have over objective herds. It's also not the method in which is used to control those over objective herds. Cow tags are the method that is used. 89% of the general units in Wyoming have type 6 or 7 cow tags. Those aren't even included in the 7250 quota. The number of type 6 and 7 tags and type 4 to a large degree is what's used to control over objective herds. And that mechanism already exists. And a fantastic mechanism already exists by type 6 and 7 not being included in the 7250 quota. So to biologically manage those herds, changing the method for which you calculate non-resident general elk tags isn't going to do it. Main reason, non-residents who paid upwards of $2,000 for that tag are largely not going and waited 4 to 5 years, as was stated. That's accurate from what I've seen. And waited that long aren't going there to shoot a cow. They're generally going there to shoot a bull. It's kind of hard to extract from the harvest data, but you can look at some general units and kind of see what is the harvest for non-residents, and it's overwhelmingly bulls. Shooting a bunch of bulls isn't the method in which you manage over objective herds. It's the manner in which you manage over objective bull to cow ratio. And if the Game and Fish would like to publish a list of the general units that are currently have too many bulls so that we can have more non-resident shoot bulls under general tags, I would love to see that list. I imagine a lot of other people would. I don't think a whole lot of those exist. So changing the method for which you allocate non-resident general tags isn't the management tool that is in place. The 6 and 7 type 4 is the management tool that's put in place. I've also heard here there was a podcast with some of the task force members the other day where they talked a little bit about we could manage distribution. So you get complaints from resident hunters that there's too many non-resident general elk hunters in my area. And I'm right there with them. If there's one truck besides mine at the trailhead, I think that's too many people. So I understand that complaint. If we want to address that, the elephant in the room, and Senator Hicks brought it up, I brought it up last time we talked about this. There's currently under general units in Wyoming, there's currently 1.3 million acres of wilderness in existing general units that we exclude non-residents from unless they're willing to pay an outfitter thousands of dollars on top of the $2,000 tag they bought. Pay an outfitter, or they happen to have a friend or a relative who will take them into those units. If you want to disperse the hunters, we have artificially congregated non-resident general hunters in non-wilderness areas. If you want to disperse people, the first step is remove that restriction. That opens up 1.3 million acres in existing general units right now. Just to put it in comparison, probably some of the more popular general units on the western side of the state would be area 89, 90, 92, 94. Those are some real popular Wyoming range general tags. You add all four of those units up, that's 1.3 million acres. By opening that wilderness, you potentially have just added those four of the most popular general units that non-residents can go hunt, disperse themselves. Additionally, area 10, 11, 12, and 110, maybe 21, that's 1.3 million acres that you've opened up that they can disperse themselves to. You don't have to change the allocation, which has proven to be wildly successful. To touch back onto the management portion real quick, and then I'll be done. At the last meeting, Director Nesvik, and I quote, I wrote this down. Here's the quote. I can't say that the existing non-resident tag structure is constraining us on management. Access is. So this over-objective herds is an access issue, not how many general non-resident tags are issued. So changing that, which has proven to be wildly successful, seems to be a problem in search of a solution in search of a problem. The problem exists, but it's not because of how number of non-resident tags are issued. With that, I'll take questions if anybody's got.
So Steve, so you got the cap, the 72, and that only really relies to the general license.
Yes.
That's where it really comes into play. And then we have 1684%.
Yes.
In your mind, is one of those more important than the other, or are they equally important? One constrained general license, they're already constrained at 14% limited.
Yeah, so I believe they work perfectly in conjunction. This math problem is works out well. One of the issues that was brought up last time was maybe converting some limited quota units to general, like 7 and I think 34 were the two that were mentioned in the last meeting. Convert those to general, and maybe we'll get more elk killed. You do that, and you've automatically increased the number of general tags. So every unit that gets converted from limited quota to general increases the number of non-resident general elk tags. That's the beauty of how this works. As the population increases, and it could go from limited quota to general, if that's the right decision, then you automatically increase that number by the exact number of the 16% allocation that you've now gotten rid of. So those numbers work perfectly in conjunction in my mind. The problem isn't either of those numbers. As a matter of fact, a lot of argument has been made 90-10 for deer, elk, and antelope. I would agree with deer and elk. I don't agree in changing the allocation for elk for residents, because in my opinion, resident hunters have nothing to complain about. We have absolutely fantastic general hunting. I can drive to Walmart and go buy one of those. And the hunting is in those general units is vastly superior to what most states limited quota areas are. So I wouldn't advocate for changing the 60% allocation for elk at all. We got nothing to complain about with elk. Wyoming is the model for every other state. Right now, there's discussions happening at other state commissions to change to what Wyoming does for elk, because the demand has gone up, quality has gone up, herds have gone up. Sure, there's problems that need to be addressed, but it's not non-resident elk tag, general elk tag.
Steve, maybe I heard you wrong. You said if those areas, if you've got the cap and you've got the 16% and they're working great, and if we open up some of these other general areas, that's going to increase the non-resident general tags. You can't if you have the cap.
No. So you take 72, yeah, you take 7250, start with that number, and you subtract
the 16% allocation for all the limited quotas. So let's just make up a number and say area 7 has 100 elk tags. That means 16 of those tags go to non-residents under a limited quota. If you convert that to general, then those 16 that get subtracted from 7,250, they immediately go away. And so now you've added 16 more general tags. Every limited quota tag that goes away, whether it's is automatically converted to a general tag.
All right, yeah, you had me kind of.
You're not alone. It takes, there's this, but it's a relatively straightforward math equation, and it, in my opinion, you can easily make the argument that maybe everything else should be under an arbitrary and capricious number that we just pick because it works. There's no reason to change it. Okay.
Any other questions for Steve?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Rex Randall?
First, let me tell you, thank you for your work. This is hard. It's the first meeting I've attended in person. I followed your work for a long time, actually, since it began, as best I could. You guys got stuck with a pretty tough job. So I do appreciate what you're doing. These are complicated issues. And there's a lot of self-interest in wildlife in Wyoming. And I don't make any money off of wildlife, but hunting and fishing ranks right at the top of my list of things that are important. And I'm not alone. There's a lot of resident hunters that moved to Wyoming to enjoy the wildlife. But I also appreciate the landowners, the outfitters. I got friends that are outfitters, and all these things have to come together. I'm a veterinarian by profession, but I have a special interest in wildlife. I've got a master's degree studying elk reproduction and nutrition. Seen CWD, dealt with some of these diseases. I hope that I have something to offer to the state of Wyoming in this area. Some of you know I'm running to be the governor. And if I am, I won't be sitting on the sideline. This is an area that I am very, very interested in. So I'll be personally involved. I got just a couple of comments I hope will be helpful. Number one, all these hard numbers. I think you're trying, I think it can't work because every unit is different. Western Wyoming is managed differently than Eastern Wyoming. Private land, public land. I think that each unit has to be managed as a unit. I'm a biologist, veterinarian. The Department of Game and Fish gets paid to do the homework, to do the research. And I'm concerned that the biologists don't get involved as much as they could. I think they're probably making recommendations, but there are policies outside of biology that are forcing different decisions. And I would like to see the herds, and I've heard every one of you talking about this, or most of you, that we should manage by biology. That is the way to do it. You have the biologists have an objective per unit on every species. I think that the numbers should be arranged based on their recommendations. So just as an example, you talk about 84-16 on elk, deer, and elk, deer, and antelope. That number probably could go up or could go down depending on the unit. If there's more elk in one unit than there needs to be, then more non-residents could be invited. I understand the Laramie Peak elk herd needs to be reduced. So that could be opened up, but there are areas, I hunt 97 and 98 over above Pinedale. And I'll tell you, there are a lot of residents over there, or non-residents, because it's a September 20th rifle season. And it's not fun to go up in there
bump into a whole bunch of non-residents. But I understand the outfitters have their jobs. So I guess what I'm saying is your landowner permits, 2 tags for 2,000 animal units. The whole thing, you can't hit the cap, 7,250. I mean, that number doesn't mean a whole lot, really, to me. I mean, it should be based on each unit. So if I can provide anything that I would hope would be valuable to you guys, it would be to recommend to the commissioners and the department that each unit be analyzed by itself and the numbers set accordingly. Don't try to put numbers on the entire state, because it doesn't work, and it hasn't worked. If there's some landowner permits that are like, if Ogden needs to kill some deer, let the game and fish deal with it, you know? And there's areas where some landowners probably don't deserve any tags. And my last comment, the leftover tags, geez, throw the residents a bone. Give them a 24-hour head start. I mean, we don't even know what it would change. It's not going to hurt anything to give the residents something. And the mule deer is my biggest concern. I've watched the numbers; they're steadily going down. Why do we have so many general deer tags? Shouldn't we go to a limited quota system? Some areas probably ought to be shut down. And there was a Utah hunter, friend of mine. He told me he saw a Utah hunter that came up, had a yearling buck in the back of his pickup. My friend said, "Oh, nice buck," sarcastically, because it was a baby deer. And the Utah hunter just was totally ticked off. And he said, "I paid $700 and I'm going to take a deer." And I thought, you know, we've got to change the way we think about these animals. I wouldn't shoot a yearling deer if I was starving to death. Well, maybe if I was starving to death. But other than that, I mean, it's below me to shoot a yearling deer. But there are hunters out there that think they got to kill anything that they can find. There ought to be point limits. See if we can rebuild the herd. I heard that they wanted to kill elk to bring the mule deer numbers up. Why don't you decrease the number of hunters? They're the ones killing the deer. If I can be of any help to any of you at any time, I hope that you would reach out to me. And I hope you'll take some of my comments seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Rex?
No.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you. We do have one online, Fonzie Haskell. Fonzie, you're up. Fonzie, you're apparently muted.
All right, is that better?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, thank you for taking my comments. First off, I want to thank all of you for your willingness to serve on this task force. It's not an easy job. It's a thankless job, and you guys are tasked with a lot of hot button topics and issues and items and things that are very controversial, but nonetheless, you're willing to do that, and I appreciate that. And also the fact that you look around the room and there's a lot of strong personalities in there that make up that task force, but the fact that you guys are willing to overlook that and have thoughtful and thought-provoking discussion, I really appreciate that, because you guys really are doing a lot of hard work and able to come up with solutions, given the fact that there's so much diversity going on there. I also appreciate the makeup of the task force. I think there's a lot of good representation of every facet of hunters and anglers and outdoorsmen there. So again, thank you for that. And I guess one more comment that I have is, I know it gets thrown around quite a bit that Wyoming should should take a look at other states as far as their management plans, and I think that we can. But also we have to remember that as Wyoming residents, we have opportunities that other states don't. As residents, if we've not drawn a limited quota license or a sheep, or excuse me, not a limited quota, excuse me, if we haven't drawn a lifetime license or a sheep or a moose license within the previous 5 years, we can still apply for every single species. Other states don't have that. They're limited in what they get to apply for. So let's remember that when considering policy changes and things like that. But again, I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate all the thought, all of the perspective that goes around. Thank you for your willingness to listen to public input and public comment. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Fonzie.
Thanks, Don. Didn't have any more sheets. Is there anyone else who can vote? Actually, I do have yours, Dusty. Anybody else besides Dusty?
Well, thanks again. Just like everybody else said, appreciate the opportunity to visit with you guys. My name is Dusty Porter. I live here in Casper and got to know several of you quite well throughout this process. I think the first time I stood up in front of you guys was last August, talking about this exact same topic. So we've now been on this for 9 months. And my fear is that we've gotten really, really bogged down on the landowner license piece. My perspective, you guys have kind of come to a consensus on a few items. So I really hope at some point we can put this issue to bed and move on to some of the important stuff that you guys put on the board at the very first meeting in July. There's a lot of topics and a lot of good that this task force can do. So from my perspective, I just wanted to run through a few things that I think you guys are really, really close on. And I hope we can get these out for public comment and again, kind of move on to the next thing in the process. So like most of you guys, not really in favor of the transferable license piece. I don't think there's been a lot of public support for that. You guys haven't expressed a lot of support for that in your group either. I think we all agree that with respect to the landowner licenses, having the regular qualification checks makes a lot of sense to make sure that, hey, if a property is getting licenses, that they do indeed have that utilization. And I really like the idea of putting that burden on the landowner, so it's not all on the Game and Fish's time and on their dime. I think we all agree that, getting some additional cow-calf licenses in the hands of landowners, especially or specifically when the populations are over objective, makes a lot of sense. Let's get those cow harvests in. And I really liked Adam's thought with respect to scalability, kind of limiting those licenses and really tying them not so much to acreage, but based on animal usage. I mean, that just seems prudent. And then really like the idea of the cap as well. It's up to you guys to decide where the cap is. We give the Game and Fish the oversight to decide that, but I think we would all agree that it doesn't make sense in any unit for any species to have 50, 60, 70% of licenses going to landowners. That's just not fair to a general land public hunter. So those are my comments, guys. Just real quick and brief today, but I think you're getting close. And like I said, I just really encourage you guys to get this topic taken care of and move on to some other really good stuff. So, thank you.
Can you give me your top 2 or 3 other good stuff?
Well, I actually had some fishing things.
Your top 3 might be different than my top 3.
Well, absolutely. And I'm just referring the moderator that we started this process with, and you guys went at your first meeting, kind of went down the line. You identified a lot of topics, and then we put these sticky notes next to them, colored dots that I didn't even understand. But the point is that there was a lot more on that list than landowner licenses. So I hope we can get to some of those.
Well, what are your top 2 or 3 things you think we should move on to
after this topic?
Yes.
Good question.
Just the good stuff.
Just the good stuff.
All
Yeah.
right.
No, seriously, I had some fishing ideas I hope we would get to. I haven't heard really any discussion about fishing yet. One thing for me, I think that makes a lot of sense is the creel limit. Right now, if you come to Wyoming, you're only allowed to have 1 creel limit of fish in your possession. It's kind of nice to be able to go out to the lake and maybe keep, if you're there for 2 days, maybe keep 2 days. So that was one thing I was hoping maybe we could talk about. And I can see that one from an out-of-stater perspective, right? come to Wyoming to fish, maybe you want to take home more than 6 walleye. Seems to make a lot of sense. Maybe you want to have more than 6 in your freezer for the winter. So creel limits were one thing I was hoping we were going to talk about, and give me a minute, I'll think of another one.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Dusty? Dusty, thank you for your engagement to this. You've been here from the beginning. We appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Really appreciate it.
So that's lunch ready.
Yeah, look at that. It's noon.
Straight up noon. So Jim, we'll move yours to after lunch. You're okay?
So lunch for the committee is right there. I guess we'll be eating lunch for the next 30 minutes.
That long?
Ish.
Ish.
If I thought.
All right, we'll get the PowerPoint up here in just a second.
I think this package yours. Oh, it's actually easier to
Carrying this binder.
All right. I feel a little bit like I work at McDonald's with this on, but they've assured me I could also say that I am Britney Spears, right? Anyway. Anyway, it's a little awkward. There's no podium, so I will do the best I can. I'm used to having my notes. But anyway, thanks for the opportunity to provide a little background and education on state trust lands. I'm always excited when I'm asked to speak on trust lands because a lot of people don't really realize that there is a difference between state lands and public lands. So we'll go ahead and get started. And the reason that this came up is in context of trying to find additional access for hunting opportunities. There was some suggestion, and Rusty, you'd probably have to help me out here. I don't know who made the suggestion that we could maybe block up some state lands and provide additional hunting opportunities. So what I thought I'd do is kind of give everybody a context, meaning explain a little bit about what state lands are and then kind of go into our exchange process. Okay. All right. First slide, please. All right, some of you, if you tuned into the Revenue Committee yesterday, you may have seen some of these slides, but I always like to give a quick sort of historical context. The Organic Act for Wyoming was approved July 25th, 1868, and it provided the temporary government structure for the territory of Wyoming. And as part of that, it provided that sections 16, 30, and 36 in each township would be reserved for the support of public schools. Next slide. So after the Organic Act was passed and Wyoming was a territory, eventually Wyoming citizens convened a constitutional convention in September of 1889, where they framed the Constitution. It was ratified by the voters on November 5th in 1889, and there are specific portions of the Constitution that deal with state lands and the management of those trust lands that were gifted to the state in the Organic Act. So Article 7, I won't go through this. This mainly deals with the money and the proceeds from state lands, but suffice it to say that the funds are considered trust funds and are to be used, anything that's generated revenue off sales or uses of state land, those are used for the exclusive benefit of public education. So next slide. The Constitution also in Article 18, that's where formally Wyoming accepted the grants of those lands from the Organic Act, as well as additional lands that were gifted to the state in the Act of Admission to provide for the support of certain institutions, which I'll get into in just a second. But also importantly, the Wyoming Constitution, Article 18, Section 3 provides for the Board of Land Commissioners, which is to have direction, control, disposition, and care of the lands granted to the state. So state land is owned by the state and held in trust for the benefit of public education in the state and for the other state institutions, as I mentioned. The Board of Land Commissioners is essentially the trustee of the state lands. So next slide, please. So who are the Board of Land Commissioners? They are the top 5 elected officials in the state. That's the governor, secretary of state, auditor, treasurer, and the superintendent of public instruction. The board is constitutionally charged with optimizing revenue from state trust lands to support education and the beneficiary institutions, while concurrently striving to protect, conserve, and maintain the land so they may be used by future generations. And in actuality, the trust lands are considered part of the corpus that is managed for future generations. Next slide, please. So the constitutional framework also provides a role for the legislature. They enact the necessary laws for the sale, disposal, leasing, or care of the lands granted to the state. And they pass laws for suitable safekeeping and disbursement of the funds that come from those state land uses. Next slide. So then subsequently, after the Constitution was framed, Wyoming was admitted to the Union on July 10th of 1890. The act of admission ratified the Wyoming Constitution. And as I mentioned again, it reiterates that sections 16 and 36 in each township are gifted to the state for the purpose of maintaining common schools. It provides that school lands can only be disposed of through public auction. It grants other lands to support other state purposes, such as the University of Wyoming, the Vets Home, the state hospital, penitentiary, things like that. And then it also provides that the legislature has the power to regulate leasing of land so long as the term of agricultural and grazing leases don't exceed 10 years. And why that was important enough to put into the act of admission, I don't know. I've been asked that. So next slide, please. So let's talk about some of the statutory framework or constructs within which the board functions. So 36.2.107 provides authority for the Board of Land Commissioners to promulgate rules, to care for the state lands, for direction, control, disposition, and to preserve the value of the lands, and it recognizes the fiduciary duty of the State Land Office. So next slide, please. So what's the Office of State Lands and Investments? That's my agency, and we are the administrative arm for the Board of Land Commissioners and have the statutory responsibility to carry out their policy directives. We also perform that same function for the State Loan and Investment Board. The State Loan and Investment Board is a statutory construction, but the Board of Land Commissioners is a constitutional construction. Next slide, please. So who are the state trust land beneficiaries? You probably can't see them very well, but as I mentioned, Wyoming public schools, K through 12, that's the bulk of what we do. About 86% of the trust lands that we manage are for K through 12 education. The remaining 14% deals with the university, school for the deaf, penitentiary, minors hospital, all those things we just talked about. Next slide, please. So this is a map, obviously, of the state, and all those little blue squares and blue splotches represent the state trust lands. As you can imagine, it's a large asset to manage. We do our best with minimal staff. Next slide, please. So the legislature has also passed some statutes that further guide the management of state trust lands. So these statutory principles are really trust principles. They provide that the state land trust shall be managed under a total asset management policy. The state land trust is intergenerational and must be managed with the focus on protecting the corpus for the long term. Trust land should remain a substantial component of the trust portfolio. And this is important because back when trust lands were initially sort of granted to new states as they came into the union. It was pretty loose. The states would just solemnly promise to take care of the lands that they were given for the support of public education. And of course, that didn't always happen. In fact, there are some states that completely sold off all the lands and then invested the money as a way to try to provide funding for schools later on. And that doesn't always work that well. So in any event, our legislature said that the trust land itself has to remain a substantial piece of the portfolio. All leases for utilizing state lands have to provide a fair market value return, considering lessee contributions, their management practices and risks, and investment policies for the funds must protect the permanent land fund from the effects of inflation. Next slide. Okay, so here's one of the really important pieces to keep in mind. The legislature also provided for some trust land management objectives when we're dealing with state lands. The Board of Land Commissioners has prioritized these trust land management objectives. There's 3 of them, so we'll go through them in the order of highest to lowest importance. When we evaluate courses of action, whether it's leasing, whether it's exchanges, whatever, we have to follow these objectives and consider them and be able to provide sort of a basis for our recommendations to the Board of Land Commissioners based on these objectives. When people provide us proposals, they don't have to meet all 3 objectives. And again, we'll go through it, the decreasing priority, so from highest to lowest. So the first one, next slide, please. We have to evaluate the proposal so that it better meets the beneficiary's short and or long-term objectives. And this is usually in terms of revenue. We have to improve income generating potential. It can be alone for just that parcel or in combination with other state parcels. We can look at it single uses of that parcel, multiple uses. We also look at the investment value, improving returns, portfolio diversification, appreciation potential of the lands, and improvement of intrinsic natural resource values such as habitat, water, those sorts of things. So that's the number 1 objective. When possible, we look at that. Next slide, please. The second objective is to improve the manageability of the land asset. So will the proposal help us consolidate ownership patterns? If you have section 16 and 36 in every township, things are a little bit, discombobulated. It's hard to manage assets that aren't always together. And we have to rely a lot on our grazing and agricultural lessees to help us do that. But we look for opportunities to consolidate those ownership patterns. We also look to leverage management resources of other agencies such as Game and Fish or state parks. We don't have law enforcement capabilities, so sometimes we try to work with other agencies to help us enforce the rules for use of state lands. And then finally, the third trust land management objective is to meet a specific school and or community need. This is usually when the objective that we look to when somebody's asking to actually construct a school building on state lands. This improves stability, providing growth opportunities for the community, and also improving access or recreational opportunities or hunting. And so I know a lot of people are upset that hunting and access for recreational opportunities are not as high in the priority on the trust land management objectives. Doesn't mean that we don't consider them. In fact, we, like I said, in those situations where we can block up lands to help management and other things, and that does improve access and recreational opportunities, that's a plus. That's a plus when we're looking at those sorts of proposals that are before us. So next slide, please. So if you don't get anything else out of this presentation, this is the magic slide. Trust lands are not public lands. The Office of State Lands and Investments is not the same as BLM or the Forest Service. We manage for 2 different reasons. As I mentioned, with state lands, the Board of Land Commissioners, we are trying to optimize revenue. We are all about the money. That's our, we have a trust obligation to the trust beneficiaries, whereas BLM and public lands are managed to balance multiple different uses from, resource different resources from energy to grazing to looking to manage natural resources as well for everybody. They're more focused on recreational opportunities and that sort of thing than we are. And I don't want to say we're strictly and only about the money, but that's the biggest driver. Next slide. So now we'll get into exchanges and acquisitions. So statute authorizes and empowers the director with board approval to conduct, make equitable land acquisitions and exchanges. The exchanges can take place with private parties or with the federal government. However, when we look at land exchanges, they have to improve the trust's financial standing or stability and must always be value for value. However, with the value for value, we're usually looking at appraisals, both of the proposed lands to be acquired and the lands to be disposed of. If they're not exactly value for value, the statutes do allow us a 25% cash equalization payment that can come from either side to help balance that out if we just can't get the right number of acres and the right amount of money to line up. Next slide, please. So this is I'm a visual learner. This is our regular, or what I call our normal exchange process. It's a little bit involved, but again, because we're dealing with, as a trustee, we have to make sure that what we're doing is in fact a benefit to the trust beneficiaries. So chapter 26 of the board's rules and regulations outline this process, but essentially any person can propose a land exchange by placing the parcel on what we call the category 1 list. So what you do is you submit your proposal. Usually you don't just fill out your application and submit it. There's usually some discussions that go on with our real estate staff about, hey, we're thinking about, this, we want to exchange this section for that section. There's some discussion about it, some initial evaluations. But once they decide to put in an application, they do so on our form, and that in the form you have to discuss those trust land management objectives to make sure that you're meeting one or more of those. Also, the application fee is a little bit steep. It's $1,000. However, if your proposal doesn't get through the initial review, you get $750 of that back, so it's not a total loss. So after the application is submitted, it's reviewed by our initial review team. And again, they kind of look at the trust land, or they go out and they tour the sites. They try to figure out if it really is in the beneficiary's best interest, what are we getting from it? In other words, we don't exchange to just exchange usually. Then the review team will bring it to the director and do a presentation to the director showing, the pros and cons of the proposed exchange. If the director feels that it's an interesting proposal, there's a lot of good things with it, let's look at it a little further. We direct the staff to prepare what we call a detailed analysis. And in the detailed analysis, our real estate team, they go out and they do an estimate on the market value of the parcel. And they don't look at just the parcel at issue. They look at, in combination with maybe other parcels. Can we use it to block something up? Is it going to be more beneficial that way? We also look at the income generating potential of the parcel, both individually and with other state lands. We also look at manageability of the parcel. Are we getting improved public access to that parcel? Are we getting something where we can actually get to it and manage it a little better? Are we bringing in utility? Are there now utilities? Is it going from isolated to county road access? So we look at all of that. Then there is an appraisal of the market value. We have internal appraisers usually that we use who are USPAP certified, where they take a look at it and tell us what they think. And then we solicit input from Game and Fish to see if there are impacts to wildlife habitat and wildlife-oriented recreational opportunities, what those look like with the new parcel versus the old parcel. Are we gaining? Are we losing? Same with state parks and cultural resources. They tell us about the existence and importance of any public recreation opportunities or cultural resources that may be approved or may be lost. So then after this detailed analysis, is prepared. We take it to the Board of Land Commissioners in executive session, so we can talk about price, we could talk about the pros and the cons. Of course, they can't make any decisions in executive session, so if they think it's interesting, they'll direct us to put it on the agenda for the next Board of Land Commissioners meeting, and then they will entertain the idea of it in a public meeting. People can obviously comment and talk about it there. Assuming the board votes it up and wants us to proceed, they will approve a resolution authorizing staff to move forward with the proponent. And what we do then is we negotiate an agreement to initiate exchange. It's essentially an option, which says, after we continue our due diligence and all, we would have the option then to purchase the property. But obviously, after we negotiate and execute the agreement to initiate the exchange, then all of the details are published and made public. We then have a 60-day public comment period. We have a public hearing. We notify the county commissioners in the county where the proposed exchange will be occurring, so that they can help us get the word out. Once the proposal is published, it's all up on our website, all the details, all the information. Sometimes we have a number of people show up at a public hearing. Sometimes we have nobody show up at a public hearing. It just depends upon the nature of it. So then after all the public piece of it, we bring it back to a final board decision. The board is then apprised of all the public comment. Again, they open it up to further public comment on the proposal itself. And then if they decide to move forward with it, they then direct the staff to go ahead and close on the deal. I will say that proposals for exchanges, we don't just process them as we receive them. We process them with respect to how we prioritize them. So we may have something that, maybe not, but then we may have something that this is clearly a winner with respect to potential revenue generation. We generally will process those first. Most exchanges take between 12 and 18 months, just kind of depends upon how quickly we can move through the process. And just a few statistics for you. Since 2006, our land transaction program has completed 80 transactions. We've increased revenue by almost $300,000. We've increased annual investment revenue by about $3.2 million. We've deposited a lot of money to the Common School Permanent Land Trust Fund, and we've increased public access by about 30,000 acres. So next slide. So this is yes.
Just real quick, when you say average land transactions, 12 to 18 months, that's state for private. That's not state for federal.
No, I think that's just state for private. Okay. So this is like I said, our normal sort of complex process. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of steps to it, mainly because of the fiduciary piece of it. But recently, the Board of Land Commissioners added some rules to let us enter into a more expedited process in what I call these sort of no-brainer transactions, where maybe it's an isolated state section and somebody wants to just, engulf that into their ranch and exchanges something on the outside of that provides us public access or something like that. So those that are really kind of easy, or they might be just small pieces of property that don't take a whole lot of analysis in detail, we have an expedited process for that. So next slide, please.
When did those changes occur?
I think it was 2 years ago. So we have not utilized them yet. We thought when we first, because we had a lot of people coming to the Ag Committee and saying, hey, we need an expedited process for these, really kind of like I said, no-brainer transactions where we don't have to go through expending the resources and all for them. And so we thought, okay, great. So we put this together, and then we have not had one come through yet. So, oh, good. Okay. It could be the test case. So again, these are recent additions to Chapter 26. We call them the voluntary land exchange process, or VLEs, and they allow for the trade of, as I said, mainly these inaccessible parcels for accessible parcels, and we want to be efficient about it. the VLEs, we still follow the acquisition and disposal process. I mean, you still have to bring forward your application, and it still has to go through the category 1, category 2, and to the board. But once the board preliminarily approves of the exchange, instead of going through the full appraisal process, we can do a price opinion, which can be developed by OSLI instead of all the details and the time and expense of an appraisal. However, if the parties don't like the price appraisal, they don't think it's correct, they can either terminate the transaction or they can turn to a USPAP certified appraiser and continue the transaction with that. Once the PO or the appraisal is accepted by the parties, the exchange goes through an abbreviated public comment period, so it's only 30 days. We do obviously notify the Board of County Commissioners, and we only conduct a hearing if the Board of County Commissioners thinks that it's, big enough or political enough that it's warranted. Otherwise, we just do the 30-day comment period and go that way. So it's designed to greatly reduce the time and resources spent on what we consider to be, sort of the no-brainers. So next slide, please. So that's it. Any questions? I realize I threw a lot at you, but just
Jen,
one sec.
Thank you for that information. That was wonderful information. I've got 2 questions.
Sure.
And one, I don't know if you'll have the answer to. Do you know where we're at with the relative to where we started with statehood to where we're at now with the state lands that we currently own? How many of those lands have we sold since statehood?
Well, I believe we were given 4.2 million surface and subsurface acres upon statehood. We're about 3.5 million surface, 3.9 subsurface. So we have lost a few. But in most of these exchange transactions, we do retain the mineral rights to them. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But there are situations where I think early on with statehood that mineral rights were transferred and things like that.
Thank you. My second question is regarding conservation leases on state lands. Is that something that's continuing to be discussed, and is there any headway on that?
Yes. So obviously with the state of the economy and things, we had a lot of pressure on us to come up with new ideas and ways to generate revenue. And we've got a lot of them. But one of the things 2 years ago, the legislature directed us to go to Teton County and kind of look at potential revenue generation opportunities for certain parcels in Teton County. And as part of that, we did kind of a solicitation where we said, hey, here are the parcels. Anybody have any ideas for commercial development or other types of development on these parcels? And one thing that really came out of that, as you can imagine, in Teton County, conservation values are very important to people. And so that was one of the, in that study we had over, I think, 30 proposals, and a lot of them, the bulk of them, were about conservation and conservation values. We are looking at ways to monetize conservation with a conservation lease. We haven't gone through the rulemaking process. We're still in the developmental phases of that. But yes, it is. It's coming. We hope. We've had a lot of people asking for it. One of the things we run up against with conservation, hunting, things like that is people tell us, oh yeah, we're willing to write a check for that. We're willing to preserve the surface for that. But then when it comes to writing the check, oh no, we've always done that for free. So it's sort of getting people into a different mindset with respect to, yeah, we hope to be able to offer conservation leasing. And, there will be a price for that. I don't know what that's going to be, but that is one of the things that we are pursuing and looking at adding to the rules.
Would that be, have you had the discussion, would that be limited to the 10-year block as well of time?
We haven't talked specifics with respect to time, but it would be a lease, not an easement or something long term. And this was also, we've had inquiries with respect to, well, is this a good way to preserve the surface as opposed to people buying up oil and gas leases or something and holding on to them and then never developing them. That's another reason why we're doing the conservation leasing. But with respect to term, we haven't quite figured out what's the sweet spot. But likely we'll be taking comment on that in the future.
Great, thank you.
Director.
Well, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pat.
So Jim, you know how much I love and respect you before I ask this question. And I'm throwing myself in harm's way because I have legislators on one side and you on the other. I mean, who set the raising rate for state lands? And what is it?
Well, right now it's like 523 per AUM, I think is what the grazing rate is. The statute requires us to consider all kinds of different things, which affect and impact the formula for us determining what we charge. And there's everything in there from, you know, the parity ratio to contributions made by the lessee, whether it's, you know, but it's a flat amount. So I don't want to get into the politics of it, Pat, but it's kind of both. The board has the formula, but it's based on the directives that we must consider pursuant to statute.
I can't quit. But the state AUM is much less than the BLM's AUM is.
No, it's
No.
not. BLM's far less.
BLM's less, yeah.
Far less than what private common.
It is, and we did a grazing study before my time, I think it was 2018. And there's some interesting results in that, which show that Wyoming has one of the highest sort of private lease rates, if you will, for private ground. But then we're like second from the bottom, I think, with respect to leasing state ground once you get through the ratios and, you know, the discounts, if you will.
Just a general comment. It would seem like conservation easement rates would be compensatory with grazing rates. I mean, why would that not be a conversation that could be had? What's the charge one more than the other outside of a fair auction to see who would win that bid? I recognize the politics behind that question.
Yes, there's a lot of politics behind it. Some people value it far more than others and are willing to pay more for it. And as a fiduciary and a trustee for the trust beneficiaries, we have to figure out how to leverage it to get the most we can for it. And it may or may not equate to grazing. So, yes, Senator
So,
Hicks.
You know, when you talk about one shoe, there's always the other foot. So let's talk about the other foot. On raising revenues and optimizing fiduciary responsibility. So there's two states that even for the privilege of having the opportunity up there, I have to buy state land tagged as a recreational hunter and fisher. It's not optional, Montana and New Mexico, to generate revenue. We don't do that. Do it.
Not yet.
I'm familiar with another state just to the south of us. They actually go out there, again, to optimize and generate revenue for that fiduciary responsibility. They go to a public auction process for those recreation rates on those state. We don't do that, do we?
Not yet.
Thank you.
What is your tag cost in New Mexico and Montana?
If I was a resident in both states, they would be cheaper than resident tags.
How much?
I don't know.
So what's it cost you for a non-resident?
Depends on the tag.
About $10, $20.
Hypothetically,
Access tag,
For your state access tag.
I think Montana is $3 or $4, and New Mexico is $6. So,
And
just to apply,
take my money.
I take $6 from the state of Mexico, wherever I want state lands. Same in Montana, and I think there's this four.
That sounds like a hell of an idea. We ought to do that.
yeah,
I did that, got beat to death. Do you remember that?
I do remember.
It was a $10 fee too. It wasn't like I was asking for $100. I actually sponsored a bill to do a $10
Right.
access fee.
And we have looked at that too. We have looked to some of our sister states, Montana and others, to see how they do it. But we have not really gotten any traction on that.
So just one more question.
Sure.
Just kind of illustrate the point. So based on the conversation.
At my expense.
It would appear based on what you said, that agricultural lease rates are below market value. based on our conversation, our recreational rates are below market value. You compare them. Is that the analogy?
Yes, that's a fair analogy. But, you know, in fairness to the ag community, they are the stewards of our lands and they take care of them and they make improvements and all of that. So I'm not making any comment one way or the other about the AUMs and the price that we charge.
I told you, see, I told you. I was gonna get rid of it.
Well, I think it's a good topic. I guess I'll tag on to it. Well, back to your lease rates. So an isolated school section out in the middle of the ranch, without a doubt, it's cheap. It's cheaper. But if you have to be gifted with a parcel outside of Cheyenne or Cody or wherever that's covered with ATVs and people doing stuff on it, the only person out there is the lessee that takes care of it. It's really interesting. I've got one of them. We did an exchange, but you've got people on there every day making new roads, doing stuff. And by the way, as a leasee, you're only an ag leasee. You've got no authority really to do anything beyond your grazing lease. Yet you're kind of expected to be the gatekeeper, and it gets pretty difficult. I can tell you, for us, we had people just flat attack us and come after us because it's like, this is our ground. And it's like, well, there's rules against camping, against riding your ATV. Well, you're riding your ATV off the road. Why can't I? Well, part of our lease allows us to actually administratively use it, but those are the issues you deal with as far as what you pay. And I've got one that's isolated, that's surrounded by my place and the neighbors. And yeah, no one ever gets on it. It's great. The other ones are different. The other one, and I think this committee should consider looking at helping the state work hand in hand with the fee for access. The other thing we don't have is a means to keep them off state ground. You can't, if someone's a chronic abuser, if they get caught dumping garbage, they repeatedly do it. There's no real means to revoke a permit from them. And if you go to a permit system for the bad apples, folks all know it. It's a small percentage of the people that really violate the rules now. But it gives you a means to say, look, your permit's revoked and it's going to go to a $5,000 fine and jail time if you're back on this ground. If you've been dumping garbage on it, you've been doing things that are against our rules, and that helps with management. I feel for the state. I've sat down here long enough to clean. The state has really spent millions of dollars to clean dumps on our own ground that people dump on it. I think it's high time that there is some type of permit, and it doesn't have to be ridiculously high, but everybody that uses those grounds needs to share information. As ag people, I always feel it's really interesting. Everybody hates us. We're the only ones that pay them. They hate us with passion, but they're out there using it for no fee. And, you know, the state pays to sign it. They pay to provide access to it, to do everything else. Yet the only one that's out there that actually pays direct fees is ag and the minerals industry, and then your special use permits. And so I do think it's legitimate for this committee to look at it, because it may be one of the means you replace some of the revenue, that if we transfer some of this cost back so we can have more resident hunters, that maybe we're part of that revenue comes back, is some to them and some back to these guys, because that's the other thing we keep wandering around. But every time we change these license deals, it costs these guys 6-7 figures of money. And we made a promise a long time ago in the legislature when we moved game and fish out of the general fund, that we wouldn't mess with their ability to raise their own funds. And that's exactly what we've been here on, part of what we do. So I think this is a legitimate topic and a real one. I'd like to, particularly Adam and some of the public land, give me a thought on what you think.
If you allow resident camping on state lands, we probably have a conversation starter. But if you're just, I mean, and this is entirely off the cuff. It's that's one of those things that, yeah, there's a lot of state land to go take a peek at. But if we're looking at it, how we benefit the resident sportsman, right? I mean, that's what this task force is here for, not necessarily the overall resident recreationalist. If we're looking at benefiting the resident sportsman, now I have zero problem with an access fee, but then allow the resident sportsman to set a tent up on that chunk of state ground that he had to walk 5 miles in to get to, you know, or whatever the case may be. And that's, I don't know why there's no camping or where that
Well,
law or
and I can
regulation
tell you,
comes from.
I can tell you, as you could see, state lands are spread way out. The other piece of it is we don't have enforcement. We don't have law enforcement. So if there's a problem, we have to call the sheriff who it can't be there.
Oh, yeah.
We try to call Game and Fish too. They help to enforce what they can. And, with respect to, again, keep in mind that the land is considered part of the trust corpus. So we're trying to keep it from injury and that sort of thing. I don't want, State Forester Crapser getting all out of joint, getting his nose all out of joint because now all of a sudden we've just exponentially increased the fire danger across the state. Sure. But the board does allow camping and campfires in authorized areas. Those are largely through exclusive outfitting situations, but it's just the non-exclusive and the general access. They haven't seen fit to do that. But I've been hearing more and more that there is more and more pressure on them to allow those sorts of opportunities. But again, has to do with protecting the trust asset.
Are there currently like grazing limitations on state lands? I know with BLM and Forest Service, they only have a certain period of time they can have X amount of head under those AUMs. Does that exist with state, or can you have livestock on state ground year round? Because in drought years, you talk about damage and maintaining the asset. You keep cows on the state ground for the last year and a half. There's some irreparable damage taking place because of the lack of moisture.
Well, we don't micromanage the grazing lessees, but we do have our field services folks who go out and inspect when they hear about those situations where people are mismanaging, misusing the state lands, and we do what we can to address that.
Yeah, so on that, Adam, our lease is all state. If you're using ground for such, you ought to pull up one of the forms. It's multiple pages long, and it's what you're required to do. And granted that you follow the user can file complaints on it.
Sure.
I can't post my state land. I can't.
Right.
There's a pretty specific set of rules. Part of it is you're going to use standard husbandry practice as far as range goes, which means that you're not going to degrade it to the point that you do that. Exactly. So if someone's doing permanent damage, they've done it before. They'll step in and say, look, I can't do it.
Well, and I know the last couple of years is obviously very circumstantial because of the drought that different parts of the state.
So in the industry, what you do in this, what happens everywhere is they look at adjoining lands and they regionally area compare with, if you're doing extraordinary damage.
Yeah, if everything looks like crap, it's okay for one thing to look like crap.
Well,
Jen, Albert has a question as well.
And then I know the director's been trying to get in on this. Go ahead, Albert.
Yeah, thank you. So full disclosure, I don't have any state lands on our ranch. So, but my question, and I know this is, we're kind of in the hunting thing, but it's goes back to my fishing one. And we've had this conversation before, and I think it's really, I think it just was mentioned. I think it goes to your enforcement. You really don't have enforcement. And on the fishing side, and this has been several years ago, and you guys have probably had a lot of difference, but there was only like 6 or 7 outfitters that were licensed to do fishing, fishing guided outfitting on state lands. And you could go to any one of our 3 boat accesses on the New Fork that are controlled by state lands, and there was 20 to 25 outfitters outfitting off of those docks. And it was a bone of contention with my outfitters in my area. And so I'm wondering, and I think you're missing out on dollars. If it's to maximize dollars, I think if you actually constrain the use and charged more dollars, you would probably make more money, and you would also save the resource. And my ranch isn't on the New Fork, so it's not like this is bothering me, but it's an issue that I don't see you guys addressing.
Representative Summers, I appreciate your comments. As you can imagine, we have so many staff and so many priorities, some of which are set for us. But yes, I mean, we have talked about recreation and monetizing recreation and situations similar to what you've described. Again, there's a lot of
There's a lot of challenges with that. Doesn't mean we don't want to do it. We just don't necessarily have the enforcement, the staff, the resources to get something like that stood up quickly and in an economic fashion. But we are looking at recreation more globally. We're looking at hunting. We're looking at all sorts of different opportunities. And I know you and I've talked about this before, and you're probably going, oh yeah, sure. But seriously, Representative, we're looking at everything, you know, and I guess that's all I have to say about that. Director Nesbitt, you've been trying
Well,
to
just one last comment, and then I'll be quiet on this. And the enforcement, you know, right, I don't have any state lands, but the enforcement should go to anybody, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's a livestock producer, whether it's somebody that is permitted to go up there and cut timber. I've been one of those on state land. We all should have to follow rules. None of us should be allowed to destroy that we're using. And so federal government, but at the same time, we want those assets to be retained.
Albert, you're breaking up quite a bit in that last part.
You better go, Brian.
I must have left you, yeah.
So I have just one piece of information, then I got a question. So
Okay.
we do have an MOU, and we've had it in place for about, I'm gonna say 20 years, Jen, roughly, where we do all the enforcement for off-road use, campfires, and camping. And then we also end up doing quite a bit of litter enforcement. We make as many littering cases on state land as we probably do anywhere else in the state. We do an annual report. We document all of the violations that we find. We send it to Jen and her crew. That's been going on for a while, but that's only a very small portion of the enforcement that we're talking about here today. There's a lot of other things that require enforcement. The question I had for you, Jen, is, do you know, obviously we started out with 2 sections per township. Now we have multiple large blocks of state land all over the place. Were those a consequence of donations, land exchanges? How did those come to be, or do you know?
Well, it's going to be case by case, but probably a combination of all of it, where things have been exchanged out, or you know, who knows? Each township is unique, and I think it really depends on what you're talking about, but probably a combination of all of that.
Some of our best recreational opportunities on state land are in those areas where they're accessible, number one, but then they're blocked up, and there's some really cool places that.
And that's sort of the point of this discussion is I'm not here to say we're against blocking up parcels. And in fact, it makes it easier for us to manage, frankly, and for your law enforcement for us too. So if people have those sorts of ideas of, hey, you know, we've already got a small block, we could add this, we could whatever, we're interested in all of those opportunities. There just has to be something in it for the trust beneficiaries. But yeah, it makes it easier for us too.
Just one more thing, and I'll stop. We have, I know of 2, there might be more, have entered into agreements with state lands, just like we would with a private landowner, where the particular parcel is managed as a hunter management area. So you got to get permission slips. We regulate the number of folks that use those particular pieces, and those have been very successful. I mean, the hunters love it. It's obviously better for state lands. They get a little payment. They get the same small payment that other private landowners get for doing the same thing. But that's another, it's a hunting related thing that we've done on state lands that I think has been pretty popular.
Just real quick, Jen, are all exchanges acre for acre?
It's value for value.
That's
So,
what I think. So that could have contributed to the drop from 4.2 to 3.5.
Jen, you said several times you have enforcement problems. So if you ask the legislature for additional staff, I mean, that seems to be having the staff to manage this valuable state resource for all of eternity is your fiduciary capacity. And I think the legislature should supply you with appropriate numbers of staff. So if you ask them what they said, and when's the last time you asked?
Well, Pat, keep in mind, I have only been the director for
3 years now, and think about what's happened during that period of time. Budgets, but we've been cutting budgets, not able to add budgets. We've looked at riffing people as opposed to adding people, just to keep within modest budgetary requirements, to keep things moving along business as usual. What I'm hopeful of is that we are emerging from the pandemic and some of the budgetary crises we've had, and that's the plan. We have been in discussions about how many is it going to take, and so that's what we're looking at internally, because frankly right now I'm running programs and doing things that normally we would have staff to do, and so at some point something's got to give. We're hopeful to make a presentation to the legislature at some point to get the right number, but right now, just with the last 3 years being what they've been, we've had to reduce budgets and we just haven't been able to get the staff.
Okay, got that.
Okay.
Do you have any historical perspective? I mean, what did Ryan Lance do? What did Lynn Boongarden do? What did Richard Hill do? Have they asked him to do tonight?
I don't know that, Pat. I would have to look at that.
Lynn did, I know.
Yeah, I know Lynn asked. Yep.
For charging Camden.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
So I just want to bring, Ogden, you had, I mean, it sounded like you wanted maybe some action item out of this.
I do, I think it's
And
worthwhile to have a discussion,
I'm-
look at it.
I'm curious what you're thinking about, maybe specifically.
Well, I guess a fee and access for state ground, and I'm not just for hunters, it's for
Everybody.
access for people using it. I don't want to discriminate towards the hunter or fisherman. Mine's, it's a public resource, and Jen didn't go in depth to it, but they weren't given to the state as public grounds. She talked about trust grounds. So they weren't given to public use. They were given for a specific purpose. Now it's to fund our schools or different facilities. So to me, I can tell you, it angers a lot of people, but 25 years ago, they weren't open to the public. When they did that, I was one of the ones, long before I went to legislature, that fought it and said, once you open this door, created a monster, and we have. The truth is, every use of state grounds should generate some net benefit to the beneficiaries. That's the same thing you do with your own business. So to me, it only makes sense that you don't charge an exorbitant fee. But if you want to go on, do a hike on state grounds, you want to take your dogs on, you want to go do whatever, that you pay some type of fee that allows them to hire some people to actually do that enforcement and do some of it. Because that was the argument against Lynn, is anytime you
Just incorporate it with license renewal on vehicles, so you got a sticker on your windshield.
I'm happy with some of that sort. We talked about that when I ran the bill. State lands worked with me, by the way. When I ran that bill of mine, they worked hand in hand with me. And I got beat so bad on it, I never tried to run it again. I think Senator Hicks looked at running on there, did run it. And it is not popular, but guys like Adam and the users, if they understand it actually enhances their use and access. I don't think it was exorbitant. I have a problem with $100 fee, but pay $10 for year round, their access 2 million acres of ground, you go $15. Or maybe they're issued by county and it costs you more, just like the Park Service, going through the whole state, it costs you more. I don't know, but I think it's something that's worthy of discussion, because it's something that we all can come out winners with, that does it without costing huge amounts of money. Most of these other proposals we do, like I said, they're 6 and 7 figure costs. And I do think part of it needs to be split with the game and fish, because my bill, once again, was using the game wardens for part of the patrol. They said, look, guys, we're gonna help the black guys respond to this. And if you're gonna do camping, you absolutely are gonna have to put an extensive rule making, because I can tell you, we've opened parts of our ranch, public camping in the past. I run a commercial campground, we used to do free on part of our place. They do not self-regulate. Pick garbage up nonstop. They build fires where they're not supposed to. You've got to have a regulatory piece that goes with it. I'm not saying it's not good, because my deal, I look at it exactly like you have. It's not my ground, it's the state's. And we all own it. to be able to reasonably use it. I don't have a problem with the guy camping on my school section. But I don't want him out there with his dogs chasing my cows or my sheep. Some of the other impacts, because that's one thing you'll run into with camping, is dogs. I can guarantee you, you're gonna have livestock, cowboy conflicts right away. But I'm open. I think it's a topic that's worthy of this body to talk about. It's the one that could bring it. It might actually make it palatable. Larry brings a bill, I bring a bill, Jamie brings a bill. I can guarantee you it's gonna be roundly beat up, but if it's debated correctly here, it actually gives us some legitimacy to.
Well, we charge a fee for state parks, and then we have the ability to enforce or to, we hire state marshal or state park rangers, to handle those duties. And in fact, they just raised the rates a little bit. And so I think it's worthy of, a good close look to maybe, it would certainly would maximize some of it. The camping stuff, no, they'll take their four-wheelers and go off-road. That's a tough one to go that far. Whereas in the state parks, you have designated areas that are patrolled and monitored. And I don't see any way in some of these isolated parcels you could do that. But I certainly think, it might be a good idea, and whether you put it on the license fee or on the state parks permit or your hunting license or whatever. And I know, we're nicking our hunting license with a lot of different things now, and the same with the driver's or vehicle licenses and stuff. But, people we're just gonna have to pay for some of these things. And again, it's their duty to maximize the benefit to that property. So, I think there might be ways that we can help out, as well as if the Game and Fish helps out, then they should get a piece of the pie as well. But I don't think it's a bad idea. And, like I say, we do it with our state parks, and we've made some really nice places for people to go.
What about putting together a little subcommittee with Tony and Ogden and Jen and maybe somebody else if they want to do that, and coming up with a framework of an idea for us? Is that fair? They're okay with that?
I don't even take much business.
Yeah.
Parks flushed out, the big fights, it's over with that. So
I do know we had some controversy with one of our state parks with Fort Fetterman, because of the increase in camp, the need or the demand by people with their campers. The state wanted to put some dry camping out there, and again, fire danger, and we as commissioners there in Commerce County, we were very skeptical about allowing that to happen out there, because it's just dry cheap grass. And
yeah, I'm with you.
but so it's tough. But we ended up, and they did put some spaces out there, and they were in demand. There's no doubt about it. But geez, and it's fairly accessible right off the highway. So that's a little different than somebody having to walk in and camp or isolate it. But there are some issues, I think, if you maximize and do that, then people will think they have more opportunity, and sometimes more opportunity means more problems.
Well, they do. You create it right. You go with that. To me, camping's one, and the other one is, and I will tell you back, I will fight whether you add it to driver's license stuff. To me, it's a user fee and specific to it, and I'm fine. You go online and you print out a form, or you could check a box on your honey deal, just like a conservation stamp. You want to pay the other $10 or $15, and it prints out on your license. But otherwise,
they don't have to. They don't have to get a fee or get a permit. But
right. But it's
if the Game and Fish is out there and they check somebody and they're hunting on state land and they don't have a permit,
then it's a big fine. And I do it major, because it won't be enforced all the time. But when they come out there and they got a complaint, they're gonna lose your hunting rights for a year, and you're gonna have $1,000 fine.
And the leasee, the rancher, they ought to be able to rat them out too. If they check, and if you don't have a fee, you don't have a permit, then
Anybody else want to be on that
let me get your driver's license and a phone call.
So Tony, just a tongue in cheek argument on that, I hate to be because I'm not an offendable person. Most people can say whatever they want to me and it doesn't cause offense. But when you constantly say that, oh, camping's going to open up the floodgates to all this horrible decision-making, over the last 5 years, when I've talked to our game and fish employees or our local sheriffs about what I've seen on state lands in terms of illegal ORV use, 90% of the time they know who it is, and it's the landowner tearing up and down. It's the lessee tearing up and down ridge lines.
That's their kids.
Or their kids. But seriously, so same thing though. So when you say it's going to be everyone that just comes out, most people, again, 5% or 95% of the laws were created because of 5% of the people. So we have to stop the narrative that if we do this, the general public's going to destroy everything.
Well, you need to designate areas then. You need to have
What's that?
some regulation. Go ahead.
Don't do this lease fees that we're doing it. Because I can tell you where I'm at, it's not, they blame us because we're there with it. But I can tell you on my
There's
place.
incidences in Johnson County.
I can tell you Campbell County, and I
So-
know Rusty knows about it. They had groups that
We've
went out
shut some
and intentionally
down.
made trails. They literally would go out with
We've actually shut
packs of
some down.
ATVs, because once the trail's made, then it's a legal road.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so they go out with just packs of them. It happened out there in that Rosette country, and they literally, lessees came to the state and said, what do we do? These guys are coming in with 44 wheelers, and there's a trail in one day. They've got to work.
Just real quick, on that, did he implicate that 5% of the bad apples are out of Campbell County?
He's all liars.
Careful, that's my district.
Let's refocus this.
Yeah.
Jim needs help enforcing state land regulations and managing this precious resource. If we're able to come up with a proposal that gives her a user fee that helps her enforce, it moves. And I've watched the state land work forever. We're all about raising leases. We're all about income. The more programs like this that move them towards, they have a multiple mission. It's not only generating revenue, but it's recreation, it's hunting, and it's allowing the Wyoming people to use this land to its full capacity. And off we are. So Adam, I urge you, your sportsman friends, not to say, I'll pay $5 if I get a camp. Because you tell that to the the 5 elected officials, and they're gonna give you a middle finger.
Absolutely.
So don't do that. Let's get Jen the user fees and the model so that we can start changing this dynamic. And then she has the ability to enforce, and that's a good thing for all of us. You know, it goes back to Albert's example. If they have 40 outfitters using the state school section to launch their boats, and that requires a user fee and registration, it'd be good for all of us if someone were there to say, hey, pay your damn fee and do this right. So I just think any issue involving public land access and wildlife, everyone gets so excited and we all go, you know, this is a great idea. We should work on it hard and come up with something.
Pat, you just volunteered yourself to be on that subcommittee, I believe. Chairman. Yeah.
And I really appreciate the thoughts and the help, because we have internally been, since I've been there the last 3 years, been trying to figure out how do we monetize recreation? How do we enforce? How do we, whether it's the staff we have or we have the ability to get more, how do we do this and how do we do it in a sophisticated manner that benefits everybody?
If you find out a really good way about monetizing recreation, we can maybe share that with our federal folks, that the unintended consequences of some of that recreation that we're seeing on our life, on our wildlife. But anyway.
I nominate Albert Summers because he's not at the meeting. He should.
He doesn't have any state leases. No comment. So real quick, this could be a pretty simple review. There's 2 bills that have been ran in the last 6 years. Pull those out. Go look at those. Montana, New Mexico, and Colorado, see. And could probably contact those and find how much. I went in here, and Montana charges $2.
Right, in our discussions with Montana enforcement.
And so the question that comes is what rate, because it'd be a threshold, right? Does the cost of enforcement cost, what do you have to charge to get there? And all of a sudden, getting back to the purpose of these lands is if we're just doing this to generate money to do enforcement, it's a push. There's no benefit to the fiduciary system. There still has to be some net gain for the public school system. I would just start. There's 3 different examples. I went back into Mexico's actually got rid of it. What happens now down in Mexico? The department writes the Office of State Lands and Investments every year down there from the school trust account. $1 million. And then they have an MOU, and then all hunters and fishers have access to this currently accessible, rather than the hunters pay. They're paying for it through a license fee someplace else. But they just direct it right to children. Colorado actually has some competitive bid for recreational use, hunting and fishing. State license. There's answers. How much revenue does it generate? How much enforcement does it take? Let's start with those 2 bills that are out there. I think most licensed operators already pay a license fee for state.
We do, it's going up.
Enough you can notice.
What's that?
It was an offhand.
Now.
Word comment.
We also, if we want exclusive, we pay more for an exclusive, and it can go into a bid.
What is exclusive, by the way? I was gonna ask Jim that.
Just the only.
But the public still access it.
Okay, Albert's on.
You're right.
So, yeah, it's called volunteering.
Albert's not volunteering, but there are 2 committees right now that have state lands as interim topics. One of them met yesterday, and their topic is looking at revenue. I think they were a little far afield, but my point being, I think we're getting far afield. If we think this is an important issue, I think we ought to send a little letter to one of those 2 committees or both of them and say they need to take it up and study it.
I agree with that.
That might be the best idea.
It's not us.
Help today.
Well, I don't think it hurts to, if the subcommittee wants to bring something, we send that letter to them. You know, I think that's an action item that's easier to do. So, anyway.
So is that a
Okay.
motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
This committee authorized a letter to either the revenue or the state public lands committee to look at this issue of revenue generation and recreation.
We have a second?
Second. And so you know, that recommendation would actually go to management council, and the management council would have to assign that.
To the committee.
We can't. So just, it's a cursory process.
I'm open to that, and I think that's something that those 3 or 4 people can put together for us to approve to go to the management council. Does that sound fine?
3 of the which are on this task force.
Perfect.
So
So who's gonna
Handle it. Well, I see
Oh,
Pat
man,
and Ogden.
council, there he is, either one.
Well, somebody's got to draft the letter for this group.
We can just send a text.
write a letter to yourself.
I'll draft it.
All right. We have
You
like-
see how we get this done?
All right.
I can send a text to Don, but he'll draft one because he doesn't want to send it.
Don will know what the heck you're
Okay.
talking about.
All right, so we have the motion to draft a letter for that to go to management council. Anybody opposed to that? I guess everybody in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We may get, maybe we'll get some grief about not taking public comment on that, but
We'll get it when it comes back.
There will be plenty.
that's kicking that to another committee, actually, is what that's. Okay. All right, Rick is gonna queue up and he's next. So thanks for your patience, Rick. We're just a little bit behind, so.
Yeah, no worries. Can you guys hear me okay with this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, It is. It's really awkward. I feel like I should be playing Fortnite with my teenager or something. But, all right, so I'm gonna just take one or two of these note cards and pass them around. Yeah, good news, bad news. Bad news is it's late afternoon and your last speaker of the day is not known for his dynamic presence and entertaining value. But the good news is I'm generally pretty, I'm not long-winded, so we'll get through this. But I warned Director Nesbitt I was going to go a little off script today. And before I dive right into the topics that I was assigned, I wanted to cover just a couple of basics. And so the note cards that I passed around or that you're grabbing, that's totally, I'm just taking this opportunity to ask that if you have any questions that you've been thinking about that you'd like to get some public input on, if you could jot those down and turn them into me. We continue to work on some public engagement, human dimension survey work. And so my ask to you is just, if you've had any thoughts about some questions you'd like to see answered from the public, jot them down and give them to me. That's totally unrelated to what I was asked to talk about today, but I thought I'd steal the opportunity to bring that up. So first off, what I wanted to start with today was a little bit of a discussion before I dive into those topics. So two things that I want to cover. One is really the importance of getting to the root cause of problems that we're trying to address with our management. And then the other is to go over a review of what we currently have, what our current management apparatus is right now. So there's a pretty good quote that I like that I think it gets attributed to Albert Einstein, but I've seen it in so many different ways and versions that I don't know who really actually gets credit for it, but Larry, here's a quote from Larry Hicks. It says, if I had 60 minutes to solve a problem, I spent 55 minutes defining the problem and 5 minutes coming up with solutions.
That's Larry.
Anyway, I couldn't agree more. As before we jump into these topics, I just ask you to, think about some things. What is the problem? What's happening? Where is it a problem? When is it a problem? Who's involved? Why is this happening? And then just keep asking why. I think there's a rule out there that says you should ask why 5 times before you even start talking about solutions. And I think those are good reminders. We often have to remind our managers internally about that as we're trying to implement our management apparatus. So look to really clearly define some problems. Next thing I wanted to go into was our season frameworks. And just a quick review on Game and Fish Department management overarching apparatus that we have in place. So as you guys have talked, you know that we have management objectives for our big game herds. Each of our herds has an objective that we try to meet. Those objectives have some component of a biological reality. So for example, we may want to say that we would like 100,000 deer in the Wyoming range, but biologically that's not reality. So there's a component of biological reality that we have to consider. But in addition to that, there's a social component, and they're very much intertwined. The social component pieces include things like hunter quality. How many other hunters do you see out there on the landscape, and how many folks do you got to share that resource with, and those kinds of things. So our objectives have both those components in them, and I think that's an important piece to just be cognizant of and remind ourselves about. So in order for the department to achieve those management objectives, our current system has a lot of flexibility. So that apparatus, that management apparatus, we've got lots of levers. And having just gone through the season setting process, our folks like to pull levers and they have access to a lot of levers. And so I'll just go through some of those real quick. So one of those that we have is hunt areas. So as you guys know, we have about 130 deer hunt areas across the state. And we have different areas for elk and different areas for sheep. You know, one thing about our system that you guys have heard and have seen firsthand is that it's pretty complex, and we got there for a reason. Every time we've tried to do some simplification, we end up coming back to the point, well, it's kind of nice to have a lot of flexibility. So hunt areas is one of those levers that we can pull. License types is another one. So as you guys know, we've got general licenses, and then we have type 0 to type 9. And a lot of combinations in between. For example, type 3 and type 8 licenses are designated for whitetail. So type 3 are a full price whitetail license, type 8 are Dauphin whitetail licenses. So season dates is another lever that our guys have, that we all have to manage our wildlife.
Rick?
Yeah.
Before you go on, we'll back up real quick. So
Yep.
you got hunt areas and then you got herd unit. So is there a distinction between that?
Yeah, so herd units is the level that we manage at, but we do that through that sub-level of hunt areas.
Well, that's what I was getting at. So are we gonna look at this just through the hunt area lens, or we can look through the unit? And the herd unit versus just hunt areas, look at that through both.
So I could add herd units up here, but I think for the point of this discussion, I'll just leave it at hunt area. But that is a good point. That's potentially another lever. So season dates, limitations. And I'm going to, these are last year's regs. And I'll pass those around. If you want one, you can look at it. If you don't, that's fine too. But the point is if you look in there, you can see our season charts and you can see our license types, dates, and the limitations. And it's worth a read to look at the limitations, because in the limitations, our folks can get pretty dang creative with the public's help. And we've come up with lots of different iterations of limitations: public land, private land, off forest, on forest, antler point restrictions. Boy, the list gets pretty long in terms of limitations that we use. We also have non-resident regions. So that's another lever that we use to kind of manipulate hunter numbers and distribution. License quotas for limited quota. And then license distribution rules, I'll call them. So we have quotas, and then chapter 44 and chapter 2. So for example, earlier today, you talked about in the initial drawing, you can apply for one full price license and then subsequently get a second full price license in the leftover draw, et cetera, et cetera. So within chapter 2, we designate how many licenses a person can have. That's another lever we can use to meet objectives and distribute hunters and meet those biological and social goals. Those are kind of the main levers that we use, but there's a lot of others that are out there that we've either used in the past or could use. So for example, we could add new license types. We could add things like choose your weapon. We could use split general licenses. That's been a discussion that's come up in the past, having two different general license types and splitting general hunters out. And then of course, resident regions. So all these different things can add up to basically, kind of an infinite number of combinations and possibilities to try to get us where we want to be. And I just bring that up again before we dive into the resident region concept, just to demonstrate that we have a pretty complex system, has a lot of flexibility, has a lot of ability to do a lot of different things depending on what our goal is. And at the end of the day, I just bring you back to, again, really think hard about the problem you want to address and really put a lot of thought into defining that problem, clearly defining that issue, you know, before we start pulling levers. So, Laura, can you put up, can you skip to, I think it's about page 20. So when we're talking resident regions, this concept has been brought up before. Let's see, it's that one that's got a map, a colorful map on it. So our department has taken a look at the concept of resident regions for deer hunting, and we've put some brain power into it. And I just want to get to one section right there. Or go back up one more. One more time. All right, right there. Is that in focus? Can you guys see that okay?
It's actually a little bit blurry unless it's my eyes.
Oh, thank goodness, because I thought I was losing my eyesight too. So if you can scroll up so we can see that map. So our department folks have taken the time to, as Director Nesbitt says, put some brain sweat into this concept, and we've done a pretty good deep dive into it, evaluated some pros and cons, and come up with some frameworks as to what a resident region concept could look like. And this is just one example of what we've come up with. You know, again, this would be potentially one of those levers where you can manipulate this thing to infinity if you wanted to, depending on what the goals and objectives were. This is one framework that we identified. And if you can scroll back up to the text above that. Now, I just would highlight a couple of things. So, you know, this resident region concept, really, it does afford an intermediate alternative between our status quo management, what we currently are doing, and full-blown limited quota for resident hunters for deer, for example. You could have a lot of different iterations in terms of, do you have an unlimited number of resident hunters in each region? That's probably how this could start, but it could quickly trend towards a capped number of hunters in each resident region. So there's a couple things that I think should be taken note of. I think if we went down this road, it'd be pretty important to line it up with non-resident regions, just because if we had resident regions that were different than non-resident regions, we could end up in a lot of complexity there. So that's just one thought that our guys have come up with, that is we probably should align it with non-resident regions. But I think I'll stop there. You know, this is for you all to kick around and discuss, but this concept of resident regions, again, is it's a tool, it's a lever. We can use it to accomplish something. I think the important part to really focus in on is, what is the problem, and is this the right tool? So
What does this solve?
that's what I would I'd really,
I don't see it solves anything.
well, so it kind of, again, it all comes back to defining a problem. If the problem is hunter distribution, if we have hunt quality issues in one particular area, then maybe this is a solution to that problem. But again, you know, as mentioned earlier, sometimes there's solutions looking for problems. This could be a great solution for something, but I think we need to really be clear about what problem are we trying to solve with this potential tool. And I'm not going to step on the work of this group. I think that'd be really important for you all to talk about.
Yeah, maybe somebody can explain to me what this solves, because I don't see a solution there based on this map. Not to say this could change, but based on that, I don't see what it solves.
Potentially, I mean, I'm not saying this is the case, but potentially you could have less, I'll use the Black Hills, it's the best example. You could have fewer hunters in the Black Hills hunting on a general license because they chose bags. They chose the resident region for bags. Would we determine there's 80% of people that maintain fidelity to their, so is that number 20%? Is that a lot of people? I don't know.
Well, that was 20% of the 30% who responded to the survey. So,
Yeah, and I
which
don't
is a
know.
representation,
Yeah.
obviously, but.
It's the data we've got. We
Yeah.
got to kind of go with it.
Well, and that's, when I get back and look at the data, seems to be one of the biggest issues that we're grappling with, is this open game, driving even residents on top of residents. When you scroll that map, I don't see that's gonna solve some of the issues in Western. I mean, it may.
Nobody does the Eastern. You know, the interesting part is, it is a resident problem in the Northeast. It's not a non-resident, it's a resident problem. You know, they literally hunt the Black Hills to death. It has major effects. There's very little resident deer population left in the Black Hills Forest. They literally drive deer live on the lowlands now. Which, by the way, I'm old enough to know they didn't used to. The Mosquito Country used to have a resident deer herd in there that was in the thousands. Very few deer went. They get to grow out there in the state.
Rick, could you, or Laura, could you move that to page 17? No, this isn't in the packet, but I'm glad, Rick, that you have brought this. And that may be page 17 for what you're showing, but the heading on it is conclusion. And I think what's important here to recognize that, as Rick has alluded to, this is not something that the department has not explored, nor has they, there you go. And it's that second paragraph right there, and it's the very last sentence within that paragraph that I think is so important within here, especially recognizing the 9 members that made up this committee to flesh this out. The resident region committee has also concluded that a decision to adopt any form of resident deer regions would significantly reduce hunting opportunity and ultimately result in a limited quota system statewide. And I think that's very important for folks to recognize, because that continues to be what the discussions I continue to have with people are, is that this is just a very small step that eventually leads to limited quota. And recognizing what that committee has found in that conclusion, I think that carries great merit and should be given great consideration. Pete?
This is Albert. And, and since we brought this idea up, I got a lot of deer hunters over here and none of them have supported the concept. I think everybody recognizes that mule deer are declining, but they don't see this as the way to solve that, which is probably right. Until we get some winters and get a soil regime or a moisture regime that grows better sagebrush, you're not going to grow any more deer anyway. So I don't know that this gets you anywhere, and I don't think there's public support to go to regions over in my area.
Now, hold on, Pete, you were first.
One of the reasons, Larry, that this is brought up time and time again is there's no way of monitoring harvest of residents in general areas. So the Game and Fish Department, if you have an area that experiences decline in mule deer and you have to cut tags and cut licenses, your only option is to cut non-resident tags and shorten the seasons. And so this is just another avenue that could possibly use in that regard, so that maybe you wouldn't necessarily lose your season length, but you would have, if they went to a situation where you had to pick a region and stay there, if they had this defined numbers. We had a lot of talk about this at the last season setting, and a region wouldn't help these people because they're talking about an increase of hunters moving into the state, and more residents buying general tags. The only thing that helps that is limited quota. And so those are some of the reasons why they were brought up, is trying to have different management options when we have lean times, and so that it's not just falls on shortening seasons and cutting non-resident tags.
Just a quick follow-up. And so I think we need to be careful. Rick, question for you. So limited quota means you're limiting the number of hunters that you actually. One of the things we discussed last time It's not limited. Just pick your unit. It's a general license. You could still go in, but you're gonna pick your unit. You know how many residents are then gonna hunt there with the hunters. But it's not limited in the sense that you just have to designate my general license, I'm gonna hunt region 144, or I'm gonna hunt area 100, or area 130. So Rick, was that, getting back to what Josh is saying, this whole discussion about limited quota and stuff, has the concept of just pick your general license unit ever been explored?
I think
So
in.
I don't want to use the word limited quota.
Yeah.
I'd say pick your general license unit.
So I don't think this paper went specifically to say, pick your hunt area. It said, you know, pick your region. And there could be any number of iterations of what regions look like. And I think most of the folks that worked on this committee ultimately thought that what could potentially happen are, you know, the most popular places to go hunting. That's where everybody's going to go. We continue to see crowding in those places, and that just potentially drives to get to the place where instead of it starting as unlimited number for that particular region, you soon end up where folks are asking for that to be a limited number, and then you're just on a stepwise progression to limited quota. That was one of the conclusions that they came to, one of the potential outcomes.
Exactly what I've been raising my hand about. Folks, I'm gonna give you a crystal ball. We're not here to do what's most popular. We're here to do what's right for the game. As Wyoming population grows, general area is gonna fade anyway, because as they do exactly that, they're gonna come in. And there's no simple tools in place. And the truth of it is, ultimately, the state of Wyoming is going to be a drawer, and none of you want to hear this. But look at Colorado, look at the other states. As your population grows beyond 500,000 people, we don't have a game. It goes into different areas. They overhunt them systematically, piece at a time. And pick your area, it gives game and fish a way to manage what those numbers are. And it's like they said, they don't know. One of the questions I was going to ask mule deer versus whitetail is, tell me how many each you kill, because you can't. I submit a kill coupon, and all you can do is do an estimate. And, you know, to me, I'll give you a crystal ball is if you don't do this, you'll do it without this committee over the next decades to come, because it's coming anyway. It's there in the Black Hills. We've had hunters come from Minnesota for the last 50 years. And they've told us how the progression looks in deer herds, back to what your biologists do it. You start out and got this big herd all through the Black Hills, and they're distributed all, and I use the Black Hills because that's they know. And as you get more and more hunting pressure, those deer herds shrink into little pods and units in the abandoned areas. And that's what I was talking about is our family leased the Mesquite block, which was a 60,000 acre block, at least for about 8 years. 1950s, they were killing, late 60s, killing 500 deer a year out of that. Sustainable. We had a bad storm up there in the early 80s, and killed a substantial part of the herd, and it never recovered because of the general area. They just kept it hunted down. Those deer herds have never come in the Bear Lodge, Mosque area. Resident herds, they're scattered. They're in the backcountry and scattered. Deer concentrated. Cook County, that's why there's so much rodent, because most of them down on meadows at the bottom, as the pressure is drove on the private. And I truly think we've got to do management tools to expand the herds, not shrink them. Expanding them in areas where there's damage at the end, so they're figuring out how to build in the right place. And I think pick your hunt area is one of the deals you do. Is it absolutely popular? No. The guy that's in Pinedale that Albert's talking to, that likes to hunt the Black Hills after Thanksgiving, he's not going to be happy. But it forces him to make a choice and at least game fish where they can manage their areas. I think this is very worthy. It's not, shouldn't be dismissed out of hand.
I want to push back a little bit on that, Ogden. Rick, there was a presentation that was given to the task force that showcased that less than 20% of hunters actually move around from region to region. And secondly, this is really focused on the buck harvest of the hunting aspect of what, as consumptive users and hunters, that we're looking at, and that isn't growing deer. Looking at the biological management of the buck to doe ratios is the tool that the game managers have that they utilize to implement this. And going down something along this road with the idea that it's going to help our deer really that's not accurate. And we should be careful in saying this. I don't, you could disagree, Ogden, and I'd be real curious to see how you can indicate that this wouldn't actually have the unintended consequences that was even found as a conclusion within this committee, that you're going to reduce hunting opportunity. You're actually going to create more overcrowding. Any thoughts on that? Anybody? I mean, I know a lot of you have talked to a lot of different people about this.
I'm hard pressed to see the problem. I used to do this all the time. Yeah, I had it all over the state, and I'd end up killing the whitetail to eat on Thanksgiving. So I hate to look at that. I mean, I don't do it anymore, but I think part of the problem here is what Brian said, it should be right. The game and fish is not very responsive to suggested changes in pulling the levers that Rick has identified. If you want to reduce overcrowding on a day, there's a simple way. Break those, particularly in limited quota area, break those into 2 seasons. I mean, that's a far simpler solution than going to complete deer regions in Wyoming. But I gotta tell you, having served on the Game and Fish Commission for 6 years, speak for Pete, but it's even a hard deal for a commissioner to get a change in the season setting context. Game and Fish is a bottom-up organization, and maybe that's the right way, but they rely on their biologists in Kirk County to make recommendations. And once they make that recommendation, even if there's significant public comment, even if there are commissioners who say that's crazy, it's hard to change. And it's a big deal. Maybe in the season setting, 1 or 2 changes might be made from what the Game and Fish recognizes. And I think you could solve much of this problem and this angst people are having by being more responsive to what you're hearing. That's a far less major change than going to regionalization of deer licenses statewide.
Go ahead, Lee.
So I've looked at this a little bit different, and a lot of the comments coming through were, this isn't a way to cure the deer herd problem. And I never saw it as a tool to cure the deer herd problem. That's a whole different ballgame. What I was hearing was folks were getting tired of the crowding. And like, it's a tool to do that. It doesn't have to be regionalization, but as Pat said, that's something that should be addressed. I never looked at it as this is a way to save our deer herd. I looked at it as if it was a way to, I was getting comments from folks that they're just getting tired of running into, Western Wyoming looking like Colorado. Every ridge has got a hunter on it. So there are ways to cure that. Is it regionalization? That might not work. Is it different seasons? Are we going to go to a Colorado model of first, second, and third season, and you pick which one of those weeks you want to hunt? I don't know. Adam and I are talking about it. There's some changes we might be making here, as Ogden alluded to. Things are coming, and maybe some stuff we do today might not seem that significant, but it might be a way to address some of the stuff that's headed our way, whether we like it or not. And that could be more hunters in the field and trying to figure out how to make that experience be a little more palatable.
Can I pile on?
Yep.
Oh.
So I had the opportunity to spend 4 years working on bags, mules, and working with some of these around the state. And so we did 2 years of extensive survey, check stations, surveys handed out to hunters in the field online. And so all of that public input solicitation is that part of that deal we're working group. Public identified 3 issues. See if these sound familiar to you. Number one, hunter prep. Number one issue. Number two, we wanted to see a little better quality bucks and a few more bucks within the population. And number three is that to the extent possible, they wanted to maintain maximum opportunity to be able to hunt deer. Sound familiar? Those are the 3 things that we did. And we spent a year and a half trying to come up with recommendations. Now I'm going to jump in Pat's camp. We made recommendations to the department to do pick your unit, general license, split seasons to address the hunter issue. And we also had a recommendation to go from recreation to special management, which is to bump that up to $40 per hunter. We've done that. We were marginally successful for a couple of years, and we haven't met that point. Frustration is that we spend all that time in survey, and it's the same thing we're hearing today. Crowding, biology, more better bucks, and then the opportunity to hunt. So we went through all that process, and nothing changed. We have the same season that we had 32 years ago when I first moved. So that's the tool there was the hunter crowding issue, right? Pick your unit, get rid of those 20% of those guys that are jumping around. And then the type 1, which was you get hunt the first week, and type 2, you could go in and buy your license the day before the season. You're gonna hunt the first week and the second week, and that was the solution that came up to deal with those issues. We're still gonna hunt every year. We're gonna reduce hunter crowding, and then we're also gonna try to do that to also maybe use some APRs and a few things to boost that up. But frustration is we haven't utilized the tools that group worked on, and we didn't even experiment to see if they would work. And so we just don't have that, experience. And so I'm with Pat's camp a little bit of this. We need to at least try these on a few places and see if they will or will not accomplish those objectives. That's been my experience on this issue. Those 3 things working through the process.
Thanks, Larry. Sai's been waiting for a while, so Sai, you're up, and then Ogden.
Mucha, how's that?
Good.
You're good.
Thanks, everybody. I wanted to jump in on this a little bit and give you my 2 cents. And we have to do something. I can give you some history on numerous places I hunt. I'll start with the most glaring example. Deer Unit 35. When I first started hunting that ranch 36 years ago, we had thousands of mule deer on that property. We ran 3 hunting camps, 95 non-resident hunters through there, multiple resident hunters. It was loaded with mule deer. We would average showing a hunter from the back of a horse, 72 to 75 4-point mule deer a day. We are now to the point where we're hunting 3 to 5 mule deer on that property, that entire property, and hoping we can kill 3 or 5 buck mule deer. I can give you the same scenarios in eastern Wyoming, same scenarios in Glendo, and we are out of mule deer. We have got to do something. I do not want my brand new my year-and-a-half-old granddaughter to look at my wall and ask me, Grandpa, what are those? And we are approaching that. So we can take the path of least resistance, and we can listen to the people who say, well, you know what? I don't want to change anything. I want to be able to run from one end of the state to the other until they're all completely gone, or we can do something and fix. We may not fix it, but we got to start down this road of figuring out how we're going to hunt this resource as a remnant population. Because folks, that's what we have for mule deer in significant parts of the state. We do not have thriving populations. We have remnant populations from just 35 years ago. And my whole idea on supporting this resident regional concept is a way of getting those numbers, for trying to figure out who's hunting where, what the exact numbers are. But ultimately, in my mind, we have to go limited quotas on mule deer statewide. I don't think we have a choice. That's my 2 cents.
Ogden?
I just had a very quick point. So one of our early slides, 50,000, 47,000 residents. Huh? Eric, those numbers given, correct? 47,000?
Yep, yeah, about 47,000 mule deer
So
hunters in
let's
the
take
state. Yep.
20%, let's say that 10% of them come to the Black Hills. That's a 4,700 boost for 1 month, guys, in one region. And I'm telling you, it's happening. That's part of what I'm talking about. Is, you know, we talk about, well, it's only 20%. It's 20% of 47,000. This is big numbers of people. You start looking at numbers of animals. You look at impacts. And like I said, I'll argue all day long because I've lived through it. This is one of the deals that drives me nuts for biologists. I've been there for life, been 50 years. I'm old enough to remember when Black Hills supported a unbelievable whitetail deer population over winter. They don't do it. You talk to your local game wardens now, they'll tell you deer can't winter up there. I'll tell you, I lived there when they did winter there and they stayed there and we pressure them out. If we really manage those areas, you could redevelop deer back in those areas. In truth, we've tried to do it with elk. We said elk migrate out, we open general areas out, and try to shove them back in, limit them in. And guess what? We're doing just the opposite with the deer. We say public ground is one place that everybody and their dog can go. So what do? They drive all of those populations out on private ground and they never come back. They stay where the hamsters are easy. It's a lot easier to winter on Redwater and down by Beulah than it is to winter in Muskie. They've learned how to do it. It takes something to go back, but if we want to increase game populations, we've got to manage it back where we want. You can't do it by telling people you can go anywhere you want, anytime you want. I'm suspicious a good part of you've been to the Black Hills. I challenge you to come up there. It reminds you of one of your busier county roads anywhere in Wyoming for a month. They line up 15 cars deep before light from my house. I'm 8 miles from the forest. That's just the way it looks. There's not much chance. And the guys I know the public land, I tell them, we'll look at the maps and find where there's no roads at, walk in 2 or 3 miles, because that's really the holes you'll find deer left in. The rest of it, by the end of the season, people are usually in town in the bar, because there's much to get seen there. And we're accessible. We're not like the big mountains. You actually got to go somewhere you can drive most of Black Hills.
And what's the problem? I mean, I understand your concerns about that huge impact is harming the mule deer. I think the solution to that is to separate the seasons and manage it.
Actually, back and forth a little bit.
But
amazing mule deer, they don't seem to be hurt. It's interesting. I maybe am tilted or something. It's not a huge issue because they seem to stay pretty stable. Am I wrong?
Yeah, well, over time though, the trend line is still down.
The worst deal, there's no good bucks. They kill because it's whitetail mule deer together. And you look at a sorry mule deer buck, somebody that hunts whitetail. That's a huge, it's like the difference between elk and mule deer is they whack the mule deer, so they don't make sure. But my big deal is trying to repopulate the areas back where we're growing better quality. We're commodity area under there. Good deer are all on private ground that are managed. The public ground doesn't really have good trophy opportunities. I think you can have both, but it takes management. It takes time to get there. That's where I'm at is, you know, for me, I don't hunt the deer. I don't care. I've got outfitters. I take money off the outfitters. I'm happy with the checks. But I love those deer. And we've managed them up down my place. Pat's been on my place quite a little. We know how to raise some pretty good deer. I'd like to see it done on a bigger scale. I think we're in an area that grows really good deer, and it's not volume. It's doing both. We shoot a lot of deer, shoot quality deer. They aren't there. Go with the deer we killed in the seventies. You're 15 points lower, 20 points lower.
Tony. Yeah, in our area, again, this isn't a statewide situation with like the three things the Senator Hicks talked about. It, they're kind of intertwined, but we have some crowding, but it isn't because the number of hunters, that it's because of the access. So we definitely have overcrowding in this part of the country because they can't get access to the private ground, so they overcrowd the public ground, and then of course there's not many deer. So that's kind of a similar problem, but a different reason. Then the CWD in our area has significantly become a big problem for mule deer and whitetail. But just in the last few years, the mule deer have been more affected than they ever were before, and so that creates a problem with the numbers. And so you have less opportunity there, and that affects the size of the bucks, the quality of the hunting experience, because it has a lot to do with it. And then lastly, and nobody's mentioned this, but the competition for the habitat is huge anymore. And I don't know how we solve that, other than it might be limited quota or reduce the numbers or something, but there is such a competition and the deer have moved from where their natural habitat was to newer habitat. You find them a lot more down along the creek bottom, right with the whitetail. You don't see them up in the breaks and the pines and that part of the country now. And so there's just, and along with the drought and the conditions of the countryside, and the competition for that habitat is great in our area. And so, I think regionalization might help, but it might be we come to a point where in some of these areas, you're going to have to go to a controlled or limited quota where you can at least get a handle on it and see if that might help. But certainly CWD is big, access is big, and competition for habitat is right there as well. And overcrowding is because they got nowhere else to go, the hunters.
At least this isn't a controversial subject. But it's conflicting. We get a million comments regarding this because we've talked a lot about it. Hunters that's what I like about Wyoming, is they can go anywhere in the state. They can hunt here, they can hunt there, they can go wherever. But it's conflicting with our deer numbers. We have no way of controlling those numbers. And as our hunter population increases, because everybody says Wyoming is increasing in numbers. That's what we heard all weekend last week, was in southwestern Wyoming, that area, our population is starting to go up. And if they're all going to be residents, they're going to be buying licenses going home. And if we're trying to truly protect, what are we trying to protect? We're trying to protect your opportunity to hunt as many places as you want, versus trying to make sure that we have a viable deer population and controlling the harvest. The current system, we have no way of controlling the harvest. It's difficult. We can do some things like Pat's saying. I think we can do that. But ultimately, you're going to go to a limit quota. You don't have a choice. It's going to be that way eventually. These other avenues are just a stopgap to get there. I think they should be done, should be tried, but split seasons, those types of things. But if our hunter numbers are increasing and our deer numbers are flat or declining, that's a recipe for disaster. And so, all of these approaches are leading us to limited quota, whether we like it or not. I don't like it. I like the fact you can go everywhere you want. I mean, I think it's great. Everybody loves that. But are we trying to preserve the resource? Trying to preserve hunter opportunity? Those things are in actual conflict in this particular situation, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think one thing that would help with that is that one of the first steps or measures to be put in place is for you to be able to have the data to be able to make that decision. And the first step, I think, in being able to do that is to require hunter surveys. I think having that data would be instrumental in being able to look at it at a surgical approach that was mentioned before, being able to then mine that data based off something. Because when you only have 30% of the surveys coming in and then trying to draw that that's 90% statistically correct, That just doesn't compute. I think being able to implement something that gives you that data where you know every I that's been dotted and every T that's been crossed, I think that's an enormous step in the right direction.
Well, I will say the department heard this loud and clear over season setting, and they are looking into methodology and the way they're doing that.
And I think it gives you an opportunity to engage your constituents in recognizing the value of citizen science, and being able to have those folks be an engaged stakeholder and give some ownership to that.
Do you not have pretty good data off your 100 check stations in our country? At least the Black Hills, they run 100 check stations. You know, they get them all. Going by my house, they pull every outfit.
Yeah, that in general across the state, those check stations are used more to corroborate, to do a double check on what we get from the harvest survey, because statistically that survey is a much better estimate of harvest. Check stations, you can look over time and see what the trend was. And, you know, if the harvest survey says, well, harvest went way up, and the check station data says, no, it didn't, you know, we had less harvest. That's kind of how we use the two together.
I'm glad to hear you're doing that. I appreciate this checks.
Yeah, it's a good interaction to interface with the public too. So we get a lot of good information at check stations. I don't know if somebody's before me.
Albert's on, but go ahead and then we'll go to Albert.
So I think one thing that we need to remember here is we're really talking about two completely different problems. We're talking about the population of our mule deer in our state. And we're also talking about the quality of experience for those folks that hunt. And all this that we're talking about here, we're talking about hunting buck deer.
That's right.
I mean, for the cattle producers in the room, you know that you have one bull for every 20 to 30 cows, and ungulates, wild ungulates are really no different. You don't need a whole bunch of bucks in order to make sure that you can have a thriving population. The issue comes down to all the other stuff this task force has talked about between disease, habitat, predators. There's a whole bunch of other factors that are affecting the population. This that we're talking about is really managing people and managing the experience that folks have. Now, there's one exception that I can't quantify this or say that we've never really studied it, but in the case like Ogden has made, there is a chance that influx of people, for whether they're hunters or recreationists on the Bighorn Mountains, if those folks, if that kind of disturbance is moving deer, that means they're not using that habitat anymore. That means that's less habitat available to those deer then. And that could be, in that case, that could be a source of the problem of population. But in general, they're very distinct, different. Size example is a place where there's not overcrowding. He's gone down to $3 to $5 a year, and it's controlled, extremely controlled. There's not a whole bunch of people in there in the summertime or in the fall hunting to have the kind of effects that we're hearing about that the folks are concerned about with I'll call it over hunting. Remember, we're killing buck deer. And if we have the groceries like we used to have and the space, that's what's going to produce deer. Deer can withstand all kinds of other factors. They're more resilient to disease. They're more resilient to predation if they've got good groceries, and they're fat when they go into winter. Kevin Monteith can talk all day long about the importance of fat content of does when they go into winter. And there is a direct correlation. You remember I'll pick on the elk for a minute. You remember his correlation with collared deer that spent more time near elk throughout the year were skinnier than those deer that spent more time away from elk. And fatter deer produce more fawns, healthier fawns, bigger fawns that last a lot longer. So
I'll stop bigger horns.
Yes.
Albert, you're up.
Well, thanks. And I think Brian said what I wanted to say is, I was going to ask a biologist, really what effect is hunting bucks having on the population in southwestern Wyoming? And I don't think it's a lot. I don't think we have a problem with mule deer herds declining. And I've heard people go, oh, but look at this data. Well, people are looking at data that's about an inch long when hell, even my memory's at least a foot long. And so we have a huge problem with declining mule deer populations. But what we're talking about isn't going to affect that population. And I would bet money. It's just hunting bucks is not going to affect the population. It just it affects the quality of the hunt. And until the hunters start going, I really think my quality hunt is crappy, what are we doing here? Because that's not what I'm hearing now. I mean, I've heard a little of that, but by and large, people don't want to lose hunter opportunity for kids because they think this is going down the road of a limited quota. And they don't want to lose that opportunity to hunt deer with their kid. And they think regionalization is the road that's going down. Now, how we solve the problem of trying to maintain our mule deer herds, I think that's a larger question. I think that's one the biologists are working on. I don't know if us talking mouths are going to solve that one, but I mean, we all got our ideas, but I just don't see us. And I was a proponent of this regionalization. I thought this is a good idea because I couldn't believe the amount of pressure I saw on an opening day around Snyder Basin 2 years ago. And then people, a lot of these hunters tell me, well, wait 3 days, wait 4 days, it's gone. So yeah, I think it goes back to that, what problem are we trying to solve?
Yeah.
I have to make a motion.
Okay.
Do it.
Go ahead.
My motion is that we decide that regionalization is not a good idea at this stage for licenses.
I'll second.
We look at other tools we may have in the tool chest to solve some of the problems that you're crowding and other issues. But to go to a strict regionalization, I don't know, it's a good idea. Second.
Pat made the motion, and it was actually seconded by Josh before. And,
You finish second.
To basically that we table the regionalization for mule deer.
Symbolic, because we take no action, we take no action.
We're not-
Well, but it moves the needle. We don't have to talk about.
Well, I think, okay, so the motion's been made. Any discussion? So you only have some discussion. Let's go ahead now. I think it does push the conversation more to hunter crowding and the opportunity, and what is opportunity to everybody, and what is your experience of hunting, and the same thing that Ogden is talking about, that I would agree with the crowding in the Black Hills is an issue, and now the season's shorter, so now the crowding is going to be worse actually. And if you've looked at the housing numbers around the state of Wyoming, it's not just the Southwest, it's not just the West that has people moving in. There's less than 50 houses on the market in Campbell County for almost a year now. That's just unheard of. People are moving here, and there's going to be more crowding, and there's going to be more of that in the future. So I think that's something that we need to continue to talk about. But anyway, any other discussion on that motion? Pete?
Well, I'm going to speak against the motion only in the fact that I don't have a problem with stopping the discussion, going on to something else. I just think every tool available should be used, have the opportunity to be used. So that's why I don't want to just totally out of hand say no more region talk, because I think you should be able to have all available options.
So I'm just popping. I was basically what I was going to say. So one of the main tools you got to deal with the overcrowding is looking at some type of regionalization. If you make a motion and take it off the table, you just take a tool out of the box rather than looking at the whole box to deal with it. If we're going to keep dealing with overcrowding, leave us with all the options that are available to be able to modify them. If you just say no, what you've done is selfishly took it out and limited the tools you had available to you. You know, I continue to go back to the Black Hills. I told Larry, we walked back my coffee pot. Brian can tell you in the 70s, it would kind of shock all of you back to overcrowding. Overcrowding is a function of not having gate posts.
That's exactly right.
So in the 70s, they were issuing between 12 and 18,000 non-resident licenses. 12 to 18,000. And now we're down to what, the 3,000 and something? And we're fighting overcrowding. So what's the real issue? Is it overcrowding, or is it the fact that it takes 15 days or 4 weekends to go kill a deer? Because we've had 18,000 licenses, 80% of your hunters failed in the first 2 days. Big difference there. So they all interlock each other, and to me, you guys can feel my frustration with it, because you know what was there and you know what could be there. Do you have the answers? And it's no, but I can tell you this. I butted heads really hard with biologists because I'm a non-educated backcountry guy. But time and time again, I've proven that a good part of the stuff that I know in a seedly actually works on the ground against what biologists tell me. That's tough. I trust science a lot, but it's trust and verify. I really think you've got to leave all your tools. So I'd ask you to eat this, keep the overcrowding deal, but maybe put this further down the conversation. Deal with the overcrowding, but leave it there as if you're going to deal with overcrowding, leave all the tools in the box and do it. And if not, just drop the whole subject. We'll overhunt the areas until they go to limited quota. That's my prediction to you is over the next decades. They're going to be dry areas anyway, because as that 3,000, 18,000 to 3,000 of Black Hills, residents are the same. As that drops down, they'll flee to another area that has better. Because they go to where the best opportunity is at that point. And that may not be the Black Hills. So be careful what you wish for.
So Brian and Rick, I guess I have a question. Are there, we're seeing with elk, we're seeing the increase in the population, more general areas. Are we actually looking at some more limited quota areas for mule deer already going that way?
There's been continual, every year there's a handful of proposals that come from the public, but I don't know that we've got anything internally right now where we're looking for.
No.
Probably our most recent significant limited quota was in the Platte Valley, right?
Right. Yep.
It's 10 years ago. And I did have one more thing before we. Okay. Right. Okay. I just wanted to, there's been a lot of criticism about department biologist awards, and I just want to make something really clear for everybody here. So those folks are given a job to go out and evaluate the science and to work with all the local folks and to provide their absolute best, what they think is best, their best recommendation, and their whole reputation is staked out on whether they get it right or wrong. And so by and large across our department, we have folks that really invest their whole lives into doing this the right way. And I think they do it quite well. There's a whole nother part of the process though, when they make a recommendation and it goes higher than that and it goes to a more regional level where more folks look at what they're saying. Some of those folks a lot of times have a little bit more experience, and there's several changes that are made before a proposal ever even gets to the commission. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, and I can tell you that there's several folks that have sat around this, that are sitting around this table that have dealt with many of those folks, and I think they would corroborate what I say about our folks.
Right, I wholeheartedly agree, and I'm not criticizing, but here's what I am criticizing. There's an old joke about Catholics. How many Catholics does it take to change a light bulb? About 40, and then it never gets changed because they mill around and say, change, what has changed? And in some ways, the Game and Fish Department is like that. Doing stuff in 100 years, you have people that have worked for you 100 years, and they have significant influence. And I understand that, and they're good at what they do. I think it's very difficult once this book comes out to make a change, even for a commissioner, or even if there are very valid comments by the public. I've done it in commissioning. It's a big ass deal. Everyone mills around it, gets all excited. Maybe 1 or 2 changes get made. And I just think the department needs to be more receptive. You have amazing people. I love them and I rely on them, but you gotta be more receptive overall to changes and suggestions. Secondly,
Ogden, I mean, we're not taking, the Game and Fish Commission still has the tool in the toolbox. I'm trying to get something done in this task force. I mean, our history has been since last August. Issues never go away. So next issue, we'll have this on the agenda and everyone will talk about regionalization. We'll have a whole bunch more public comment. My motion is just for the purposes of this task force, let's look at some other things. And it's still out there. If someone wants, you know, we just seem to cuss and discuss the same things meeting after meeting. And so we're not getting to the fishing things. We're not getting to other issues that we should move on. And I don't sense a great support for regionalization, so I made my motion. Well, I could withdraw it and I'll make a motion to go to total limited quota. Say goodbye. I think the same result would happen. I think you vote me down. You know, I'm just trying to get it out there and let's move on or not.
So I'll figure, I'll apologize to the biologists, because I butt heads with it. I'm no way. You guys have some of the most dedicated people. No good. So from my end, if I insinuated that they lied or were disingenuous, it did not mean that, you know, particularly Joe Sangrega's been a friend of mine, and a good guy. And he's been there long enough to understand it. Some of the other just took you and I. So part of it is what you get when you get there. They come out of school and they're just ultra confident what they've been taught. Sometimes that doesn't align with what you see on the ground. And it's really hard to get them to understand that there's something other than them calibrated. So for my end, I get treated on the other end of it part of the time. It's really hard because they don't take you serious. You're not educated. It's like my education's been on the ground every day with my little game birds there. And you know, I mean, we literally do. So for that end of it, I totally agree. My second part goes back to that is what can they deal with as far as issues other than a handful of them? Nearly everything this task force does and is trying can be administratively done by the Game and Fish. That's really what we're going through a process is how do we help them be able to know that they have backing to make different decisions? Because I feel for the Game and Fish. It doesn't matter what you propose in the season setting. Coffee shop talk burns you up. And what I see is we're doing a lot of stuff. You quite tell me, you guys have told me for 10 years, we can do that. And I'm like, when's it coming? It just doesn't happen. And so that's really what I see is we're tackling that next. We're working through a lot of the stuff with you guys. You can do it. Some of it helps you focus, but maybe it is a better idea. So for that end, Pat, I really do believe most of what we're doing is stuff that be administratively done is hopefully when we're done, the Game and Fish comes out of it and says, we'd way rather do part of this administratively than have Hicks and Driscoll and whoever else comes up next. Torment them on the floor of the Senate.
Jamie.
Mr. Chairman, I might just suggest that Pat modify his motion to specify that it's just related to this task force and moving forward, and then I would also call for the question.
I would so modify my motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
There's a second.
Yeah, do it. You have a second on the modified end of the motion, Josh.
So what are we saying?
Just for purposes of this task force, we're done
With regionalization.
studying regionalization.
All right. I guess all in favor, raise your hand. Are you online? What are you guys raising your hand?
Negative.
Good boys.
How about Albert? Albert raised his hand. All right.
Albert raised his hand.
All right. So we have 8. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 8. 8 out of 18. 16. 16. Right. No, we have 8.
We're missing Joe.
We're missing Joe, so it's 16.
Yes, it's still on. It's still on.
Joe, are you on?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay.
The
So,
chair vote.
yeah, the chair's voted opposite. John.
So guys, we do the same thing as if it passed, we're not gonna. do
Right,
anything.
so we're not doing
that-
anything. So anyway, go ahead.
So just my observation, it kind of ties into what Pat said and Brian back to what you said. It's about this change thing. And again, it's not to impugn any of the violence. I've had the opportunity to work with tremendous individuals. with the department. Here's the issue that I see. I've lived in banks for 31 years, and so I just jotted down the name of 6 biologists that have been there in my 31 years. Lynn Yonke, Pat Nelica, Tim Woolley, Tony Long, Sam Western, and Bill Dole. It's the change. So the new guy comes in, so that's an average of 5 years. They're real resistant, regardless of all the public comment, to be the new guy that comes out there and changes something. And inherently that becomes a big public problem. You know, and that may not be the same case for some places where you have biologists. I've got one, Carbon County, that's been in the same place for 40-some years with the department. But because of that, that results in part of the inability to pat things to change the way we do anything. Because you're asking a brand new guy, in a new area, to go out there with very limited experience in that area to do some change. And I see sometimes they're very risk averse. But it's that continually turns over that builds frustration with when you do all these surveys, you make all these recommendations, and then it doesn't change. I didn't jot down all the regional wildlife coordinators that went with those 6 biologists in 30 years. I believe that's 4. And so it's the institutionalization. This is the way we've always done it. And when the new people come in, it says, I don't want to be the guy to screw it up. Right? And that's the nature of part of the problem as to why we want change in some areas.
Well, the other part of this, in the field is probably going to piss off half the people. And so no matter what they say or what they recommend, kicked in the head by both sides. What Larry describes and then that constant beating they take, you know, when they suggest a change, leads to, you know, just leave it like it is. It's always.
No, and I think that on that, just on this whole conversation, I went through in your chart, I charted, you know, these yeses and no's and yeses on their public comment. And it's right down the middle. It's right down the middle on all 3 of these issues. So anyway, let's move on to the next topic, I think, Rick.
You know, I think,
Go ahead.
I think we should get off this topic. And we're starting to criticize personnel and those types of things. And I don't think that's right. Those guys are as dedicated as any department in the world. We are the envy of the world in our department. Go to one of these Waffle meetings, which I know you don't like. Go to one of these meetings. Wyoming is right up there. They respect our outfits and the people that run it. And while we don't agree on a lot of things, and a lot of things we don't agree on, I don't think we should be in this body should be attacking our department as far as personnel and that type of thing. I mean, I understand the process. We all are frustrated with the process sometimes, them included. But I think that topic should be for a water cooler topic or something. But I just wanted to say that.
Thanks, Pete. That's good words. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'll move on to the next topic, which is splitting out specific licenses for whitetail deer and specific licenses for mule deer. And again, this is a topic that's come before the department a lot of times. Back in the 80s, Terry Cleveland, that's a name that a lot of you will recognize. Terry and a committee of folks looked into it, made some recommendations. They identified some pros and cons. Ultimately, what Terry and his group recommended was to do what we have in place right now. And so I'll just remind you again that, you know, we've got hunt areas, we have season dates, we have license types, we have limitations. We have a lot of different ways that we can manage for mule deer in some areas and manage for whitetail in other areas. And ultimately what Cleveland and others recommended was that rather than having an entirely different license for a whitetail and a different license for a mule deer, and then separate season charts with limitations, et cetera, was to use the existing framework and manage within these levers that we already have. And that's essentially what we've done. And earlier I mentioned license types. That's another one of the levers in here. We have license types. We have a type 3 license, a type 8 license. Those are specific to whitetail. We have limitations that say you can take an antlered mule deer or any whitetail deer, for example. So a lot of methods that we have in place to manage for different goals utilizing the existing framework. But we have taken several looks at what are some of the pros and cons of having 2 separate licenses. And I'm just going to quickly read through some of the advantages and disadvantages that we've identified, and then turn it back over to you. And again, I think I just would reiterate that the department, Wildlife Administration, we really don't have a dog in this fight. We have an existing system that has a lot of flexibility, a lot of tools, a lot of levers that we can move around to try to accomplish our objectives, but we also do see some benefits from potentially having 2 separate licenses. But so I'll just quickly read through, a few advantages of separating out those licenses would be, it could lead to some simplification of regulations. We could charge a separate license fee structure for the 2 species, depending on what the public's value would be for those different species licenses. It may provide a way to further liberalize some whitetail deer hunting opportunity without impacting mule deer seasons. It may increase license sales and hunting opportunity if hunters are allowed to more easily possess 2 full-price deer licenses throughout the state. Again, given the current situation, that would be whitetail licenses, not mule deer licenses. And it may give us a little less complicated way to achieve what we're trying to achieve than what we currently use. Some disadvantages: we may end up in a place where our whitetail deer licenses are not as sought after as a mule deer license would be. That could inhibit our ability to reach management objectives. Could decrease some flexibility for general license hunters that currently enjoy that opportunity to opportunistically hunt both species on just one license. And it certainly would have an impact on drawing odds. And then lastly, disadvantages: there's just a lot of moving parts to make a change like that happen. Drawing odds are just one example. What do you do with non-resident preference points, and which ones are they applied to? Are they applied to a whitetail license or a mule deer license, et cetera, et cetera? So those are just some of the challenges that we've identified for splitting those 2 out. And again, I just want to reiterate, we really don't have a dog in the fight. We can manage towards objective under either scenario. There's pros and cons, like I mentioned, and I think with that, I'll leave it there and let the group discuss.
Well, I'll just start out by, when I started charting this, it's very equal yeses and nos. Go ahead, Pat.
Where you have long seasons in this country, 30 days, what is it now, 21 days, 30 days?
I think you're going 21, it's been 30.
21 day any buck deer season that goes clear to the end of November. But limited mule deer left, get really stupid and march around like I did in high school.
It wasn't just in high school.
It's just not protection or mule. And so I think if we're going to look at changing that, we should do that in those areas. In Pete's country, the proposal was to kill 1,000 doe deer with no specification, 2,000 doe deer with no specification about whether those were mule deer does or white does. Killing mule deer does in this day and age is silly to me. So I think we need to look at this issue to protect our whitetail
limits ought to be 10 a day and 20 in the possession.
And snow geese for that.
Protect our yield.
I would say, I think Ogden said it best at our last meeting on Zoom when he said, it's no different than black bear and grizzly bear. But the recognition and the identification of these being two separate species. And our public comments that have come in on this, it is, Rusty did allude to this being divided. There were 33 in favor of this, 23 opposed, where his count was at this point. But I mean, they are two different critters, completely different critters. I mean, deer and elk are both ungulates, and they're separate, and for a reason. And I think with, and you could probably.
Can't we put 2 whitetail with every elk tag? You gotta fill the whitetail first.
I second that.
Off the question.
Yeah, Pat, you're spot on. I would agree with you on that.
Lisa. And my question would just be, I think Rick's point is the whole preference point becomes a big issue for out-of-state hunters. Right? Is that what it-
Yeah, so what I was getting at is that making that change, it's doable, but there's going to be a lot of, there could potentially be a lot of unintended consequences and things that really need to be thought through carefully. Things like preference points. What do you do with non-resident preference points? Do they apply? Can they be applied to a whitetail license or only a mule deer license? Or how do you split those out? Those kinds of questions. And
How
so
do they do it now?
it's a deer license.
So just leave it like it is.
Leave it the same. It's deer.
If they get a type 1 license, their preference points are gone.
So
Is it for white? Do you
Well,
put the
I would
preference
assume,
points
I
to
would assume,
whitetail
Rick, that
or
if you had, went to a whitetail only license, you would start with no preference points. It'd be 0. Your other ones would stay for mule deer.
But they weren't purchased for mule deer, they were purchased for deer.
Yeah.
So-
We're splitting them up. You either have to.
You have to
do that
go
or
one or the
you-
other.
You leave that up to the hunter himself, but I would think the easiest way would just be when you start with mule deer or whitetail, it starts at 0.
That can't work because if it's switched, then you could put in for a whitetail and a mule deer license as a non-resident. So you gotta pick which way your points go.
They're 2 different species, 2 different.
That's the solution.
That's the way it is right now. We have whitetail only.
That's
I'm
true.
on red. 5 points on whitetail permit on Flat River. Right down the road down here.
But in the first draw, you're only able to put in for 1 license. So you're telling, just by what you apply for, you're saying, apply my points to this type 3 license. Whereas if this changed, you might put in for a new whitetail buck license and a mule deer buck license, and you have 10 points. So where do the points go? Because you're putting in for 2 hard to draw licenses.
Just make them pick by regulation.
Yeah, I would say
I agree. I think that's.
you get picked, you get one first choice. If you want burning points, that's a personal decision.
But do you see what I'm saying? What if you have 2 applications in at the
What I'm
same
saying
time?
is you only get one.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You regulate that to where they can only get 1 buck license, whitetail or mule deer.
Yeah, and make the second one an addition.
Just like it is now.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments from some local hunters, pretty strong comments about they were afraid that they would lose with the drawing odds. You know, in 65 and 66, our deer area, you're on the south side of the highway. You know, a lot of guys really like to apply for that whitetail permit along with the mule deer permit. And if you went to either or, then they were concerned that the odds of them drawing that extra whitetail permit, which, you know, would decrease, and then they wouldn't be able to hunt that. Now, is that what, Rick, you were
Yeah,
talking
so-
about, one of the
Yeah, so
disadvantages?
that's probably the biggest, I mean, the biggest disadvantage is if you're gonna allow hunters to send in for a whitetail and a mule deer, that it's gonna make those odds harder to draw. That's probably the biggest disadvantage of this.
Yeah.
Um,
They were strongly
At least that's,
opposed to
and
that.
that's, That's what I've read in the, you read through the comments. That's,
And the counter to that is you could right now put in for a really hard to draw elk license and a really hard to draw deer license at the same time.
you're exactly right. I mean, they're not the same species. I mean, that's,
Does that help Crook County at all then, or, that area, I mean, if they have to choose, is that gonna reduce the number of whitetail that are taken up there because they're gonna choose the mule deer over the whitetail because they're after the, or not? The other way around, or?
So I've done some polling, you've got specific both, and one of the things I've talked with Mr. King about a little bit, and some of the others is, I think you may need to redefine areas over time. Whitetail primarily, the big areas of run right down the Belfast River. And you get out towards Upton, you get that more open country by Moorcroft, those are primary mule deer areas, and that's been my biggest concern with the split is, what I don't want to do is leave ranches and just have no license availability, and they're running these herds, because outfitting is a big part of the business in our area, and I don't want to cause undue hardship on any of those folks. I will tell you from us, the guys that come hunt in that Belfast River chunk, they're all whitetail hunters, but they kill mule deer. You got a 24-inch mule deer buck that's 4 point, he's dead. They shoot him. He's a big deer, he's big bodied, and he looks big. You're used to looking at 80-pound whitetails all day long, and then you look at a 130-pound deer, the food is dead. That's part of what I want, is I can tell you for our end, we try not to have our hunters kill mule deer. They don't cause me any damage. I like seeing them. They really are a whole separate species. They run in different areas of the ranch and they behave differently. We get a handful of them show up on our irrigated ground, but they're fleeting and they're not a problem. So to me, it's trying to generate better mule deer hunters. I'd like to hunt mule deer someday. I think, some of the biggest mule deer in the state were killed right there a couple of miles from my house. It's a big area when they get to grow up. Back to the game and fish, that's what draws in the good hunters, is when they're killing those good quality bucks. And whitetail are the same now. I looked at Rusty, we used to shoot a lot of 150 class whitetails, a lot of low 160s, or 125s, 130s.
Albert? Albert, you're up.
I'll give it a try. I don't have very good internet. What's the financial implications to the department if we split?
It's cutting out really bad, Albert. Can't hear you. He's frozen. Okay. When you unfreeze, just start talking.
Okay.
Sure, you can do that too in the house.
All right. My question is, what's the financial implications to the department if we split? What would be the money gain?
Albert, you might have to move to the top of the building or second floor or something.
Sounds good.
Or type your question, Albert. Type it into the.
And I think that without having it said, it's really, people are really split on this, and I think the comments are just like that. But my question really is to the you guys already try. The department already does the best they can on game management, managing whitetails, managing mule deer. What makes it easier on the department? I looked through this, and I've talked to the director about this and some of the other department folks. If you look through the book and look how many type 6s, type 7s are doe fawn licenses. It doesn't specify whitetail and mule deer. Statewide, there's thousands of them actually. And I know that the intent is not to kill mule deer, but we make it okay in here. It's not illegal. And if we're back to the practice of helping our mule deer, I think everybody's okay with a little bit of damage, paying a little bit of damage for mule deer. I think we're just okay with killing a lot of whitetail does, but not mule deer does. And I think, I think that's part of the, it would make it easy, in my opinion, it would make it easier for game and fish to manage those species if they were actually separate. It might not be true, but it seems like that's what I heard.
I am Albert's Eleanor Roosevelt, so he asks, what is the financial implications to the department?
So we got your question, Albert. I can't say that there would be any. I'm thinking, Jennifer, real hard. I mean, we're still gonna have people applying for both licenses just like they do now. You know, potentially you'll have more people getting both, so maybe it would be a revenue increase. But I can't see it decreasing revenue at all. It's not a revenue hit to the department, I wouldn't think. Do you agree or disagree, or you want to think about it?
The only thing that could potentially impact revenue is the comment of charging less for maybe a whitetail deer license and having that fee structure separate. That could potentially, but.
Yeah,
we'd have to
my
figure
guess
out
is that the deer license cost that it is now would be apply to whitetail, and if there was going to be a change, mule deer probably would be higher. That'd be my guess.
The only thing I add to that maybe is that, yeah, off the top of my head, I would think that we may not sell any more licenses or less than we're selling right now. I would worry, and here's some of the unintended consequences to think through, is that if people have 2 of those licenses in their pocket, which they essentially can right now, you can have a general license in your pocket and a type 3 license in your pocket as well, but we just have to think through the consequences of 2 licenses, and does that make some of our crowding concerns and hunter distribution concerns worse? How do you set up those season frameworks so that you don't exacerbate some of these problems that we're concerned about in terms of hunter distribution, et cetera? So
Could potentially alleviate some. I guess we could do it now, though. So we could split them up now if we want to.
Jamie's got some.
Well, Mr. Chairman, is there any area where presently we have thriving mule deer populations? I mean, or what about just a moratorium on hunting mule deer until we can bring back the numbers?
And like the Wyoming range definitely is, I mean, it's still
It's
in pretty
still
dang
in
good
good
shape.
shape.
And then, you know, or if you do that, you're assuming that not harvesting bucks anymore is going to somehow bring mule deer back, and it won't. Other things, that's the problem. A moratorium on hunting will not stop.
How about a moratorium on killing any?
That's
That's
what
what
I
she
meant.
just said.
I think that's appropriate.
Well, and stop hitting them with cars. You know, I mean, that we're killing 10
Yeah.
times as many by cars than we are actually killing
You
them.
need to come with me to the transportation commission.
But I think that we have some survey on how many does were killed. I think Jennifer's given us that before, 2020 or 2021, maybe around 500 that we suspect. I mean, we don't know exactly, but around that, I think.
Yeah, it's inconsequential, but
It's
the
a low number.
talking harvest wise,
Yeah.
licenses. So let me pull up 2021.
yeah.
So
That's
for mule deer,
UHF is connected.
our 2021 harvest survey, statewide total for mule deer, we killed 16,000 bucks, 2,500 does, for a total of 18,800 mule deer. So doe mule deer harvest 2,500 in 2021.
That's quite a bit more than I thought.
You say that's substantial.
Yeah.
That's 1,500 farms.
This is from our hunter harvest survey. So
What's the response rate?
I can't remember, but this would be a 90% confidence interval estimate. So
Based off of 30%.
So 30% of the people that are in the deer responded.
Mhm.
So you could have, I'm a horrible mathematician, but I mean, that 2,500 could be substantially higher than what was reported in the 30% of people.
Not substantially.
No.
Statistician.
yeah, I think it'd be,
they figure all that in when they figure out.
Magic.
Yeah, they do statistics.
It is Karnak.
It is higher than I thought. Though.
Yeah.
I mean, it is significantly higher than I
It's enough
thought.
to make a difference on fund production.
Yeah.
The other part, back to splitting Black Hills, it goes through over crowd. Mule deer and whitetail don't rut at the same time, and they run in different circles. And that's part of the problem that Pat talked about is when you hunt mule deer in a full rut, if there's a doe standing here in the middle of the table, one of them's gonna jump over Josh's back and you're gonna see it. And that's how dumb they are. And it gives you a chance to not be killing them in the wrong times, because they fall right. You catch the full mule deer rut. When we do the 30-day season, we get it all. It really explodes. So if you split them, you can literally make where you're not hunting those mule deer in the rut. And that's going to help everything across the board as far as mule deer hunting, as far as I'm concerned. So that's one other plus. I would hope the first year or two you do it, the issue of abundant licenses on both, obviously, and then you can see who's applying and start doing it. You might overkill the mule deer a tiny bit the first bit, but it gives you a chance to see what's there. I really would hate to see us really damage those guys to get the hunters. I like that, like most of the hunters. I've seen you have it happen. Animal to you, there's nothing worse than having a place have no licenses at all.
Yeah, I don't know if this adds to the conversation or anything, but in regards to the hunting mule deer in the rut, we're one of the few states that doesn't do it widespread. Lots of states around us hunt mule deer in the rut. I've had a lot of tongue-in-cheek conversations with various biologists around the state. We could support late season mule deer hunts, limited quota. We do in a few areas. We could do it a whole lot more. And Director Nesbitt already said that, we're in that 40 per 100 target, and you really probably only need a dozen, right? And hunting bucks in November when they're dumb is a blast. I mean, I was fortunate enough to have a 128 tag a few years ago. One of the best times I ever had, right? I mean, yeah, I spent 6 days chasing with my bow, and on the 7th day, last day of my hunt, shot something with a rifle. But if we're talking about increasing hunter opportunity, and I know this is sacrilege in this state, but if we're managing for 40 per 100 or 35 per 100 or 20 per 100, there's room for some harvest rate in November for some of those mule deer. And taking $10 out of a population, that's not going to affect the overall population. I agree with the doe harvest. I think it's asinine that we're shooting a single mule deer doe at this point in time, much like cow moose for the most part of the state, or ewe sheep for the most part of the state. But to say that we should never shoot a mule deer buck in November, that's
Problem in the Black Hills that have is you have this huge influx of people come to hunt whitetails.
yeah. And they shoot the first mule deer they see, which is a game and fish regulation that just becomes a whitetail hunt.
Yeah, I mean, that's a special area.
They already have that authority, I guess.
Oh, all right, Larry, then Dwayne.
Careful what you ask. You know what happened? Hey, that got me with it. Started out with 20 tags. But you have that season. It's a good season. 20 tags. Then it was reduced to 10 tags because we had 18 commissioners from that state.
Sure.
So they started leasing up to private property, best to best. So literally saw public opportunity reduced because of the influx of government commissioners. You and out of my neck, oppose that, you're gonna get.
Oh, absolutely. I know.
It is still, and that was over a decade ago. And there's a distinct memory of people that we're not in companies because of the influx of commissioners and government tags.
Well, it's a limited opportunity with a golden ticket. If you do that statewide, like there's mule deer opportunities across the state in November, right? I mean, the Powder River during general season looks like everyone else. It's overrun with a bazillion people, right? In November, we still see some good deer running around, and quite a few of them. Some places more, some places less.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying be aware of there's consequences.
Oh, absolutely. It's the whole string pull thing. Yank this one and this one moves over here.
Well, I think just like everything else, we probably need to make a decision on this. Well, go ahead, Dwayne.
I was
Yeah.
just gonna say back in the early ages, we had a late season. No licenses before permits. They were more coveted than shit.
Mhm.
People really liked it, but it went away.
They just had to propose some late season deer hunts for CWD, got skewered. So maybe Adam should present it next time.
I like that.
I go back to Area 7 and Area 65 for elk and deer. At one point, when you had your elk permit, you also got a deer permit. So you were hunting from 1st of November to the 20th of November for elk, and you also had a deer permit.
They've been
Saw
hunting,
deer.
they've been hunting mule deer in Cody in November since he was a kid, which is a long time ago.
It's really long for me.
That's age discrimination.
It is.
And I have more hair than you. So can I make a motion? I'm gonna break it too. First, I make a motion that we recommend to the Wyoming Game and Fish Department that they do not kill any more mule deer, any more doe mule deer, until there's further study. We can figure out. I mean, I don't, at least for the next 2 years, maybe let's just do that.
When's your retirement?
It just got,
It just got quicker.
My second motion is that we.
Let's start on the first. Let's just go one at a time. And who seconded that?
I'll second.
All right, Lee seconded it. We recommend the Wyoming Game and Fish Department to kill no further mule deer does for the next 2 years. Season settings just got done. Season setting just got done. And I think that's in stone now, right? I mean,
It'd be effective
so
2023, basically.
2023,
Starting in 2020.
can we, my recommendation is to, there's a couple ways that some of the doe harvest happens. And I think it's through youth. And I think that's the one that I would maybe, I don't like that we're making that okay culturally, but I also understand that we're also trying to get some youth hunting and to be successful. And I don't know what that success rate is or how many of those 2,500 are youth, but how does that work management wise?
So before we even go there, the harvest of mule deer does is a management prescription that's used in certain cases to deal with either damage or sometimes, when you have drought and deep, just like a cattle rancher, you have to reduce your stocking rates. So when our folks propose these, a lot of times that's why they propose them. This group on this motion has just got squarely in the middle of wildlife management, which is a no-go. I don't think we should be here. I think this is a bad place for us to be at right now.
Want to withdraw that motion?
No. The reason I'm not is that the market needs a strong message that it's time to stop killing counties and doe mule deer. We need to protect those species. I don't think it's as dire as Cy says, but they're going the way of the dinosaur. And why in the hell you'd be killing females that produce 2 fawns a year and have a chance to repopulate this amazing population we have with both of those species? So I understand I'm sticking my nose square in your business, Brian, but it's time that someone hears that with the department, that we need to be done with that. The justification I've heard from that for 8 years now is hunter opportunity and damage. Hate the damage. You got lots of money to pay damage. Hunter opportunity is a silly reason to be killing cows or doe mule.
And so I want you to take him over to Burlington and go to about 4 different farms in Burlington. And I want you to tell those ranchers that we're just going to pay you now and deal with the damage. That's not always an option.
We'll get you a 10 back.
I seconded the motion just because I wanted to hear some discussion, but as Brennan alluded to, if it is a stocking issue, sometimes it makes more sense to habitat issue to knock your herd down and save part of it than to let the whole herd go down too.
So,
Watch, I want to lose this. I call for the question.
so hold on,
Don't make me
I
second
have
guess.
something else. I don't know, and I know that the expense of this might be more, it might be, but, you know, I frequently talk to some folks on Powder River that mule deer are way down. They're like, well, if there's mule deer does somewhere, let's catch them and bring them here. Is that a possibility?
That's what I was about to ask.
I mean, 100% of them are gonna die if we kill them. But even if only 10% of them live and they transplant them,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, I don't,
So the answer to your question is, yes, we can do that, but then you have to weigh, again, you have to weigh the kind of resources you're gonna put into that. And at the end of the day, transplanting populations into other places where there aren't very many, there's a reason there's not very many there. If the groceries are there, the deer will come. It's just like sage grouse. If you have the right habitat conditions, the sage grouse will be there. You don't need to bring 1,000 birds in to supplement a sage grouse population unless they're just completely gone. And now whatever made them gone is fixed. So that's not a solution.
there's 100 whitetail in that field.
Question.
Okay, all right. So the question on the motion that all right, raise your hand if you're in favor of not killing any mule deer does 2023, 2024. Well,
Just on principle alone.
the principle, I put in public comment every year on this, so if I don't raise my
Oh,
hand,
yeah.
I'm gonna get in trouble, but I understand Brian's point on this, so I get it. All right, so your second motion,
My second motion is that we ask the department to come forward with a detailed proposal next meeting. Issuance. I specifics and leave that to you, but the whitetail and mule deer has a separate species. What I would want to see is possible separation of seasons. So like Ogden's country, for instance, and
Can I
Just
help
got a
you with your
list.
motion?
yeah.
So here's what I would ask you to consider is that the task force write a letter to TRW requesting that they evaluate or that they consider a bill that would statutorily change the definition of big game and carve out whitetail deer as a separate species in statute.
Is that what it takes?
yeah.
That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
I said, I second.
that's what-
It's statutory. It has to be done in statute.
It's
Every,
just
oh yeah,
deer.
it's defined as deer, so we gotta separate it out.
Why couldn't you manage deer?
They manage them differently. It's the people.
Well, there's all kinds of statutory definitions on mule deer and whitetail deer, so the department has to have authority to manage them on totally different fee structures, license types. Right now in statute, which is where we get all the license fee types, there's a deer license.
But you're already managing different types of licenses for whitetails. and deer.
But we're calling them a deer license type 3 or a deer license type 1. We're not saying a whitetail license and a mule deer license. They're separate.
Do the same.
Statute change.
Statutory.
Right?
Question for Brian, like in our area, the mule deer whitetail season. Could you make one of those licenses? It's only whitetail. You have the late season whitetail license, but could you make that additional separate so they would be able to kill?
You could do that now. But what's been discussed and proposed and what Pat's talking about is having two completely separate licenses, one a whitetail license, one a mule deer license. It says it right on it, Wyoming resident mule deer license, Wyoming resident whitetail license, instead of Wyoming resident deer license type 1.
Well, let me, I mean, okay. Statute, that seems odd to me, Brian, but, the other thing, come back to us with the detailed proposal. The problem in Pittsburgh, where we issued 2,000 bill farm licenses. And a person would go out and whack a mule deer bill or like.
We're glad to do that, but to what end?
It's on.
So can I
But that's all
Can
right.
I jump in here? So in that particular case, that's a season limitation. And the recommendation from our field folks was that we issue 2,000 doe fawn licenses for a certain hunt area. And in the limitations, it just said doe fawn deer. We didn't differentiate between mule deer or white-tailed deer. During the season setting process, before the commission gave it final approval, the quota was reduced from 2,000 to 1,000. So in that particular case, if there's a concern that the concern is we'll harvest too many mule deer on those doe fawn licenses, but there's an easy fix that we already have in place, and that's limitations. Just change the limitations, change the license type, season dates. All those tools and levers are all already in place. They just need to be modified slightly. So in that particular case, I don't think there's any further analysis or study that we could do. It's just simply the limitations said doe fawn deer. They could have said doe fawn white-tailed deer. They could have said doe fawn deer for certain dates, and then later dates could have been doe fawn whitetail only, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, where I'm trying to get is my 2-year moratorium failed. I have a strong message to the department to stop just that.
Arbitrarily killing.
We should issue 2,000 or 1,000 general doe deer licenses, and when we know that 500 or 600 of those are going to be mule deer, will get killed, mule deer bills. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So the motion was made. I just want to make sure it was seconded, that the task force write a letter to TRW to modify the statute, change the statute to separate mule deer, white-tailed deer. Is that good enough? And it was seconded.
And I guess,
And it was seconded by Lisa, actually.
Okay.
Yes. So, all right. Discussion. Go ahead.
I just worry about us getting into the management, the biology and the management of this problem. I didn't stay at the Holiday Inn last night, but I do have a degree in biology, and I still don't feel like I'm qualified to make those kind of definitive statement about not killing any whitetail or mule deer does for 2 years. I think we can discuss and maybe come up with, maybe an option for the game and fish.
We
but-
killed, we did kill that.
All right, so, or
So we're
the
on-
study to come back and tell us why.
We're on statutory.
We're just
Or
talking
the
about.
statute, well, the same
Mule deer
thing, but
and
we're asking the legislature to pass a new law based on our biological assessment of the problem, whereas the people that are in the field that do this for a living and very, very well, and here we are saying we need to do this. I don't agree with that.
So, yeah, you want me to start? Go ahead.
What this does is puts two in the box. We're not telling them to do it. I've talked to Brian about this before. What it says is it gives them the ability to do them separately. It's not telling them they have to do it. And I've actually drafted this bill before. I know Brian knows about it because I fought with the department over it and I was going to draft it. It didn't say you have to split them. It just said statutory, they're a separate species. And that allows them to do these management techniques. Right now, they can't split them if they want to, because of the way this is defined in statute. So we're merely giving them a chance. They can say mule deer and whitetail and they issue license.
So
But
you've
now
done
if
this
we pass a
before?
law, they can say
I
mule
mean, you've
deer or
asked before
whitetail.
to separate?
We didn't ask. Ogden came and proposed it, and then he and I had it out.
He said we can do it, same thing.
But I
as
mean,
concept. He
if
said we
the
can
game
do
and
it.
fish, if the biologists, if the people who are on the ground doing this, if you think that that's a reasonable request, then I'll support that. But if you guys, if the people on the ground who do this for a living are not really in favor of this, then why go to the PAW and create a
So I'm on a total.
Or P,
TRW.
yeah, TRW, yeah, the pause, I got the petroleum industry on my mind. Adds Campbell and Converse, you know.
So this change would not dictate how biologically these two species would be managed. It would influence the mechanism, the license type. That's the only thing that it doesn't get into the biology and the science of management. And Ogden will be shocked to hear this, but I am on a different horse than I used to be on this because, for me, it's simple. Take out all the allocation of license discussion here. This is just like saying, we're only going to issue a bear license. That doesn't make sense. There's two species of bear. There's a grizzly bear and a black bear. White-tailed deer are biologically different than mule deer. They're different species. They're in the same family, but they are a different species. And so I think this is just the right thing to do. I know there'll be public comment. There's publics that I don't understand at all. Maybe Ogden knows it better than I do, but I think there's some landowners that, maybe it's an advantage because they got flexibility. I'm thinking up in your part of the world where a hunter comes in, they get to hunt mule deer for a while. If they don't see the mule deer they want to shoot, they still let them kill a whitetail. I think that is maybe a reason why we'll hear some opposition. In the past, when we've surveyed those landowners, they've had that opposition. But at the end of the day, if you take all that out of it, it just factually makes sense that they're not on the same license.
I think I've been semi-quiet because your surveys, I got the same thing. I called landowners, it's not everybody pats me on the back and says it's a great idea. It's split folks, and I'm fair game. But I really believe, and I go back to toolboxes all the time, is this statute doesn't force anything to happen. It gives them the ability to do something else down the road. What we really need for the department is back to your biology. They need to have the widest range of options they have to manage game that they can possibly get. Now, are we going to fight for some of those arms? Absolutely. But should they be shackled in one area because a dumb statute's there? Answer is no. But I really believe give you really broad authority, and it's back to what Pat was saying. Sometimes not sure you exercise it all the time, but I think you ought to have it regardless. This is a common sense.
Jamie had her hand up, so.
I just had a question. Why was there never any distinction between the two?
This is legacy
Started
thinking.
the state, there was no white.
Yeah, there was no white-tailed
Well,
deer.
that's what I figured.
That's exactly,
Yeah.
that's what it was. This is legacy thinking that's persisted for decades. There were no white-tailed deer. And I'm not sure 100 years ago, I'm not sure that we had hardly, we might have some, but we sure didn't have very many at all. So that's why it came to be the way it is. And now it's obviously a much different situation. We have whitetails in every county in the state.
Yeah.
There's whitetails in Teton County. So.
Makes sense.
I'm gonna withdraw my motion. I hope that and if you agree with me, chime in, please. I really think it's silly to pretend we really does in this environment. And that's the message I would send. And I think, I don't know what the public believes, but I just think there's no good reason to be doing that. Damage maybe, but pay the damages. Let's maintain our herds as much as possible.
Second, does it go with you?
Mr. Chairman, I think we have a motion on the floor already.
Okay.
To take action.
All right, yeah.
Which would be to draft this.
Statutory
draft letter, yeah. So Cy has a comment quick, and then I think we have questions called, so. Cy, go ahead.
Yeah, I put it in the chat box, but basically I was just echoing what Director Nesbitt said, that I'm sure this statute is old enough that it predated the state even having white-tailed deer. So I would speak in favor of the letter to the TRW to define whitetail as a separate species from mule deer.
Question.
All right, so all in favor of sending the letter to TRW to split whitetail and mule deer into two separate categories? Raise your hand.
Aye.
Maybe I'm offended on the floor.
Albert, were you able to vote aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's unanimous.
Gotta get them in first, then we'll make them auctions.
I don't know if Joe's on anymore.
I didn't think we'd have another one of those.
We better call the meeting. Let's reset.
Okay, so
Can you take a
we'll get
picture of
some
us?
language drafted on that. And I don't, do we want to have that in?
I think we want to do this quickly, and I think we want to at least bring it up in my task force update to you and on May 9th, we'll bring it up. Because they've only got 3 meetings, so.
Nothing simple for you guys.
Actually, the bill was a one-page bill when I did it.
Wait till they have that statute.
Just
down.
kidding.
I have the bill right here. I have
Yeah,
it.
we're gonna take a quick break. Sorry, Rick, we should have told you that before. You've just been standing up there watching this for a while.
Yeah, Brian, I actually had it.
So just for clarification, Rick's gonna go into extraordinary damage to grass, and then the regionalization, that'll be the next thing, but that'll be talking about the elk regionalization and the 7250, which we took public comment on in the last month. So that's what we'll get into right after Rick.
Yeah, so for extraordinary damage to grass, I'll make this really quick. We have been directed by the commission to take a look at our definition of extraordinary damage to grass as applies to damage, and to evaluate how we're currently paying extraordinary damage to grass and what modifications we might need to make. And so the commission directed us to do that. We've got folks looking into it, and we intend to bring something to the commission for the September meeting. It's a tough issue, and it's one that's been looked at several times. We've had a lot of folks look at extraordinary damage to grass, and it gets pretty complicated pretty quick, but we've got some good folks on it, and I think we'll come back with a recommendation to take a different approach with extraordinary damage to grass. So that's really the only update I have for that, unless there's any questions or thoughts. Or
Does anybody have any questions?
I have a thought.
Go ahead.
It shouldn't be any greater than what the lease rate is on state or beyond. If that does get into consideration, there's no point in the game and fish paying more than what's being paid back to the state for the grass. Just something to consider.
okay, thanks.
Go ahead.
Chief King, has anybody applied for any grass damages of late? I mean,
We get a handful of extraordinary damage to grass claims, but they don't amount to much payment wise.
Any other questions? Rick, thank you for being so patient with us. You stood up there and listened to us for a couple hours. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, you bet. And in terms of regionalization, I'll be here if you have any questions, but essentially the concepts that we talked about earlier today apply to elk just as well.
Did you
deer,
have
so.
any maps were there any maps drawn up on a potential regionalization of elk?
I didn't bring any with me.
Okay,
no.
that's all right. I just. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, if we get rid of the 7250 cap, I guess it's just my assumption, maybe I'm wrong, there would be more non-resident general licenses. If we gave that to the department, and if the commission gave that to the department and said, manage this by region, that contradicts brief sort of, I'm just gonna pick a number, let's say there's 7,000 non-resident general health licenses. Did the department sort those out that 1,000 will be in region A and 200 in region B? And could you do that in a biological basis? This is the question.
Yeah, so two questions. I think that regardless of the way licenses are issued, we'll be able to meet management objectives. There's a lot there to unpack. So as we heard earlier, we have roughly 4,000 general elk license is being issued right now. And right now they can go anywhere where there's a general license outside of wilderness areas, et cetera. So if some change was made and now we have 7,000 non-resident general licenses, we are going to have some concerns, some unintended consequences, or some potential consequences to think through, because a lot of those licenses are going to be used for bull harvest. And as was brought up earlier, we don't have a lot of places where there's a need or desire for a lot of additional bull harvest. So if any change is made and we end up with more non-resident general elk licenses, then we'll have to talk about then what happens to, how do you distribute those hunters to the places where we want them and not want them, and not contribute to the crowding problems and those other social issues that we're dealing with. So I don't think I really answered your question, but yeah.
Is it easier with the regionalization for elk?
So what I
Potentially.
would predict is if you went from 4,000 general non-resident general elk licenses to 7,000 or 8,000, the department's going to have to come up with some kind of a mechanism to address the social concerns of those 3,000 more non-resident general elk licenses out on the landscape, whether that's hunting area limitations, et cetera, or potentially regionalization for non-resident hunters.
So, Rick, how do you get to the height of that? Well, I know it's 7,000. You still have to work within the constraints of 16% non-resident. That's statute. So to get rid of the cap, well, I think Brian alluded to this other thing. How do you make a determination what 16% of the overall, and this is the first go around, is going to be available? Because this includes, limited flow. You still have to calculate what percentage makes up the 16%. The only way I see that changing is only if you increase resident tags or even increase non-resident tags also, because it's statutorily said 16.
Yeah.
Am I missing something?
No, well, so Pat threw out 7,000, and that just got me derailed. So that's his fault.
Whatever.
Yeah. But in terms of, so earlier Jennifer showed some numbers in terms of the number of resident general elk licenses that are out there right now. How's this? I'm tired of this thing. So I can't remember the exact numbers, Jennifer. 30,000, 31,000 resident general licenses. If you took 16% of that, it's roughly 4,000 licenses. So potentially there's no difference there. Again, like you just mentioned, you would have to come up with maybe a 3-year average of the resident general elk license numbers, something like that. So
you're still stuck with that constraint with the statutory.
With
16, so the question becomes, then the only need that would be to regionalize, would be to drive that as general licenses where you want them versus just let it go state. Is that an accurate characterization?
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no reason to do regionalization.
So, under the current scenario that we have with roughly 4,000 non-resident general elk licenses out there, I'm not sure that I've heard a lot of folks call for regionalization. I think the fear is if there were more non-resident hunters out there, you may want regionalization to address social issues. So regionalization would just simply be a tool more in lines with, could have a biological component if you have a lot of folks going to harvest bulls in certain areas, but also a social component. If you end up with overcrowding, too many folks going to one place or another, then regionalization is a tool to separate folks out into different places.
There could be a benefit too, where if you had a huge population in one part of the state, if the department had the ability to force those non-residents to go hunt in that area, that could be a benefit, it's a problem as far as social.
Could be for sure. Yeah.
And then I don't know. I mean, is the 8416, is that assuming that they statewide? I know in the initial draw we shoot for 8416. But then people are complaining that everything that goes over skews that percentage rate. Outcasts.
It's way higher. That's just an initial thought.
But here's my wonder, so if we set some arbitrary number, maybe it's not 7250, but once we're done issuing all, so we're speculating on how many resident general licenses will be bought, right?
Educated guess based on previous 3 years.
But at the end of the day, we guessing at that number by an average, and we know what we issued in limited quota to non-residents, right? And then there's this delta, I guess, which is how many general non-resident health licenses we'll issue. Do we look for the 8416 after that exercise is done? Do we just look for it after the initial draw? I think we look for it at the end. Did that make sense?
We're gonna have to set a number by region before we ever do the draw. That number needs to be, I think anyway, based on 16% of the average of the last 3 years of resident general health licenses. So you have to do it before the draw.
So go ahead, Pete.
Rick, so how do you currently determine non-resident deer region quotas? They're under the same constraints except 80/20. So how do you come up with a number in a non-resident regional deer license?
Yeah, those numbers are just evaluated every year and they're set by the regional area there.
So it wasn't determined by an 80/20 split. It was
started
based
that
on
way.
years and years ago, just a herd objectives and herd units in what they felt was biologically sound, getting the harvest between non-residents and what residents were doing on the ground.
I think, Rick, you might have researched this, but I think actually when it started, that's how they went about developing those quotas. The reason the non-resident regional quota was based on 20% of the generals. Now it's changed a little bit. It's close, but it's
based on the
but
resource.
it has changed. Yeah.
It's more
Like
based on
right
the
now, we reduce every time we're reducing. We have shortening up seasons as an example in a place where we have less deer, and there's a concern about lower buck numbers as an example. Shorten the season to deal with the resident general licenses because you're not controlling the numbers, and we also reduce the total that we're issuing to non-residents.
Every area.
But it's not like we don't do that based on 80/20. We do it based on
the resource in that region.
exactly.
I would envision this process to be the exact same thing. There could be some regions that might have less elk than they get currently right now.
Except there is no elk region.
Right, but
so-
if that's what we're talking about, is establishing a non-resident elk region system.
So this 80/20 is really statewide. Yeah, right? Statutory. Annual. But it's not a unified unit.
So the elk would be 8416 statewide, right?
If they operated the way they do under the regional approach.
You would be looking at it statewide, not region by region. And there's actually a whole bunch of. So envision this. So if we had, we'll take area 6. You're familiar with that area. That used to be all in the quota. We transitioned it to general. We very well might want to issue, because of the access there, a heck of a lot more non-resident general licenses if we made it, when we made that change, because they can get in there and they can help manage that population. If they don't get to kill bulls, then they shoot a cow on a second choice, and it's not a wilderness area issue or any of that stuff. So you could have places like that where you did want to issue more than 16% to try to help with the population management. We're also doing that with type 6s, we're issuing a bunch of those too, but you could do it with general, by putting more general hunters, more non-resident pay.
Rusty, question for Brian or Rick. If you're using deer as an example, because I've watched them tick the the non-resident general licenses in region F down, continue down. I don't think that the number of resident general licenses has changed. If you're saying if you're using the 80-20 model across the state, is it balancing out that way, or are you less than 20%?
No,
So you're more than 20% general, non-resident general licenses statewide for deer.
yes.
So the same thing, so so are you saying the same thing could happen with elk?
Now, I don't know this for sure, but in the initial draw, Jennifer might be able to help me. I don't know how close we are to 80-20 in the initial draw. I'm sure we're close, but I don't know exactly where we're at. Now, after the next draw, because of Eastern Wyoming, there's a bunch of licenses that go, and this may have changed now with deer going down like they have, but there was a day when we were issuing leftover non-resident general licenses, and that cranked it up above 20%.
We used to in region F.
Yeah. At the end of the day, there's more than 20%, just like antelope, there's more than 20% that are going to non-residents after all the draws are complete.
But we were really clear in this, in the initial draw, there was no change. Public comment we took in the initial draw, there was no limited quota license. It was going to go to a non-resident that would have.
No.
That's we're pretty clear on that. Well, we took a ton of public comment on this, so what's your pleasure?
I got a suggestion that we table this discussion until we have a chance to flesh out this whole next proposal on private land only licenses. Because I think that could have a significant effect on this decision. If I make this decision now and then make another one, we may very well have to come back and revisit this.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I'm glad you brought it up. So if that's the case, we could leave this out on the website for public comment until the next meeting. I don't think there's any issue with that. I think that's perfectly fine. And so the next issue, and it does kind of play into this, they are really tied together, but during our subcommittee meeting, we had some conversation about issuing, we call them a types X license, but it's really a private land only license, similar to, in fact, exactly like is done with antelope licenses, and maybe even some white-tailed deer licenses. Yeah, private land white-tailed deer licenses. So for elk and any where we specifically talking about elk, where elk were over objective, and what impact this would have on getting the people that have access to the land where the elk are, getting them a license, whether they're residents or non-residents, and will that help take pressure off of the places that would have normal public hunting, public land hunting. And so there was a lot of conversation about this. This works actually pretty well on antelope, and it took a few years to juggle the numbers, and I think those still change a little bit here and there. I'm in favor of more type 2 licenses or private land only licenses for antelope in areas that have mostly private land. What that does is it makes that limited quota tag. When you get a type 1 tag, you don't see as many people on the public land. That's really what it comes down to. And it also gives those folks that have access, that are residents, they have an easier draw. They're going to get that tag. They got property that they can hunt. They get that license, and it works really well, I think. So it was brought up that we should maybe look at some of that with elk and so I guess I'd like to get some more feedback on certainly the subcommittee. We talked about it quite a bit.
Mr. Chairman, was this distributed to the committee?
Yeah.
It was, can you put it up on it is the proposal to Game and Fish Commission type X elk licenses is what it was. We did not take public comment on this. So if you know, if we go down this road more, have the discussion and we want to put this out for public comment, I think this is the time to do it.
So Pat, you were kind of the head guy on that. You get up there and you could walk through.
I think I can maybe. So I don't know who came up with this idea. I wasn't.
Well, I threw it out there because we deal with the type 2 licenses, you know, those private land only licenses with antelope in places that we're trying to get the licenses into the hands of the people that have the access to the property. That's really what it is. And it also makes the folks that get the type 1 license that can hunt anywhere, most of that's on public land. They don't see as many people. So.
Well, I think, could you go down a little bit for me? I think I listed pros and cons.
I think that this potentially has an impact on a general area. I also think it also has an impact on a limited quota area that it could be. Just.
So I listed out, I think, so my comments are in black, Larry's comments are in red on that graph that's up now. It just seemed like a real innovative idea to try to solve the elk problems in eastern Wyoming and other places like Iron Mountain down in my country by Cheyenne. Here to issue type X, any elk licenses. I don't even know if we can do this, but if you apply for a type X license and it's issued, you also got to get a type 6 cow calf type X license for that same area. So we encourage people to go kill, probably kill a bull. Pay ranchers or outfitters to get on to kill that bull, being non-residents. It's a real tool, I think, to manage our elk herds because, I mean, I'm not going to go pay $5,000 to kill a bull elk, kill a lot of bull elk. But non-residents.
You're one of the few that would probably.
That's a
lot of them do.
That's a lot of, a lot of those non-residents will come in and do that. And they'll pay a trespass fee to our landowners, which is cash flow of their ranch. Pay an outfitter who pays the rancher for the access. And I just think it's a tool we ought to explore to try to control burgeoning elk populations. And particularly if you tie and make them kill a calf while they're there too, if you can do that, it adds a doubling effect to this, or maybe even more than that. By hunting on that private land, it'll keep the elk moving. Maybe it pushes them off onto public land where they're more accessible to resident hunters and others. I think it's a good idea. I think Larry raises some interesting points. We need to figure out how this works with 8416. And how to do it within those confines, but
I think it stays. I think it stays in the same. Has to stay in the same initial draw, just like, I mean, you have a model just like we do the antelope, right? So there's type 2 licenses for antelope. Don't those draw the same, right? The same drawing odds in the first draw. Isn't that correct?
There's potentially one distinction versus just the type 2 private land only. Part of this is the idea that we want to be a little bit surgical. And if that's the case, then it's not just private lands in all of the unit.
Right.
It's, one of the concepts, one of the comments. We really want to try to manage that. You apply for that ranch. And you're going to have to some verification that you have permission. So what you want to do is really direct these. Some of these units are huge. You could issue a whole bunch of type 2 licenses, private land, let's say, let's use. They could all end up on the other side of the unit. That's not where the problem is. So it's really trying to target these issues. I think it would be better to be more specific, to focus that hunting pressure, even in the Black Hills. You know, you may end up on somebody's place that just gives complete public access. It's not necessarily hunters to the alfalfa field. So I'd like to see, I think this is really worth exploring, and I would take that because it's a populations. That I would say these licenses are above and beyond the 8460 because they may not be available to the public. That being said, one of the discussions we had, I know a significant number of residents that would be more than happy to put in for these private landowner permits. More than happy to pay the fee to hunt if they were there. And so I still think you have to go through some type of drawing process for residents. They don't draw, they don't prescribe them, they roll over. I think it would be a mistake just to do these as a non-resident only type of draw. I think
Totally, yeah, I totally agree with that.
because I think there's going to be a number of residents that love the opportunity to draw those licenses. So it's probably- But I would say these are above and beyond this because they're really targeted.
So one thing too, that would be another option to do exactly what you're talking about is to do it geographically. And like we do that right now in Area 7, these licenses are only valid north of County Road, blah, blah, blah. For that exact reason, to focus the harvest. The problem I can see when you get too constrained to a ranch is there's some places where, well, the elk are over there today and the neighbor said we can hunt there and they're still accomplishing the same objective of killing the same pot of elk that we wanted to kill. Or they book with an outfitter and an outfitter has a whole bunch of different ranches they can hunt on. You could constrain it geographically versus by ranch.
Yeah, and that may vary well. So I mean, you know, some of the other states do it, they may have a group of them.
Yeah.
Back to a geographic area. That's the one example that I'm familiar with. We do this with antelope down here. You still run into a situation where a guy that has the alfalfa field wants the hunters, you know, they may not be good. And that sometimes happens. Yeah, geographically, groups of landowners, that area, geographic prescription. I think we need to be a little more surgical to really go out and get acceptance from the public. Need to be a prescriptive management.
So Larry, I'm glad you wanted to discuss this before we discuss the cap, because just as you said, are these gonna come out of the 16%? I mean, are they gonna fall into that? Because then it really starts taking down the non-resident general license.
And that's why I think these would be outside of the cap.
And
Because those are general public draw, anybody has an opportunity. These are specific management skills to get to it. And management.
but I like the concept, but it's done along the lines of what you're saying.
So Larry, I'm glad you said that. So in the initial draw, residents and non-residents could put in for a type L XF license. We'd split those 8416 in the initial draw. Brian, I think said we have to do that. And then the subscribed ones will roll over
Right into the non-resident.
and they could go up to anybody in that supplemental draw. I mean, I think this gives landowners who are getting killed by elk a really important tool, because Ogden may have his Minnesota folks lined up to, want to hunt elk. We can come kill a bull elk and a cow elk, and he can charge a trespass fee or whatever he wants to do. I just think this is a really genius idea.
I actually think you can turn this into white-tailed deer just as easy as anything. I mean, you can
can turn that into anything, you know, I mean, we're doing it with antelope, so we do it in limited quota antelope licenses areas because there's definitely an advantage to that also. So, you know, I think that this can be used as a tool to help with some of the crowding, some of the folks that hunt private land that are residents, some of that don't. And I think it helps. I think there's a lot of different ways that this tool can actually help if we look at it a little bit more. And so I don't know how finite we want to make this to put it out for public comment, but I don't know whether this document right here is good enough or not, but Cy has a comment. So Cy, go ahead.
Well, I was just in the chat room. I made my comments basically to fall in line with my knowledge of the type 2 private land antelope license. And a couple things that it's really helped solve is it helped address the crowding issue on the small tracts of public land in those units. So it's actually made a much better hunting experience for the people that drew a type 1. But it was also initially instituted to help curtail trespassing because you had a significant number of people that draw those antelope licenses in those areas that were predominantly private property and had no place to go. And so it solved a couple really big problems in the world of antelope in Campbell County. And I really think that this task force really needs to take a really good hard look at this. And so I speak in favor of moving forward and gathering comment on it.
The only thing that I would recommend that we strike out there, I just hate Pat's idea that if you draw one of these, you have to get a cow tag too. Because just because you issue them a tag, you don't have to shoot.
That's true.
I'd rather see the cow tag go to somebody that really wants a cow tag.
Well, you could give them the option. You know, you could give them that option. I think we've done that in the past on some of our drawings, right, Brian, where you drew.
Yeah, legally, we don't have the authority to force it.
Right. You can give the option.
I don't know. I need to research that.
Tony.
You get a preference then for a type 6. I mean, the bottom line is we should be issuing enough type 6s in these areas that's not a problem to get one if they really want one.
No, it's not overly complicated.
Oh.
I mean, there's a lot of ranches being for whitetails. You have to go kill a big whitetail before you kill it.
Yeah, the ranch rules are that way.
Yeah.
I was just trying to think outside the box. I'm okay, let's strike that and let's kick this out for public comment.
Tony.
I guess I had couple of questions for Brian or Rick on, on the early season, the type 6 is like in area 7. I mean, that's had limited success. I mean, it was supposed to reduce the number of cows and calves by getting them off the meadows early. It was a August hunt. And I know a couple of the ranches that allowed hunters to be on there, public hunters, they might even had to pay a trespass fee, but they were out there early. And, a lot of the success, there weren't a lot killed, were there? I mean, in the last couple of years they've had that, they didn't have a lot of success. I mean, according to a lot of those landowners, all it did is drive those elk back in the trees, and then they became nocturnal, and then they came out and they still ate the hay and got after the groceries, but it was at night, and of course there's no hunters in that area. So would this be the same type of, even though it's different time of year, so help me understand if the type 6 was a success or has been a success or limited success or.
Yeah, I think that, and Rick can help me, he's really familiar with southeast part of the state where we had a lot of this. What I recall, and help me out, Rick, is that it was effective we're talking about like cultivated areas with alfalfa and stuff, and it was good at displacing elk, getting them off of the field. You're right, there's probably issues with them coming back, but it was better than what was there before, where we weren't doing anything in August. And that's when some of the peak damage happens. It's either in the spring or in August.
Yeah, right before hay. You're trying to cut their hay and the elk come through. And then I guess the second question is, if you had this type X and the, you know, it's a private property hunt, and that, you know, in the backcountry of that ranch is bordered right on the forest or BLM, and there's a, their herd of elk, you know, who enforces that they're hunting just on that private property and they're not, I mean, now your mouth waters if you're hunting on a place and you border the forest where you can go, you know, up into that area if there's elk up there and you don't have to stop. And I guess it's sort of like crossing the fence onto somebody else's land, but this is public land that you have to stop and not go. So who enforces that? Is the
Game and fish.
the game and fish? But I mean, if it's in the backcountry, you know, that they may check the guy coming out and he's got a nice bull or whatever, and he said, yeah, I got it, you know, right over here on so and so's ranch, when actually he may have shot it back in there on the Forest Service or on the BLM, or, you know, who's to, unless they're out there bird dogging that type X, to me, that might be hard to enforce.
I'm not gonna disagree with that, Tony, but that's exactly what our wardens do in Campbell County, and it's not backcountry, but it's sometimes on a big piece of private
You can
land.
spotting scope about 30 miles.
Well,
It's in Campbell County.
But I mean, if something like that, I mean, you can't stop people from breaking the law. But
Yeah,
you
and
certainly
I'm
try
not
to do
opposed to
everything
the
you can
idea. I just don't know.
to look into it. I'm not saying it's a magic bullet. I think it's a tool that works really well with some hard to deal with stuff.
Why don't we use
With
Jackson
animal.
Carty as an example? I mean, if there are type X licenses issued on the Wagon Wheel Ranch, Jax or one of his guides is gonna be with him. And I have comfort they're not gonna slip off on the forest.
For the BLM.
Yeah,
or the
there's, I
state.
mean, there's a whole lot of rules that those people have to follow, not just staying on, you know, we have to enforce all that anyway. If they're there and they're hunting there, you know, we have an obligation to try to patrol those areas, and so.
Is that, then my other question, my second question, is will that interfere with the guy that just applies for the type 1? And he, you know, he may have been hunting on this ranch as a, you know, just because the rancher allowed him to hunt. If you have the type X, what's that rancher, which one's he gonna choose? And does he reduce the number of type 1, regular type 1s because he's got the type X's in his pocket, or is that gonna roll downhill and affect the hunter that's got a type 1 that has permission, that had permission to hunt? Will it take that type 1 place?
So what we've seen happen in Campbell County is, like Cy said, it's actually made those people that are hunting those public lands have less people there. That's what's happened.
That's actually the range.
Yeah, I mean, that truly
Because
is.
you know, I mean, if you can get a type X non-resident in there for $7,000, and you got the type 1 guy that's coming in there at $100 trespass fee, or maybe even gets to hunt without it, a trespass fee, you know, what's that rancher gonna do? Pretty soon you lose what public access you had. You reduce the amount of public access, or potentially could reduce the opportunity for public hunters to go. And I don't know if that'll happen or not, but it just crosses my mind that a couple of the places that I hunt, I can hunt for nothing. And if those guys understand that it's a difference between nothing or $100 trespass fee to 5,000 or whatever, I mean, those guys are human.
So Tony, how's that any different than what's going on right now?
Well, like,
The non-resident guy that's got the type 1 license. If there was an outfitter and the landowner wanted to charge 7,000 and boot you off, he could do that now anyway.
yeah, but they're in the 16%. They're not above and beyond.
But
So you're
just
not
saying there's
putting-
more people out.
You're not putting more non-residents or more people who get that special opportunity versus the general population that puts in for the type 1. And is it a draw? Is it, you know, like we talked about, you're limited every 3 years, or if you get a type X, do you have to wait another 3 years before you can apply? I mean, there's a lot of other questions that come in.
Yeah, so we're all in this
balancing things. You know, if we have an area where we used to have an amazing mule deer with huge bucks, large numbers of deer, and now 5,000 elk have moved in on those ranches, and the ranchers are grumpy. They're talking about flying around with a helicopter, dropping out hay bales with cyanide in them. I've heard all this stuff, Tony.
Well,
I mean, so we gotta balance everything. You may lose your hunting spot.
don't say that's no big deal, because it isn't.
I used to go kill big whitetails on Ogden's and he turned me off when he was out.
Well, you threw your garbage out, your beer can.
That's just the way life is.
I just want to look at the options there. Like I say, I don't think it's
Public
necessarily a bad idea at all, but I just worry about how do you balance
So
your opportunity.
so, and I would tell you that it took probably 3 or 4 years in Campbell County before they knew what those numbers, what that percentage on type 2s versus type 1s that were issued. I'm not saying that this is going to work in every area. I don't know that it's going to. I think it's going to work in some areas. I think it would work in some areas. I also think it gives a really good opportunity to put in the hands of somebody that is going to have a private land only, any elk tag or any deer tag, additional cow tags that are going to get used. I think that's one of the big management tools I think that this allows also.
And I thought that type 1 and give them the extra cow tag.
Well, I think
Doesn't that pretty much solve
I think
everything
some of the
there?
problems with that is that all the type 1 people that drop don't actually, I mean, they sometimes are all hunting the exact same. I mean, you know, that gets into this overcrowding. This is actually a twofold. This is kind of a twofold issue. It is addressing not only getting people where they can hunt, where they have access, because they're going to have to click a box that says they have access. You're getting them the license, and you're allowing, and you're putting less pressure on the places that generally see more public land hunters. So anyway, Elisa, you
I was just gonna ask if this is, put it out for public comment and then see what weighs in between now and next time we get together. Is the thought?
Cy has, go ahead, Adam, and then
Well,
Cy.
and one of the things for clarification, I think this started out of this type X license discussion started out of addressing the elk populations in areas that weren't in proximity to public land. These were large swaths of private land, correct?
Exactly.
So we're talking about a specific region of the state, really more than anything. The northeast part, maybe down into the southeast part, where there's very little public land. So, you know, looking at that, relieving pressure on public land for hunting elk, you probably isn't going to apply for most of these type X licenses. They're already in hard to access, hard to.
I guess I'd push back on that a little bit, because if you get that type X, you're not gonna go pick up another license, a type 1, and go hunt somewhere else in the state. I see it's not relieving pressure directly in that, Adam, but it might mean that guy isn't gonna go to.
Sure.
You know, he can go hunt this ranch, and instead of hunting that, you know, area or type 1 in some other area.
Sure.
So you'll move some hunters off of public land by allowing this license.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that will happen, I see it's a benefit to the public. Guy's not gonna be competing in a license and straw. So we're gonna take, look this thing. Hundreds of private land licenses issued in Area 7. Right now, every one of those guys is applying homes for all.
Yes.
That's 100 less. So there will be a benefit to the public land owners. Should increase their line calls. Some, because they're not going to be competing.
Sure.
For that license anymore. There'll be a little bit of benefit there. So it's opportunity.
Cy, go ahead.
You know, one of the things that I think is going to help this, and this may speak to what Tony was discussing, I think it's actually going to help draw odds in those areas for those people that are applying for a type 1 license. Yeah, so if you have an individual that has a place to hunt and he normally applies for a type 1 license anyway, he's going to more than likely apply for a type 2 license, whether he's resident or non-resident, just because it'll be much easier to draw. And that's one less person than the type 1 drawing. And I would agree with what Adam's observation is. When we discussed this, it was strictly as a way of hopefully addressing these elk populations in these areas that are predominantly private property where all this damage is occurring. I don't see the department using it, statewide, just like they don't use the type 2 antelope license statewide either. They use that in very, very defined areas.
Rusty, before I'd say we just throw this out for public comment, we need to dress this up a little bit.
I agree.
Because there's a lot of what ifs in here
Yeah.
versus the concrete proposal. It wouldn't take much, but like the pros and cons, I think we just throw a proposal out there. A lot of this stuff we need to address.
Yeah, and I think that the clarity that when we go out for public comment, because we have kind of looped 3 issues that we have been trying to get to: the 7250 cap, the non-resident elk regions, and then this type X license. I think they got to be clearly defined what we're asking. Also recognizing it, Pat, I should have said something when you made a motion on your 2000 mule deer doe proposal. Is we had told the public that we would only be making recommendations based off stuff we have gone out to for public comment. And so that one, we kind of got sideways there, but in the future, I think we got to stay true to that, that if we're only moving on the opportunities that have had between meetings for public comment for them to weigh in on. So I think if we want to address these 3 issues for our May meeting to potentially be voting for a recommendation, I think we need to be real clear on what that looks like and how that's going to go out.
Mr. Chairman, what I would recommend, so we can actually get public comment back, try to get these cleaned up, get them out on the website, and, whether we need a subcommittee or just, assign somebody to address these up to get the specific questions and get out. That's a question from, the chairs on how you guys want to do that. And I agree with that, but I would like to get these out so we can have public comment back on May and then find these proposals based on that. Because they may then have to go back out again for public comment. So how do you want to do that?
I think I think we can work with staff to clean that document up. We also had from our subcommittee, we also had number 3 and number 4 that we were going to send out for public comment out of that. One of them really mimics what Game and Fish is doing already in their process that's going to go out for public comment in June. And the other one, similar. And then the other one was the it is the adding the 20% to the guideline for landowners to submit verification. That number 5 on that list, and then adding the 20% ownership in that. Those are the other 2 that
On your corporate loophole.
Yeah. So I think we can add that. We can get that cleaned up fairly quickly, get this document cleaned up and get it out for public comment, maybe by the end of next week. That gives us some time, couple weeks anyway.
So, Brian, you think, questions staff, do they have enough information? Exactly what the proposal is? How do you?
I think what we'll do
that
is.
And then get that back to the chairs to review it. And get it out.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we are gonna we always have a meeting right after this. And we'll look through that, see what anybody's questions are. If we've got questions, we'll go back to the committee, specifically to you or somebody else on the committee, and ask them. And then we'll run it by the chairs and anybody on the subcommittee as well before it goes out.
Okay, so we need to take a motion on that, or we're okay with putting that out to public comment? I think we'll clean it out, put it out. Okay. So we do have to Brian cleaned up the document from earlier.
Yes.
He's gonna
Can you
put that
display
up
that,
on
Laura?
there so that we all know what we're sending to TRW.
Going to management council for extra days. I think she needs another couple days. She can do it. Come to Hewlett, do a couple meetings.
Sure. You guys control the purse strings, right?
So we added the yellow language would be what we added to that.
Yeah, and it's actually, that's not all added. It's just, that's where I've made some
Cleaned up,
tweaks.
okay.
If we could focus that somehow it'd be better. So essentially what we did here is on the original letter, there was no mention of the up to 4-year delayed implementation from the effective date of the bill.
Okay.
And we found different references in the minutes about whether that was supposed to be up to 4 years, whether it was supposed to be up to 2025. And so I put up to 4 years on here. That's one thing that I want to make sure the task force members are comfortable with.
So that's my recollection from the talk, but I think the conversation and probably why maybe it was a little muddy was we were pretty much under the assumption that the legislative committee and that was probably going to be the part that would be changed the most. You know, I mean, that could be 3 years, that could be 5 years, that could be who knows how long if they wanted to implement it later. But the recommendation that we came up with was 4 years.
And then the other thing I changed other than that is I specifically put swearing an applicant's total number of bonus points because we didn't have squared in there before and it was kind of left open. And then I just cleaned up, made it a little bit more clear that you could read the old one to mean that this was only going to apply to longer term applicants. What we were trying to say is it gets better for you over time. So anyway, I changed it to, I think, more accurately reflect that.
With Senator Hicks and Senator Driscoll both here and this being dated for April 28th, you have them there as absent. Do they want to vote and weigh in on this, or is that ship already sailed?
Well, the only reason I changed the date is because we're revising the letter today. And we've already sent a copy to him and I want it to be real clear. This is a different version.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't have any issues with those changes. I think that says exactly what we talked about.
Yeah. Everybody good? If you are, we'll send it back to TRW, say throw the overlay line. Okay, make her happy, Todd.
Don't send it to PAW.
That's a good idea.
What's that?
Todd just recommended the last sentence could be, this letter supersedes the one sent on such and such a date, dated, blah, blah.
That sounds good.
We'll add that if everybody's okay with that.
Okay.
And then we'll send it out.
Okay, great. So, real quick, Pat, I know you're getting ready to leave, but we have to set some meetings in July and August. Can you put that spreadsheet up for us really quick and see, unless you already filled out your doodle poll? 10 people filled the doodle poll out, 8 people didn't. So apparently you're one of the non-filler outers.
I probably didn't fill it.
I can't remember, actually. I got, they were gonna pull it up, and they're gonna pull it up for us here, so.
It was at the last meeting. Yeah, the July one during Frontier Days. Oh, yeah. I finished that.
I'll tell you on.
So for July,
So for July, there's 3 days that work for the 6th, 7th, and 8th. 6th, 7th, and 8th are the ones that, only the ones that, I mean, they're,
We'll be here for you.
Let's see, we've got commission meetings at 5th and 6th.
7th works for me.
7th worked for me.
7th and the 8th. We can do it one day or 6.
well, I think we're open for whatever.
What days are you looking at?
7th and 8th
Thursday, Friday.
So what
of
about
July.
all day on the 7th and then half the day on the 8th?
The more days we can get, the better.
What's that?
So the more days we can get right now, the better, right? That's what I.
Yeah, I'd rather get it done.
You know, there's some, sorry, I scroll over. There's some other ones later in the month I didn't see
Yeah.
that,
The end of the month.
that are the 20. Must have something going on because I didn't mark those. No, we have the May and June dates